y'all. It's your boy, PSA Sitch, with another Sunday live stream with everyone's favorites, blue light enthusiast, Adam Brendan.
What's up, buddy?
So it's funny, before this, the reason we're late, I'm going to tell you why we're late.
No, let's get into the video.
No, we got to,
why must we embarrass your friendly co-host? No. What are we watching today, Sitch? What's on the agenda for today?
I was like, Sitch, I need a blue light filter. And I'm like, oh, here's this program you can download. He's like, I'm going to go get it. And I hear him leave. And I'm like, wait, what is he leaving? He's like getting up from his chair. I hear him like going in like through the closet. I'm like, what is he doing back there? And then I realize he's like trying to find an orange gel, which for those that don't know about like film stuff, it's like this orange piece of like plastic paper that you put over lights to create the color.
Yeah.
He's like going to tape an orange gel literally to his monitor.
It didn't work. It did not work.
Adam, it's the 21st century. We have computer programs for this. You don't need to like tape a piece of plastic.
Why?
To your computer.
Why must you embarrass me? Let us watch this.
Listen,
embarrass. Come on, we're here to embarrass other people.
Your boomer qualities are endearing to the audience. Okay?
We're here to embarrass other people, not your co-host. Please. Let us get into the video already. What are we watching this week?
You know, I heard that Blockbuster makes a fantastic blue light filter. Okay.
Don't Blockbuster me here. Come on, what are we doing?
Today, we are watching the highly requested Ben Shapiro versus Anna Kasparian debate.
Yeah. You tweeted out requests for other videos. Were you just messing with people? I mean, this might be one of the most requested videos we ever got.
I only watched, this was highly super requested. I only watched like 20 minutes of it. So I don't know, maybe there's some other debates, some other things, some hot topic people wanted us to cover that I didn't know about. All right. Just making sure.
There's some insane shit that I saw this week that we'd missed from a while back that I thought, okay, well, we got tons of stuff on the docket here, but this was highly requested. And I think part of the interest is, I mean, is Anna Kasparian, is the red pill process began for Anna Kasparian? I feel like
no.
This is not the incendiary Anna Kasparian I'm used to. This is Anna Kasparian maybe growing up a bit. Maybe
I don't think so.
Embracing her inner centrist.
I think she's just responding to the forum that she's currently talking to.
Oh, really?
Well,
that's pretty sexist. That's way sexist.
How is that sexist?
Well, you're saying she's like a dumb blonde who just like goes along with wherever.
Listen. Okay, listen. Everyone talks a little bit differently depending on whatever environment they're in. Okay,
right.
And I think she's trying to be nice. I think she's pulling back because, and we'll talk about this because very early in the debate, she brings up this idea like that the news is basically failing, and that she's partly responsible for this.
Yeah, that's like a come to Jesus moment. That's the shit I'm talking about.
I would be more inclined to believe that was legitimate if she, like, this is literally just a month after the whole Jimmy Dore looked up my skirt thing. Okay? You
think she's faking it? You're calling her a big faker.
I don't. Talk is cheap. I want to see action. Okay. If after this conversation, her appearances on the Young Turks radically changed, then I will say, wow, she did actually learn something.
I think she was like, wow, I thought Ben Shapiro was scary, but I'm like a foot taller than this guy. What the fuck?
He's not even trying to look up my skirt. What a gentleman.
I'm not scared. Yeah, he's like, he could totally look under my skirt, but
he's so short. He could totally look, but he keeps averting his gaze down.
What a nice gentleman.
That's exactly what happened.
I don't know. Come on. Shall we get into this video?
We shall get into it.
Okay, let's do it.
But first, J-Mac! Daddy J-Mac our surrogate father, for $50 says, first time I watched the video before Sunday's live stream. I hope everyone is ready for some intellectual blue balls.
Ooh, uh-oh.
Don't worry. Here at the Sitch and Adam Show, we'll make sure you get full release, okay?
I don't know. I'm
Adam
not
will make
quite
sure
the
you get
intellect.
full release, okay? This is what you pay us for.
I think it's funny that everyone's always, I mean, I don't like to cast myself as an intellectual, but I don't, the things we talk about, I always think, God damn it, is this intellectual? What are we talking about here?
Well, I think what Jay means by that is that there are parts in the conversation where things are about to get like interesting or contentious.
Yeah, okay, you're right. Yeah,
and then the moderator is like, whoa, let's not have things be interesting. Everyone calm down.
Don't blame us for the intellectual blue balls. It's this guy right over here, blue ball.
Adam is definitely a better moderator than this.
Yeah. I would have said, listen, guys, he just called. Look, he's trying to look up your skirt, Anna. What are you going to let that pass? He just called that a news skirt.
That's right. Anyway, let's get into the video.
Each of you to introduce the other. Ben, would you like to introduce Anna?
Sure. So this is Anna Kasparian. She is, first of all, a big round of applause for Anna because this is a Chamber of Commerce meeting.
Man, I have the crown today, and it's still doing that thing where it's like, processing.
Or skipping?
Yeah, it sucks. Let's back it up.
Is it doing that for stream, or is it just for you?
Oh, if it's for me, it's for stream. So I'm not exactly sure why it's doing it.
You gotta fix this problem.
Let me see if I can. Let me see if I can set this down to a little like smaller.
Have you tried taping a motor to your RAM to make it go faster?
I did try turning. Oh, that's not good.
Do you have, maybe you have some praying mantises like on a hamster wheel that you can string up and they'll make your computer run a little quicker?
You just made me totally mess up with your tomfoolery here.
Oh, it's my fault. Okay. It's my fault. I like how one person.
I'm gonna back it up a little bit here.
I like how one person is like, it's doing it for the stream, and someone else is like, it's not doing it for the stream.
Someone said that? Really?
No, most people are saying it's for the stream. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me ask each of you to introduce the other.
This is kind of brilliant. The introduce the other person.
Yes.
If Anna Kasparian had gone first, it would be a much different debate, though, because it was like, this is a right-wing Nazi piece of shit. That is responsible for Donald Trump being elected. Right?
Yeah. Right.
But Ben Shapiro, it was brilliant making Ben Shapiro go first.
I'd like to introduce Anna.
Sure. So this is Anna Kasparian. She is, first of all, for Anna because this is a Chamber of Commerce meeting. Anna's quite famously a Bernie Sanders supporter, so it takes a lot of guts to get up in front of a business audience, and she really deserves a lot of credit for that, for sure. She's the co-host of the immensely popular Young Turks, which is a show you can find on YouTube. It's also a podcast, and it's available pretty much everywhere. And she is also the producer of that show, executive producer of that show.
Thank you, Ben.
Anna, your turn.
Look, he won the debate right there. Anna's like, yes, more of those compliments, please.
Yeah, very nice.
Ben should have said, and she's better than you.
No, but you're right. This is a brilliant tactic by the moderator to try to get everyone nice to each other.
Yeah.
Especially in the beginning.
Yes.
Because who wants to be the guy that starts the debate like, this person's an evil piece of crap?
I know.
No one wants to do that.
It's pretty brilliant. We should try that. Next time we have Vosh and Sargon on to debate, let's try that. You think Vosh is going to play along? You think Vosh is going to introduce Sargon?
We'd have to have Sargon introduce Vosh first.
Oh, I don't know. Oh,
maybe not. Maybe not after the
Sargon's been nice to Vosh and then been rewarded. What's the story about the scorpion and the turtle?
Scorpion and the frog? Yeah.
Yes.
It's in Vosh's nature. Okay.
Yes. Yeah. I don't think Sargon's going to be scorpioned anymore. I don't think he's going to do it.
All right. First of all, thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to be here, and everyone's been so hospitable and incredibly polite and nice, and I really appreciate that.
So hospitable? I don't know. Are we allowed to?
Huh?
She's been totally thrown off her game. Hospitable, hospital is where you go to get
Oh my
your.
God, Adam.
Well, I'm just saying. It's
Wow,
interesting because
listen. Oh my God, Anna Kasparian is trying to be nice. She's trying to reach across the aisle, and Adam's over here like, she said the word incorrectly.
well, no,
an idiot.
it's an indication that she's thrown off her game. Like she didn't
see.
expect this introduction thing. Now she's on the spot. She's like forced to say something nice about her political enemy here.
Well, listen. Okay, prediction time. 1 month from now, Anna Kasparian is going to she's going to switch to the right. And she's going to be like, the people on the left are mean to me, but the people on the right are nice.
She already did that on Twitter. We should bring up her Twitter feed because
that's right, she did. That's why I'm predicting she's going to go full Dave Rubin. Okay?
Why do you think I did the thumbnail like I did? She's considering it. She's like, these red pills are pretty tasty.
Yeah.
Then found out, based on what Jean told me, suggested a part of this conversation, and I really appreciate that. Ben is the co-founder of Wire, incredibly well known, especially in the media, but he's certainly made his rounds in traditional media as well. And he has really popularized a lot of conservative ideals, conservative beliefs that I think were getting a little played out by some of the old guard of conservatism. So, Ben is known for being sharp, being able to defend his viewpoints without engaging in personal attacks.
Notice how she says known for, but she doesn't say, these are things that I believe. This is what he's known for.
Well,
very careful.
I mean, what she said, like, oh, Ben, like, I don't know, the way she kind of phrased that, Ben is revitalizing like tired talking points. This is a very backhanded compliment.
I know. Yes.
Come on, Anna.
She's
you can
not
be nicer.
Well, Ben kind of did the same thing because Ben did say they're hugely popular. He didn't say I like them. He's like,
yeah, but that's a little different. I think Ben's was way nicer than hers is.
Right.
Much more in the spirit of things.
She has more backbiters on her side. She has more people are going to be, oh my God, Anna went full Nazi. Did you see what she said about Ben Shapiro?
She was nice to Ben Shapiro, well-known Jewish Nazi. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. It's sad.
I mean, they're already saying that on Twitter. Oh, what I would give to see Anna's DMs after this. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Why didn't you unscrew that water bottle and throw it in his face and then fart on his head and leave in disgust?
I am
white nationalist sympathizer.
I am so disappointed in you. Anna, you've disappointed me.
So, conversation with Ben and, sharing our ideas with one another and, with everyone here. So thank you for having me.
Well, we love civility, so thank you. So for those of you who looked at it, our topic is leading political voices of the next generation of leaders. So you're thought leaders within your individual, within your generation, a generation that's much younger than mine. What would you like the people of your generation to know moving forward? Anna, let's start with you.
Well, I think that my generation is certainly pretty passionate about changing things, certainly changing the way that they work and live. We're seeing that play out currently with the pandemic and the labor shortage that's taking place. And I'd like to know that we don't really need to reinvent the wheel. We've seen past. This country has gone through many terrible things, relative to other countries. And despite all of those awful things that have happened, things like the Great Depression, for instance, the country was still able to pull through. And I would suggest looking to history at the solutions that worked, specifically a strong labor movement, in order to, really rework the power dynamic that we're seeing right now in the workplace. I think a lot of the reasoning for not going back to the jobs that workers were previously working in prior to the pandemic has to do with the fact that, hey, we've been staying home during the lockdown. Now we realize that spending time with our family, having a little free time for ourselves, being able to go outdoors and do recreational things, that's important to us. So they're reimagining what their lives could be like if they take a little bit of power back in the workplace. And I think that that's definitely possible. They just got to fight for it. They got to organize. They got to work together and not get distracted by manufactured culture wars that we see play out in the media every day.
Ben, how about?
That was a awful answer. Okay.
Yeah, I
We're
know
all
that.
trying to be nice in the beginning, but oh my God. She spent like the first half of her answer saying nothing. She's like, oh, we don't need to reimagine the wheel here. We have the answers. They're in our past.
Yeah, I know.
I don't know what those answers are, but they're in our past. Okay.
Who's the conservative here? Jeez.
Yeah. We need stronger labor force. Oh, okay. What does that mean, Anna? What are you suggesting? Can you give me something a little bit more specific, a little bit more tangible? And then at the end, she contradicts herself because then she's like, people are, because of the pandemic are outside and they're reimagining their life. You just fucking said we shouldn't reimagine everything. Make up your mind.
Interesting.
It was a bad answer. And then she ends it with saying that, oh, people need to focus on what matters and not this manufactured culture war. And
Which
I'm like,
she's a huge part of every single day.
yes, exactly. I'm like, bitch, that's you. That's
Yeah.
look at you. You're the one manufacturing this culture war stuff. How many videos have we seen of the Young Turks complaining about like the second any story comes out where a white police officer has attacked or shot or done anything physical to a black suspect, the second that story comes out, the Young Turks jumps on it and they're like, this cop is racist. They all just like to beat up people, blah, 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 blah. And then they find out, oh, turned out that guy had a weapon. Turned out that, the police were totally justified in using force. And then they either don't talk about it or they sheepishly walk it back. And it's like, Anna, you can't complain about manufactured culture war when that's the Young Turks' brand.
Yeah, their entire brand.
Yes.
Yeah, they're culture warriors all the way. It's a little disingenuous for
Jeez.
sure.
Doomer. Hey, Doomer. What's up? Wait, is this the Doomer? It says Doomer Media, not Doomer Politics.
Doomer changed his name to Doomer Media. Yeah, Doomer came out and he said, listen, I don't like politics that much. I don't know what the fuck I was thinking.
Doomer goes on one episode of EFAP thanks to me. He never would have been on it without me. Okay,
I know.
But purely because of Sitch, he goes on one episode of EFAP, and now he's like, I'm going to be a media guy. I don't want to do politics anymore.
That just shows you the power of A-Team right there, that you're the one that got him on EFAP, but he's still oiled A-Team to the core. I mean, that's...
See if I ever do Doomer Media a favor ever again, okay?
Doomer, you're my boy. Don't let him harass you.
Doomer Media for $2 says, give me back my 9 minutes. Never. You deserve it.
Those 9 minutes are ours now.
Ours forever. Dr. Thalium for $20. Thank you so much, Thalium. Says formal petition to change the A-Team to the A-Train and say all aboard the A-Train. Adam can blow a train whistle. Everyone will switch sides just to hear the whistle. If you do this, then I'll officially be all aboard the A-Train.
No.
That's the best idea I've ever heard. A-Train!
Listen, I have spies in the Discord. I saw screenshots of you guys conspiring to bring this up, okay? I do not approve.
Oh, really?
Okay.
Are you saying that this is a false flag?
A-Team is not getting anywhere near trains or any of this
come on, chat. We gotta be on board the A-Train here. I want to see nothing but choo-choos, nothing but choo-choos in the chat, motherfuckers. Come on, choo-choo. If Adam switches to A-Train, even I might jump aboard the A-Train. Okay, that's a great
man.
title.
I used to have this train hat, conductor's hat, that I used to wear all the time. Man,
see, you were born for this role.
I had my weirdo role in life.
You'll get that hat back. Guys, wouldn't you be so happy if every stream Adam came?
I wonder if I could find that hat. That hat's got to be
came
here
up
somewhere.
wearing his little train conductor hat.
Where's my
and,
conductor
the gloves.
Where's
and he
my
had still the
conductor
red
hat?
shorts. Oh my God, that'd be amazing.
I used to always wear that conductor hat to paint, and everyone would be like, that's interesting.
People do look at all the choo-choos. Look at all the choo-choos, Adam. You have to do it.
I know what double entendre is here, okay, guys? Just knock it off.
Adam's gonna run a train on y'all. Okay.
We have a bunch of AA stands in the chat. Okay, we
Choo, motherfucker. We're doing it.
don't
Folks on your side.
encourage.
So,
Oh, I'm encouraged. A train forever. A train forever.
I mean, I think that for folks on my side, I sort of have the same message for everybody on all sides, which is that the world did not begin spinning when you were.
Can you summarize what Anna said, just so I can basically understand something about the fact that there are ideas in the world that we need to popularize, and they have to do with ideas that we've had before about workplace.
He said, don't freak out. We'll get through this. We have to go back to the economic policies of after the Great Depression era. And that was about it.
But it was unions, right? That's the thing. She's pushing unions and workers'
strong
co-ops,
unions.
basically.
Well, I mean, we never had worker co-ops be a big thing in America. So I don't think that's what she was referring to. But
wouldn't it be great if she was talking to Mark Blythe instead of who's the commie that they always talk to? Richard Wolff.
Richard Wolff.
Wouldn't it be great if they had Mark Blythe on their show instead of Richard Wolff?
Well, it's weird because I've seen Richard Wolff talk to
Mark Blythe. I know.
I've seen him talk to Mark Blythe, not about economics specifically. It was after, what was the guy's name that died?
Oh, yeah.
That used to be on, was it Sam Cedar's show?
The guy that made fun of us.
Yes.
Michael Brooks.
May he rest in peace. Michael Brooks, yes. Because there have been a bunch of, like, Mark Blythe had talked to Michael Brooks a couple of times. They never really said anything interesting.
Yeah.
But I'm super curious because Mark Blythe seems to be a capitalist through and through.
Hell yeah.
Like
yes.
he's definitely on the left. He definitely wants, stronger workforce. He definitely wants, he doesn't trust business, to just be unregulated. But he seems like capitalist through and through. And he's commented kind of not directly, but indirectly that he thinks, in my estimation, it sounds like he thinks that socialists don't know what the fuck they're talking about economically. So I'd be really curious to hear him have a conversation with Richard Wolff about actual economic policy.
I wonder if we could set that up. I wonder if we have enough internet clout to
I don't know.
Put something like that together.
I don't think we do.
That would be super cool.
We might have enough internet clout to talk to Mark Blythe, but I don't think we could get a Mark Blythe Richard Wolff conversation going.
I might work on that. I might see if that's a possibility.
I think he would. Okay, here's my prediction. I think he would be too. I don't think Mark Blythe wants to burn that bridge.
Oh yeah, kid gloves, obviously.
Yeah, I think there'll be a lot of kid gloves going on.
Yeah, be an interesting conversation though.
It would be though.
Great amount of wisdom, accumulated wisdom that has built up over literally thousands of years, and in the United States over hundreds of years, that is well worth going back to as a source of both inspiration and understanding of exactly why the system is supposed to work in a particular way. And that requires.
I hate the fact that he talks about the accumulated wisdom, but if it's anything that the left has suggested that worked out, obviously that's not part of the wisdom. Like we were arguing with a good friend of ours. I don't know if you want to mention who it was, but about
we can.
About the policies of that built up, strong
America,
families.
yes.
Yeah,
Right.
that built the kind of wages that one masculine man could support an entire family, right? A wife
May
and
your
10
first child
kids.
be a masculine child.
Yeah. And how those policies were a direct result of strong labor unions and good wages, right?
Well, to be specific, the irony is that, a lot of people on the right consider the sort of Leave It to Beaver 1950s to, mid to early 1970s as like the perfect time for American culture and American society. You had the single father was able to get a job to support his family comfortably. And that job didn't have to be, didn't necessarily require some graduate degree or high college education
or
60-hour
work weeks.
Yeah, and it didn't
like he had a
require
fucking family.
Right. And the irony is that that time period is basically revolved around what we would now consider left-wing economic policy.
Yes, yeah, totally.
It was weird because it was like left-wing economic policy was sort of like right-wing cultural policy. And it feels like now we've flipped Now we have right-wing economic policy with left-wing cultural policy.
Yes. Yeah. So I only bring it up because it seems like that's some wisdom we could look back at and maybe think, hey, maybe higher wages and more economic prosperity will lead to strong family formation. I don't know. Maybe could happen.
Well, I mean, and this is kind of the silliness in my mind of like the appeal to tradition, because it's always like, well, how long does something have to exist and how far in your past does it have to exist for that to become the tradition?
Right.
Because it was, I mean, there's that famous quote from Nixon saying that we're all Keynesians now, because until the rapid inflation that did happen because the workers did have too much power and that needed to be addressed. Before that rapid inflation spiral started in the mid 70s, everyone thought like this was just the way the economy was going to be forever because it worked so well.
It worked well for good family formation, but it didn't work well for.
Well, it worked well for the country.
Yeah. It's interesting because Mark Blythe, the guy we keep talking about, he's an economist, and he says that the strong labor unions is just a thing of the past. He's totally on the left, but he says the left is kind of nuts thinking we're going to get back to that place. We're really looking for a new paradigm now. Yeah.
Well, I think there's wisdom in this idea that you can never go back in time.
Yeah.
Okay. You can never go back to the way things were. The environment is constantly changing, and you just have to create new systems to deal with that.
Yeah. It is funny though. We have two people here who both want to go back in time. That's why I'm like, who's the conservative here? She wants to go back to the strong labor unions, and Ben Shapiro wants to go back to when the family was strong. Very interesting.
Understate for 20 Canadians says Happy Canuck Thanksgiving, aka the real Thanksgiving. Is there some made up Canadian Thanksgiving holiday today or something?
Canadian Thanksgiving. Well, thank you. Thank you for the super
how is
chat.
Canadian Thanksgiving even a thing? You guys literally stole it from us. What are you talking about?
Everyone can give thanks, Sitch. Come on, don't be such a downer.
No, only Americans could ever give thanks for anything. Okay.
Well, we're the only ones that can give thanks for the greatest country on the entire planet. I mean, that's
Canadian. That's true. Canadian Thanksgiving is tomorrow. Okay, well, you Canadians could be thankful that you have America here to protect you and basically do all your dirty work for you.
On a Monday, only Canadians would have a Thanksgiving on a Monday. A Monday? A Monday?
Well, it's only good if they get the day off. It'll be a 3-day weekend. Otherwise, yeah, garbage.
You give thanks on Fridays. Come on. Am I right?
Is Thanksgiving on Friday? I thought it was on Thursdays.
It is a Thursday. Yeah.
Okay, so what are you talking about?
Well, I'm just saying, if you're going to give thanks on a day of the week, it better be close to Friday.
That's true.
Isn't it funny how Friday is totally better than Sunday and you have Sunday off?
That's true.
It's like, why? Why is that?
It's the anticipation.
It is.
They also said, may you have clear sky. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. I have to say it like I'm Canadian. Let me work myself into it. Here's your hosiery. May you have clear skies that rain maple syrup, eh? May every cupboard have a bag of ketchup chips, and may your mugs overflow with poutine. Yo, hoser? Why, yes. Thank you, Understate. Thank you. Ketchup chips sounds disgusting, but we'll continue. We'll continue on.
Requires a certain understanding of the nature of human beings as both capable of amazing things, but also as inherently flawed and ambitious, and why you need a governmental system that is capable of checking ambition with ambition, checks and balances, subsidiarity, the belief in a federalist system that allows for experimentation on a local level without attempting to cram one-size-fits-all solutions on everybody from the federal level. But that begins with reading history. It does begin with understanding some basic philosophies about how the United States works, because if it feels like the country is coming apart, and it really does feel like that more and more every day, that is because I think that there is a failure to agree on some of the central bases for the country. So we're either going to have to clarify where the disagreements are, or we're going to be in serious trouble as a country.
I love the answers because it leads directly into what I want to ask you about next. This is going to be the most obvious statement I'm going to make tonight. The last 18 months have seen significant turmoil, not only with COVID, but with our social, our cultural upheavals, as we've seen people, protesting some just horrible, egregious acts. As you noted, the future of work, how we work, all those things are out there for discussion. Trust in institutions, and trust or an understanding, as Ben said, of literally the basis of our society. I saw a great quote. I mean, we've had the 1619 Project, we've had the
trust and understanding is not the basis of our society. I don't know what this guy's talking about. The basis of America is taking whatever you want, damn it.
Mm-hmm.
It's expanding to the edges of the earth, the edge of the globe, and saying this belongs to America.
Are you basically saying it's imperialism? Is that what you're is that what you're saying?
I'm saying
The unofficial motto of America is mine, bitch.
I'm saying that the world is America's and everyone else is just playing in our backyard. That's what I'm saying.
You're so bad.
Trust or
Manifest
Wait
destiny,
a second. Wait a second.
Yes.
I know Sitch often does more research for the shows than me, but I want to take this opportunity to let you know that I've read Ben Shapiro's book. Ben Shapiro's. I haven't read his new one. I've read his last book. I think it's Between Athens and Jerusalem or something like that. So he talks about religious wisdom versus rational wisdom from Greek. Yeah. So, but I found the book, and this came up. This came up on last week's show. I said something that was completely mischaracterized by a lot of people on the show. I said that you can't be certain just because something is in an old book that it's true, right?
Okay.
And this got reinterpreted as Adam categorically dismisses all claims in all old books forever. Which
that's how every internet conversation is. Someone makes a very narrow point about something.
Yeah.
Or they make kind of like a general point that's not specific. And then someone will take that point and say, you're saying that everything is this.
Yes. Yeah.
They'll do a full-on Kathy Newman, basically.
Which is not the case. Yeah. I got so you're saying all week long.
Yes.
So, yes, old books are a great place to look for ancient wisdom. This is why I love Jordan Peterson. Because Jordan Peterson goes to the ancient texts and he says, listen, where's the wisdom here? Let me see if I can find it. Let me see if I can verify it through other means, through philosophy, through science, through all kinds of different fields of study. And if something is verified through multiple fields of study, you have a much better sense that that thing is true. Okay?
You know, that's interesting because, we had this conversation with Sargon the other day about materialism versus metaphysical, or rooting your morality in the material versus the metaphysical. And that's always why I've liked Jordan Peterson. He's able to bridge the two things together.
Right.
And to me, that's way more persuasive than just, waving your old book around in the air and saying, we got to follow what this dead guy said.
Yeah, that is my problem with the old books, because a lot of times people are just appealing to authority. They're saying this is true because it's in the old book. And I don't think that's a good metric. Just because something is an old book, it means it's true.
Well, that's true. But also the other problem is that, there's an argument that if you have certain moral systems that have survived for thousands of years, there's probably some wisdom there that's worth keeping, which is a good argument.
Yes.
But the flip side of that is that there's enough old books out there that anyone can cherry pick whatever they already want by just finding the old book that recommends what they want.
Right. And this is basically what I found Ben Shapiro doing in his book.
Really? Okay.
He wasn't pulling out any old wisdom and saying, we know this is true because we have further evidence. He wasn't, as Reagan said, trust but verify. He wasn't being the old trust but verify Reagan. He was just saying, oh, this stuff, obviously face value conservatives, we all believe this to be true, and just so happens to be verified by this quote in this old book, which I'm not a fan of. I'm totally not a fan of. I want multiple levels of analysis for my verification. What you talked about, Joseph Henrich mentions in the book, The Secret of Our Success, which is really good. He says a lot of there's an evolutionary process going on here that sometimes tradition ends up having a tangible purpose, that a lot of times in the way they prepare food and stuff like that. They don't necessarily know why they're doing it this way, but this is their tradition. This is the way they all do it. And then these scientists come along and they dig through and they figure out, oh, this is why they do it. This method of preparation just so happens to leach out all the toxins that would kill them. So there is that going on.
Sure.
Yeah.
So you're saying Ben Shapiro just basically wrote a book where he failed to be Jordan Peterson?
Well, no, I want to make the distinction that just because we don't necessarily find why this ancient wisdom works, the fact that it is, I mean, you have to be careful about throwing stuff out too, because in a Chesterton's fence kind of way, there could be something valuable there that you don't necessarily know is valuable. So, but the thing that irks me is just the assertion that this is valuable just because it's old.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, maybe there's value there, maybe there's not. You got to dig in.
Yep.
An understanding said of literally the basis of our society. I saw a great quote. I mean, we've had the 1619 Project, we've had the book called 1620, 1776 Commission, all of them designed to push back on that. I saw a great quote from a noted political scientist.
Wait, hold on. I gotta go. What is he saying the 1619 Project's pushing back on?
Yeah, is he a 1619 Project guy?
Institutions and protesting some just horrible, egregious acts. As you noted, the future of work, how we work, all those things are out there for discussion. Trust in institutions and trust or an understanding, as Ben said, of literally the basis of our society. I saw a great quote. I mean, we've had the 1619 Project, we've had the book called 1620, 1776 Commission, all of them designed to push back on that. I saw a great quote.
So I'm a little confused.
Yeah, me too. Super confused.
Is he saying that the 1619 Project and the 1776 Commission are pushing back on building trust in our country, or is because he said we need people to have more trust and faith in each other and in our institutions, and the 1619 Project is like the opposite of that.
Yeah, it's like terrible.
It's specifically saying don't trust our institutions, don't trust don't trust the right, et cetera, et cetera.
We say all the time that we should be building a shared narrative that all Americans can be proud of. Yes. The 1619 Project is not designed to do that. The 1619 Project is designed to replace a terrible racist stereotype about black people with a terrible racist stereotype about white people. That's basically what they're aiming to do.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. For those who don't know, the claim from the 1619 Project that got all the publicity and all the flack was Nicole Hannah-Jones claiming very incorrectly by like every historian that the Revolutionary War was fought to preserve slavery, which was completely untrue.
Yeah. England didn't care about the slaves, did he? They didn't. Wait, do you saw Chappelle's special, right?
Yes.
New special?
Yes.
He talked about a guy in there that was a black guy that bought his own freedom and then started a plantation and bought a bunch of slaves.
Yeah.
I was like, oh my God.
It's dark. It's dark. I'm assuming what he says is a true story, but
it is.
Yeah.
God, it's so moving. I was so moved by it. But Sitch has no heart. Sitch has a lump of black coal where his heart used to be.
Okay, I said this. Listen, the Chappelle special, it was okay. It was, funny in parts. It was sad. The end is very sad. The end was very sad. The people complaining about it, it's weird because he doesn't even say anything that's very egregious, really. The only thing that he says, I'm a TERF now. And that's kind of, I think, what triggered everyone. And I don't know if that was intentional or not, because even though he says he's a TERF, like he never explains what he means by that. And he doesn't seem like he's anti-trans at all from the rest of the show. So I'm not sure why he said that or what he meant exactly by that. Except I guess he also said gender is a fact, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
he's
I don't know.
The implication is that he thinks if Team TERF is the only one who believes gender is a fact or biological sex is a fact, which seems true to me, right?
Well, lots of people believe that aren't TERFs. You have to be. I mean, the part of the joke was because he said he was a feminist.
He said he was Team TERF, yeah.
No, but before, like the lead up to that is he said, I looked up in the dictionary and it said a feminist is someone who believes women should have equal rights as men. So I guess that means I'm a feminist now.
Mm-hmm.
And he was saying this as a joke to be like, shut up, women. You can't say I hate women because I'm a feminist.
Yeah.
And then so the second part of that was, see, I guess I'm a TERF because I believe that gender is a fact too. So
It's a great show. I was laughing my ass off the whole time.
really, even at the end, you were laughing. You monster.
That was the funniest part. Right
Wow. Wow. Chappelle talks about the tragic suicide of a friend, and Adam is over here laughing. Wow. Adam.
From a noted political scientist who said, America is not a lie, but a disappointment because it is a hope. Would you agree that that's a good description? And would you also agree that the U.S. is an exceptional country? Ben, I'll start with you.
I mean, I obviously believe that the United States is an exceptional country. I think that our history is filled with moments of glory. It's also filled with terrible tragedy and some terrible evil. Is to suggest that utopia is a real place, or that whenever you say somebody's a disappointment, you have to say compared to what? What exactly are you shooting for? Compared to the ideal, of course, everybody's a disappointment. Saints are disappointments compared to the ideal. But if what you're talking about is America as a whole is somehow...
Boy, I'm having trouble today.
What's wrong?
Is it still playing for you over there, or did you pause it?
That's playing fine for me.
Oh.
It's not playing for you?
Is it still playing now?
No, I paused it.
Oh, good. No, it keeps messing up for me. I don't know. Here.
Okay, we all have to remind Adam during the week to
What do you mean?
watch together.
Oh, yeah. Play around with it. Find out what's going on.
Yeah, keep playing around with it to figure out what's wrong with it.
globe, then
This
by
is
no means is America.
2 weeks in a row.
2 weeks? I mean, it's more like 3 weeks in a row. Sorry, guys.
Oh, 3 weeks. Oh, my God.
It's being super terrible with me.
People are posting the little, like, loading symbol.
Oh, I know. They're forced to deal with this.
So should we go back to the beginning of, or you do it?
I'm playing
Maybe-
around with it right now, so I'm turning stuff off and
Well, so
globe, then by no
logging
means
out of my OnlyFans account. Trying
you should probably turn that
take
off.
care of this. Trying to down.
You might
it
have
like,
to.
No,
in
I'm
the
not going to do
future-
that.
You might have to in the future. Besides closing all your porn tabs, you might have to open the Watch Together in a different browser. Maybe that's the issue.
What? No, that's
What browser are you using?
Me?
Yeah.
I'm using Tor. What are you using?
The hell? You're using Tor, really?
I'm using the Tor browser.
Oh my God.
No, of course I'm not.
What do you use?
I turned off the ad blocker because I think it's trying to change the ad on the bottom of the thing. And it's just, that's what's slowing it down.
Oh, maybe.
I don't know. I turned off all the ad blockers.
Why you keep? What browser are you using? Why are you hiding this? Are you using some like weird degenerate browser?
No.
Does Pornhub have a browser? Is that what you're using?
I'm using Ben Shapiro. I'm using the Daily Wire browser.
I see. Okay.
I get all my conservative news media through the Daily Wire browser. No, I'm using Chrome. Don't be weird about this, okay? Maybe I should turn the ad block on. I don't know.
I'm using Firefox. I have ad blocker on. It's working fine. So
Yeah, but you're not running the entire show
that's true.
through your brain tab.
Actually, no, wait. I'm lying. I'm actually also using Chrome. So yeah.
Yeah, you have to use Chrome. Let's go.
Mm-hmm.
You're in charge of pause.
You scrub
now.
it back to where
No, we're cool. Ben didn't say anything important.
Okay.
globe, then whenever you say somebody's a disappointment, you have to say compared to what? And what exactly are you shooting for? Compared to the ideal, of course, everybody's a disappointment. Saints are disappointments compared to the ideal. But if what you're talking about is America as a whole is somehow disappointing compared to, for example, what other countries around the world stand for, or what they have provided to their citizens, or what they have provided to the globe, then by no means is America a disappointment. America is a tremendous success story. In fact, it's the greatest success story in world history.
So I think it's a really smart and a good way to say it's foolish to look at things and by necessarily comparing them to perfection by saying, oh, America's a disappointment because I'm comparing it to some thing that doesn't exist, some utopia that just is not real. And it's better to instead compare it to everything else in reality, because that's really the only practical way to look at something. So I think that's really a wise way to approach this. However, and this is where it gets kind of problematic. there is a benefit, and this is very much aligned with Christianity. There is a benefit to having a impossible to achieve goal that you're always kind of striving for, right? Everyone's striving, like in Christianity, you're striving to be the perfect person, like Jesus or whatever. But no one can ever achieve that, but you still need to have that like image in your mind that you can always be better. You can always do better. You can always be better. This is the problem. While I think that's a very useful psychological concept, the problem is then you have people like the socialists who say, oh, well, if we're not actually at this unachievable perfection, we must deconstruct and destroy society.
Yeah.
So they've kind of so it's sad because we have this very useful concept of striving for perfection, which we can't use anymore because there's too many people who, and I guess it's also on the right too with the tradcons, there's too many people who, instead of understanding maturely like an adult that perfection can never be achieved, they just look at it and say, if we never achieve this perfection, we must tear everything down and start anew.
Yeah, utopians are a fucking bitch.
Yeah.
Yeah. True enough. I love that, Faye.
True enough.
I love that. You weren't down with the true enough. Have
I
won
like
you over?
true enough, but you still also need true. Okay.
No, there's both, obviously, yeah.
We need the true.
True.
The true.
So there are parts of that I agree with, some parts that I disagree with. For the most part, I just want to note that the idea of America is an incredible idea. I think that the country has failed to live up to its ideals. I think that there are certain things that are transpiring as we speak that go unchecked. We are supposed to have a system of checks and balances, but I think more often than not, we see a system that is in fact rigged in favor of the powerful. I'll give you specific examples. In the beginning of the pandemic, there were lawmakers in the Senate who engaged in this minimalizing, just completely minimizing the severity of the pandemic, to the point where I actually didn't think that COVID was a serious threat to me, my health, my family's health. In fact, in February, I went on a cruise with my in-laws and had a great time and didn't think that COVID was going to be an issue. Then I find out, of course, a month later, everything starts shutting down. People I know get incredibly sick. And then news reports come out in regard to members of the Senate who had a classified briefing, closed-door briefing on the severity of COVID, and immediately turned around and started selling their stocks. They started buying tech stocks, realizing that people are likely to work home, so they might need to invest in technology or companies that offer technologies that make that possible. Basically, there's insider trading happening within the Senate. And I'm saying it out loud, and I'm saying it on a regular basis because that kind of activity, that type of behavior, first of all, is illegal for the average American, should not be legal for members of the Senate.
I really don't like this answer. I don't know how you feel about it.
Well, it's because it's probably Democrats and Republicans both doing the exact same thing. I mean, it's corruption on both sides.
But that's not why I don't like the answer. I don't like it because all the individual pieces of her sentences I agree with, but the way she constructs them together, I think are bullshit. So I agree that, obviously in any society where you have a hierarchy, it's going to always tend towards corruption because as we know, the more power you have, the more money you have, the easier it is for you to get more power and more money. And so you always have to be eternally vigilant against the corruption of the system and the hierarchy. So, I agree with that aspect of what she's saying. I also agree that I think it's disgusting that our represented electives can engage in insider trading. I think this is disgusting, and it's baffling to me that this is allowed in this country.
Yeah, I agree.
But I don't think, or I don't buy the idea that the reason some politicians were downplaying COVID in the beginning was because there was this conspiracy that they were going to sell off their stocks and buy tech stocks. And that seems ridiculous to me.
I agree. Yeah.
That all politicians got into a room together and said, okay, guys, we're going to downplay COVID so that we can sell off our stocks. That's not what happened. There was just a lot of wishful thinking going on here.
It is kind of odd, though, that they're selling their stocks at the same time that they're downplaying COVID. I mean, I understand the wanting to downplay COVID for their own political advantage, but if they're selling their stocks, they obviously know they're lying. I guess maybe they just, that's it. They're like, it's going to get bad. Let's just downplay it as long as we can.
Well, first, I'd have to look at the timeline of this to see if this facts even line up correctly.
Yeah.
And see, because there were some politicians that were saying it was going to be bad, and there were some that were saying it was going to not be bad.
Yeah.
And even like if you're in Congress and you hear that there's like this potential pandemic coming that potentially can cause disaster for the country.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Are you going to go out there and you're going to say, run, flee, run for your lives, we're all going to die? Of course not.
No, you're going to downplay it.
You're going to downplay it. Now, there's ways to downplay it appropriately and responsibly, and there's ways to do it incorrectly. And I don't know. It just seems to me more likely that that all these people in government that were sort of downplaying it were either, I think it was mostly just wishful thinking.
Mm-hmm.
They were like, the intelligence reports, they've been wrong before. They're wrong about WMDs. They're wrong about all these other things. They're just worried about, nothing. We're going to be fine. Because no one had experienced anything like this in their lifetime.
Do you think,
except for the people that were like 100 and lived through the Spanish flu or whatever.
Do you think that there was a level of downplaying that involved the fact that Trump came out early about how this was going to, well, he didn't really say it was going to be bad, but he did close the border and was accused of racism for closing air traffic from China.
I don't remember.
I just remember they started coming out. They were like saying, hey, Trump's a racist. I can't believe he's making a big deal out of this pandemic that's coming our way.
Well, but I don't remember. I remember the closing the border. I don't remember if Trump was saying it was going to be a big deal or not a big deal. I thought he was saying it wasn't going to be a big deal.
Right. Yeah. I think both sides were kind of saying it wasn't going to be a big deal. And Trump
that's what
was
I
just
thought.
like, I'll just close the border.
Right.
We don't want people coming in anyway, right?
Sure.
Shut it down. Yeah.
I don't
know.
For $20.
Politics.
Crumb for $20 says, hey, Adam and Sitch, I need some words of comfort. My grandma, who's been living with me for the past month, has died hours ago.
Wow.
She died of dementia. I don't have the strength to cry, be angry, or anything. I'm just tired and I miss her.
That sucks. Yeah.
Yeah. My grandfather, both my grandfathers, my grandfather on my father's side died of Alzheimer. And my grandfather on my mother's side, he had like a brain tumor, and then that got removed. And then years after, he just had all these complications ever since the surgery, and, slowly lost, a lot of his mental faculties. And it's really tough to go through with that. I mean, with both my grandparents, it's really sad because I love both of them and I enjoyed, talking to them and being with them. But, I also had that kind of sense that's like, well, if you're at that state, maybe it's just better that you just pass on.
And it's tough for you, but it's tough now. Give it a few days. It's hard to, it's always hard to deal with something like this in the moment, but as time goes by, your mind kind of needs time to digest it, time to get past it. So
no, that's true. Because right when these events happen, you're flooded with emotions and all these chemicals that are kind of, making you feel specific ways.
Yeah.
And it does go away with time. It does change, but
the fact that we have lawmakers who are personally invested in businesses that they're deciding legislation on is unacceptable. So when you talk about the lack of trust in our institutions, I understand that lack of trust. And that lack of trust has led to the situation that we're experiencing today with COVID, where people don't believe in what the CDC is telling them, where people question what journalists are reporting about. They just assume, because of the lies that have been told, because of the system being rigged against them, they just assume that they're being lied to.
Don't you love that? How it's because of these shady politicians, nobody trusts the lies that we say on Young Turks every single day. Because of these lying, thieving politicians, nobody trusts us because we're filthy liars.
Well, it's funny because, everyone points the finger at Trump, at destroying trust in American institutions. And I mean, Trump definitely is culpable. Trump has definitely done a lot to dismiss basically every American institution that exists. But at the same token, it's like, well, how come, the left is not getting blamed when they were making the same argument as Donald Trump was, but they were just couching it in this lens of racism, saying, oh, all our institutions are racist and misogynist, and they can't be trusted from that aspect of things.
Yeah, they're guilty of destroying the institutions as well. That's why it's laughable that she's saying this.
No, I know. That's what's ridiculous about it.
She's saying nobody trusts us. Not our fault. Obviously, we're the avatar of honesty.
Right. And then all the institutions basically, I think partly because of woke stuff and partly because of TDS, basically did, implode on themselves. And, they lost a lot of trust by just basically lying and getting stuff wrong constantly. So.
Yeah, I was reading a book this week that is, oh my God, it's so painful because the guy has complete TDS and it's terrible. Jonathan Haidt did a talk with this guy and recommended his book. And as soon as I got it, I remembered, I was like, oh no, this is a guy with a fucking TDS. But I, obviously strength, right? We all have to be strong together.
If Jonathan Haidt recommended it, it's got to be read.
Jonathan Haidt has TDS too. What are you talking about? Jonathan Haidt totally has TDS. It's sad, but the Fine People hoax, Trump praised neo-Nazis, is in Haidt's book. It's in the column.
Oh no!
Did you not know this?
Oh, I didn't know that.
Did you not know this? Yes.
Oh no!
It's in the Coddling of the American Mind. I've contemplated writing to Haidt and saying,
you should.
I don't think this is right. I don't think this is correct. Yeah.
You should do that.
So the book is The Constitution of Knowledge, A Defense of Truth by Jonathan Rauch. You can't write a book about the defense of truth and have TDS. God damn it.
There's like, yeah, but here's the thing. How many people in America do you think don't have TDS in either direction?
Very few.
There's like 5% or less. Like you have a tiny pool.
Very few.
Yeah.
Very few. It's sad. I know it's
like
completely sad.
Yes.
It's just all the books. This book is not an evergreen book because it really makes you think about, history. The idea that history is written by the winners is in some sense true because all of these books are being written from a TDS perspective, just establishing a narrative about Trump and the Trump presidency. Trump is going in the history books as the worst president of all time. Like, I wouldn't be surprised in 20 years if this was remembered with like America's flirtation with fascism. Yeah,
yes.
Exactly.
Okay. I had an interesting conversation with my dad this week.
Oh no. The dad talk.
It's kind of related to, I should record these conversations. It's very interesting.
It's pointless because you could never, your dad's not going to let you share it with anyone, right?
Sure he would. Why would he not?
Okay. Share it with me. I'm fascinated.
It'd just be like a hassle to set up because I wouldn't want to be like, let's sit down and have a conversation. It'd be like,
just pull your phone out.
The audio would be garbage, but I just have to like hide microphones, like
guy.
Oh
my God,
in the house or something.
Dad, can you come in here? No, just come on in the room. Like he's all mic'd up.
Right, but no, it was interesting because I forget what the topic was. It's, somehow we were talking about January 6th. Oh, it was because he's reading some book. I don't remember who wrote it, about how Mike Pence had actually considered overthrowing or throwing out some of the votes the way Trump wanted him to. And it was actually a conversation with the best vice president to ever exist in modern times. Yes, none other than Dan Quayle himself.
Wow.
the guy who can't spell the word potato, who convinced him not to throw out the votes the way Trump wanted him to. And we kind of had this argument because I said, I thought if Pence threw out the votes, okay, that would have basically destroyed Trump and the Republican Party, because it would have been such an obvious attempt, like such an obviously transparent attempt at seizing power in like such a illegal way, in a dishonest way,
and an authoritarian way. It would play right into the stereotype everyone's got. I mean,
we would literally have a constitutional crisis in our country the way that I don't believe we've ever had before. The vice president tried to throw out fucking electoral votes.
Well, Trump would still be president. It would have immediately gone back to the states. The state legislators would have voted Trump president. We'd have a Trump presidency right now.
No, I see, because I don't think that's what would happen. I think Trump would do that, and it would last 2 weeks at maximum, and he would just get kicked out of office by some mechanism, and Trump wouldn't be president. And that was my position, because I said I think the country would turn on him, because I think the majority, or at least 50% of Trump voters, would not want that to happen, for Pence to just throw out the votes, which would literally make the Black Lives Matter riots look like a barbecue. We would have just nonstop chaos in the streets. People would literally be trying to, go to senators and representatives' houses and burn them down. It'd be just total pandemonium. If
that would happen.
He would be on the edge of armed revolution.
Tucker Carlson's house is going to get torched first night.
Yes, any Republican that supported Trump like that, it would just be like mob's gonna come. It would just be chaos.
Yeah.
And I think after a week or two of that, things would happen, and he just wouldn't be president, and Biden would be president anyway, and it would destroy Trump and the Republican Party. Now he disagrees with me. He thinks no, if Pence threw out the votes, all the majority of Republican supporters would be happy with this, and Trump would just be president, and we'd be living under the authoritarian dictatorship of Donald Trump or something.
Why are you getting high with your dad, man? What is he smoking?
He's not smoking anything. Well, I'm curious as to what direction you think that would have happened if Pence threw out the votes.
I agree with you. It would be chaos in the streets.
No, but
like shit would burn.
Do you think that at least 50% of Republicans would turn against Trump if that happened? Or do you think they'd all support Trump?
I think 50% of Republicans would turn against Trump. Yeah.
Okay.
I think it could potentially be the death of the Republican Party. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. That's what I think.
Rank and file Republicans don't want to think we cheated to win this.
Well,
it also depends upon the news narrative too, because a lot of people have bought into the election was stolen and all that stuff.
Sure.
And there was definitely some shenanigans that went on during the election, but
his argument was that if you look at the polls, it's like 50% of Republicans think that the election was stolen or something.
Right.
And I said, two things. I said, first of all, there's a difference between someone looking over the cliff's edge and saying, I sure would like to jump down that ravine, and then actually jumping in that ravine and then realizing this was a mistake. Okay.
Yeah, about halfway down.
Yeah, these are two very different scenarios. And the second thing is, I said, I compared this to Gore in 2000. And I said, most Democrats still to this day think that Gore was cheated out of being president, that Bush stole the election because his brother in Florida stole it for him. But I don't think Democrats would support the idea of Gore going on the Senate floor and basically announcing himself president by throwing out votes in the year 2000.
Yeah. And creating a constitutional crisis in the process. Yeah.
Right. And I was thinking of all the wealthy donors to all the individual senators and reps who are now going to be afraid of the mob coming to burn their house down. Is calling up their representative senators saying, look, I want Trump to win, but this is fucking crazy.
Yeah, totally. Yes.
So.
Yeah. That chaos. I mean, they saw a lot of that chaos during the Black Lives Matter riots over nothing. Nothing. Yeah. So
it's funny that I know that like so many people in the chat triggered the election was stolen, which first of all, that's not even what we're really talking about. I'm talking about, regardless of whether you think the election was stolen or not, if Pence threw out the votes, what would be the outcome of that? Even if you think the election was stolen, I still think it would destroy the Republican Party because the chaos would just be so off the chain. Especially because this is in January. There wasn't really, and there still isn't really, honestly. There's not like the smoking gun evidence that anything actually happened. This is all speculation still.
We need to get rid of mail-in ballots. The mail-in ballots is ridiculous.
Well,
and now they're going to
I
like
disagree with
full
that
mail-in
completely.
ballots in California.
Disagree with that 100%. I think Scott Adams is right about this, and I think this is evidence that the Republicans don't actually care about fixing the election. And that's the way to fix this, is that you have to make sure there's some way to audit the elections quickly and easily that everyone agrees with and trusts. That would be the actual solution. You create a system that's very easy to audit. And for an outside source to say, no, we have this system, look, it's audited, boom, we all agree with this. Okay. That would be the actual solution, but they're not doing that. Instead, you have states where they're trying to cut down on non-voting, they're trying to cut down on voting hours, or even some of the states, which I think is the craziest fucking thing ever, which I don't see people complaining about, is that you have Republican legislatures that are trying to write into the state constitution that they have the authority to simply overthrow the election and just vote however they decide to.
Wow, that's a
which
huge
seems
power
completely
grab.
Yeah, that's a huge power grab. Seems completely antithetical to our democracy. But it's the tribalism, man. That's all. It's on as long as it's my side, it's okay.
Elections are really, and it sucks. I mean, if we don't trust elections are one of the last like widespread sense-making apparatus that we have. Like, this is the thing. I'm always talking about democracy because democracy is a measurement of material conditions, because I know there are a lot of people out there turning to communism and complaining about what terrible lives they lead, but it's impossible for me to tell what kind of numbers they are. I mean, anything online makes the numbers super inflated. It seems a lot larger than they actually are, and you don't know until there's some sort of measurement. And elections are really that measurement apparatus. During the 2020 election, I couldn't tell like how many people really bought into this. Trump is a white supremacist. Trump praised neo-Nazis, like all that stuff. I don't believe any of that stuff is true, but if people believe that stuff, if I believed that Trump praised neo-Nazis, I'm voting him out of office. Fucking signed, sealed, delivered. He's gone, right?
Yes.
You're obviously reading the chat.
I love
is
how
it the fuck Joe Biden that you're reading?
No, the fuck Joe Biden thing's funny. But it's funny to me how, like, even in the original topic, I wasn't even talking about whether the election was stolen or not, and simply bringing it up is so emotionally powerful to people that's all that they can focus on. That really shows
what moral foundation?
The power of the elephant.
What moral foundation are you triggering right now?
Well, fairness, obviously.
Fairness, cheating, exactly.
Yeah. But see, there's a good comment here that shows that there's a no-win situation. They say, TDS Sitch says tribalism. Also, TDS Sitch says 50% of Republicans wouldn't go along with Trump seizing power. And it's funny because I say it's a no-win situation because when I have the conversation with my dad's like full-blown TDS. Okay, he's completely out there on the TDS train. He's all aboard it. And to me, his position that the Republicans are going to basically cheer when Donald Trump causes a constitutional crisis and potentially a civil war, that's the TDS to me.
What?
You think the Republican Party is going to go along with that?
How can he even say that? Like, he doesn't know that their houses are going to get burned down? He thinks they want to get their houses burned down?
He thinks they don't care. He thinks they don't care.
When their house gets burned down, they'll start caring an awful lot.
That was my argument. I'm like, people will care. People in America want one thing more than anything else. They want stability. Okay.
Hell yes. This is why all these right-wing dictators come to power. It's like they give them a taste of anarchy and they're like, don't like that, do you?
Yeah. People will trade their freedom for order very quickly,
Which is scary.
It is scary.
Scary as fuck.
You have to be alert. You have to be vigilant about that. But I just think it's funny. I'm being accused. I think it's funny that me believing that the Republicans will act within the best interest of their own country gets me called TDS. I just think that's an interesting position.
How is that? How is that TDS?
I don't know. Well, the only thing I could think of is because I'm categorizing it as Trump seizing power. You know,
Mm-hmm. It would be Trump's easy.
I know.
It's
I know.
literally-
The idea that Pence could just throw out votes is absurd. But Hassan's stepsister. Oh my God! A celebrity has entered. Hassan's own stepsister,
Mhm.
Oni-chan, for $20. Says, "Hey guys, I've been hanging out with my good friend Alana Mar, and she's helping manage my special relationship with Hassan.
Really, Hassan does that kind of stuff?
She has given me some really good advice. Do you guys know how much a wedding costs? For those of you that the reference here is that Alana Omar is accused and probably did marry her brother in order for her brother to get citizenship. So
right, yeah.
there you go. Very, very funny. Very funny.
We don't know if they consummated the marriage, though, right?
I'm hoping they didn't.
I hope so too. I hope they. I hope it was all for show.
No, that is kind of insane, though. We
Have you
have a sitting representative in Congress right now who probably married their own brother as part of a scam.
Have you seen that meme where I guess it's this? I don't know what culture it is, but they consummate the marriage in front of the entire family, in front of the in-laws and everything. Like the whole family gets around and
Wow,
sees. Yeah,
that's,
it's like it's like crazy.
Interesting.
It's not interesting. It's like grandma's like cheering him on.
Well, I understand, like in an old world term, like if they're super if people are super concerned that, you know, the child is like who they say they like, who's the parent of the
That's
child
the
is.
paternity test right there.
Yeah, that's the paternity test right there, I guess. But that's pretty. I'm not in favor of that. Is that tradition? Is it degenerate that we don't do that? I mean, should we go back to that?
Oh, no.
Should we go back to a bedding ceremony?
No, thank you.
There's actually, I was trying to find this. I actually Googled it. There's a story. It says, "My fiance wants us to consummate our marriage in front of her family." It doesn't say what culture this is, but I'm a little curious.
I didn't want to throw any particular culture under the bus, so I tried to.
Yes. Yeah.
What do you think about the election? Was the election? Well, let's move on.
Could you imagine telling your wife, "Honey, listen,
Yeah.
my family has a tradition.
Oh my God.
Let me bring out the photo album. Let me bring out the family photo album.
Here's my mom fucking my dad. Here's my granddad.
You want to see when I was born? Well, here it is. Here's the consummation where your husband was born.
Here's the night I was conceived.
And look, you could see Grandma and Grandpa smiling and cheering in the background and applauding as my father finishes. My mom.
So bad.
Oh, that is so horrible. Oh my God. I can't even I can't like.
Did you
literally
click over to the images tab?
No. I'm like,
Don't
I
do
literally
it.
can't even imagine in my mind how like awkward. Oh,
I saw this on the internet and it destroyed me for like a month. I couldn't stop thinking about it.
For a month, Adam's just thinking about, oh my God.
It did.
Having to bang my wife in front of my parents, her parents, our siblings, our cousins, our grandparents.
Oh, it's terrible. It's terrible.
That's one tradition I'm glad we progressed away from.
Can you imagine? You talk to your dad on the phone and he's like, you kind of, I mean, your performance I thought was a little lackluster.
Oh my God.
I mean, imagine the conversations. Imagine the conversation.
Oh no. Your whole family's going to be like, wow.
Dad calls you up and says, here, son, let me give you some tips.
Let me give you some pointers.
Now
so
that I've
last
seen
a little bit longer.
Now that I've seen, that's the thing too, because who are you trying to please here? Like maybe I think lasting long is the wrong. I think you want to get in and out of there.
You're right.
I think you want to like.
It's like a.
You want to get this
situation.
over. You want to get this over.
God.
Yeah. As soon as you're
it's
like
a no-win situation, because if you finish quickly, everyone's like, "Oh, what a
I
loser."
know.
But if you last long, it's like the situation just continues way too long.
It's terrible. I told
Oh
you,
my
man, I was
God.
destroyed for a month. A solid month.
That's hilarious.
Now you will be
Jeez.
thinking about this. 4 weeks from now, you will still be thinking about this.
You're welcome. Everyone in chat, you can all thank Adam for this. Send your thank you tweets to Adam all through the month. That whenever this thought goes and creeps back into your mind while you're trying to sleep, okay, immediately pull out your phone and tweet Adam and say thank you. Just say thank you. Nothing else.
Next time you
Just
have
tweet him
sex
and
with your
say
wife or girlfriend, just imagine your entire extended family sitting there watching you. You'll love
watching
it.
a video.
You'll love it.
And now we find ourselves in this difficult position where we're trying to find solutions. We're trying to come together so we
Come together.
combat COVID effectively, get people back to work so
Stop
people
it.
can thrive, families can thrive. But that's incredibly difficult to do when people.
How much trust does a family have after that situation?
Families are going to thrive, Adam. They're going to come together.
I'm telling you, how much trust do you have with your family after that takes place?
You have more trust or less trust? I don't know.
More.
Oh.
It's
Jeez.
like going through a
Oh, jeez.
total
Oh, jeez,
tragedy together.
Oh, my God.
So earlier this evening, three of us had some interesting conversations about the way that our culture's broken.
Now everything just sounds like sex to me. Thank you,
I
Adam.
know.
We've literally, you've perverted my mind forever.
Did
Everything
you
they say
hear what
now
he
sounds
just said?
sexual.
He said like the three of us had
three
some
of us had an
really
interesting
interesting
dialogue together.
Yeah.
Look what you've done, Adam. Look what you've done.
Notice a heavy sigh.
In the way that civility has broken down. Let me give you a couple of numbers that are actually pretty scary. 15% of Americans have terminated a friendship over political differences. The reality is 53% of the R's have a Democrat friend, only 32% of Democrats have a Republican friend. Granted, a lot of that is reported as being related to former President Trump.
I'm a little skeptical of this because I think people in the age of social media are more willing to call people friends that are really just acquaintances. So I think those numbers might be, I would like to look at the polling information. I think they might have lost an acquaintance over something like that. But a true friend, I don't necessarily know.
I would believe the stat that there are more Republicans who have Democrat friends than vice versa. I mean, I believe that.
Oh, I totally believe that.
Yeah.
The one about losing a friend over politics, I think, is the one I'm a little skeptical of.
I believe that. I definitely believe that.
Yeah, but they're calling acquaintances friends. Sure, they've lost an acquaintance over. But
I don't know. I'm sure there are people that, I mean, because Trump is so polarizing, it's very easy for me to conceptualize people breaking up friendships over it.
Yeah, I guess you're right I mean, if you believe, and they said this on CNN, I couldn't watch CNN for 30 minutes without hearing someone say Trump praised neo-Nazis. If you believe that is so utterly detestable.
Sure.
That is the worst.
Yeah.
I can't believe Trump had the perfect opportunity to dispel that myth in the debate, and he totally flubbed it.
He did it.
I know. It's like, what the fuck?
Oh, man.
I lost all faith in Trump after that. I was like, okay. During the election, I kept Scott Adams, who Sitch and I both listened to virtually every day during the election. Scott, you listen to Scott Adams and you believe Trump is 10-dimensional chess. Like everything he does is completely intentional. And I was always a little skeptical of that because you could see it two ways. You could see this guy just is an intuitive master. Like he just has intuitions about what to do and is operating completely instinctually, or he's, thinking ahead 10-dimensional chess like Scott Adams played it out.
Right.
But as soon as he didn't dispel that, I'm like, this is the biggest thing that's the whole election. That's the whole thing the election hinges on. It's the whole reason Biden said he was running. And Biden even set him up in the debate to basically say, Biden, your whole election is based on just like a fairy tale and make Biden look ridiculous. He never
Your
did
whole
it.
election is based on fake news.
Yeah. Which made me think, okay, Trump is not playing 10-dimensional chess here. So.
It was a bad decision. Do you remember Scott Adams?
Hugely bad.
You remember how Scott Adams was the next day?
Yeah, he was pissed.
He was so triggered. He's like, I go out here and spend my capital, my reputation to defend Trump.
Yeah.
He was so triggered. Oh, man. It was hilarious. He took it was weird. He took it like personal, which I didn't. I mean, I understand sort of his argument, but that's a weird thing to do, in my opinion.
I'm super mad at Scott Adams because he #artist me. I did a comment for those of you who don't know on Twitter. Someone asked me a question about Scott Adams, and I was under the impression I was muted by Scott Adams. Scott Adams has responded to a couple of my tweets, but I figured he had me on mute because I'd asked him direct questions about his book, something he'd probably respond to, but he never responded. So I just assumed I was muted. The guy asked me a question. I answered candidly that, obviously I think Scott Adams lost a lot of credibility, saying Trump was a 3D, 10-dimensional chess master, and the election kind of proved him wrong on that. And he retweeted this tweet and said #artist.
Oof.
And people were like, "What the fuck, Scott? This guy likes Jordan Peterson." They look at my timeline and they're like, "What are you talking about?" But I constantly, since I'm a little, I don't want to be jealous ex-girlfriend.
You were betrayed.
But I every once in a while I'm like, I'm gonna fucking tweet at Scott Adams just asking, what is the slaughter meter at today, Scott? Because he did this thing during the election where he constantly say the slaughter meter is at like 550%. There's no way Trump can lose. And
the slaughter meter was chance Trump would win the election. Yes.
And I never understood how he could, since he was the one that pioneered this idea that the fake news Trump praised neo-Nazis was devastating to him. I didn't understand how he could do so much work trying to dispel that myth and not put together that a lot of people believe that. And if they believe that, there's no way in hell they're going to vote for Trump. And that's going to affect the election in a way none of us really know or understand. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, if his telling is true, he personally got Wikipedia to change the entry about that. Though I've heard that it has since been reverted back. I haven't checked, but
Sargon did a stream on election night, and I went on that stream, and I was kind of a buzzkill for everyone because I was the one saying, we might not have an answer tonight. And they were like, nah, Trump is going to win. He's going to slaughter him. I mean,
it's so funny because I was asked to be on that stream too, and I'm like, this is a bad idea. I'm like, I'll let Adam take the heat for this one.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, you pussy. I didn't stay on for too long because Sargon had a bunch of people lined up, and obviously I was like the fucking wet blanket nobody wanted to talk to anyway. But I mean, I was memeing it up. I was doing Trump memes because it was a back and forth. There was a lot of reversals during the election. It was exciting. But at the end of the night, it was just, then we went into turmoil. Yeah.
So let me read the paragraph on Unite the Right rally on Wikipedia. Okay. You can decide whether you think this is fair or not. U.S. President Donald Trump's remarks on Charlottesville generally generated negative responses. In his initial statement following the rally, Trump, quote, condemned hatred, bigotry, and violence on many sides. While Trump condemned both neo-Nazis and white nationalists, his first statement and subsequent defense of it, in which he also referred to, quote, very fine people on both sides, were seen by critics as implying moral equivalence between the white supremacist marchers and those who protested against them. Critics interpreted his remarks as sympathetic to white supremacists, while supporters characterized his interpretation as a hoax because Trump's fine people statement explicitly denounced white nationalists.
Yeah, man, that is the picture of the two movies, isn't it? They're just laying out the two movies, and you can walk away from that article and believe whatever you want, which is not, I mean, that's the thing in the book. I'm telling you, the Jonathan Rauch book is he keeps talking about the reality-based community. And I'm like, dude, you have fucking TDS. How can you claim to be in the reality-based community?
I think what should be added to that paragraph is that the supporters, and what I think is actually true, is that Trump, when he was saying the fine people on both sides, was specifically referring to the statue debate, not the white nationalists. That's kind of left out of that paragraph, which I think is important information.
He mentioned the statues, like he listed a bunch of statues. Like they're going to tear down a George Washington statue. Are you cool with them tearing down a George Washington statue?
It's funny because I remember when Gamergate was going on, I got into some protracted argument with some Wikipedia, admin or moderator. And I said basically like, listen, this is supposed to be an encyclopedia, right? It's not supposed to be a biased source. So why don't you just say people who support Gamergate believe X and people who criticize it say Y? Like, why don't you just lay it out, neutrally? They're like, no, you're trying to, are you saying that the Wikipedia article for Hitler should give like Nazi support? I'm like, oh my God, shut the fuck up.
Yeah, exactly.
I know. So,
yeah, I think it's ridiculous to think that Trump would praise neo-Nazis. It's patently ridiculous to me.
Well, yeah,
so.
even if you thought he was racist, he's not stupid.
Yeah.
At least he's not.
Well,
that
he's
stupid.
less.
Okay.
He is less likely to be as inarticulate as he was if he was a legitimate racist, because
Right.
he'd be like, okay, I got to be careful around this. I don't want my
exactly.
my true feelings to be heard here. Yeah.
J-Mac for $20. Thank you so much. Says, I'll fund it.
Mm-hmm.
J-Mac will always fund it. Anything we do, that is true.
Sweet.
Brian Townsend for $20 says, yesterday's EFAP was a little short, so you better not disappoint me today. Adam, how come you haven't migrated out of LA? Sitch, when are you going to fix the voice thing so we can start asking you to say weird things again? I actually have fixed it. It's fixed. It works. So
I bring this up often about California because I think I responded to a comment not too long ago where, everyone talks about California going nuts, but I was actually very impressed by the response to the Black Lives riots in Los Angeles. We got some broken windows around Melrose and some smash and grabs, definitely. But we didn't have like full structure fires going. Like half the city didn't burn down like Kenosha. And I saw a few days later, I saw on the news they had rounded up a bunch of protesters in a parking lot and gave them all $600 tickets and a court date for unlawful protests or whatever they did. You might think you can protest anywhere, anytime, but these protests, as soon as it gets dark, turn into riots. So they tend to let them protest, but after dark they say, no, now you got to go home. We don't want this to turn into a riot. So they did that with a bunch of people, and I did also see on the news, man, it must have been like 50 cops herded a crowd of like 200, 300 people under a overpass where they had blocked off the other side of the overpass, and people were trying to get out, and they're like, no, we're giving you all tickets. So that kind of took the fight, I think, out of a lot of the protesters that really wanted to cause chaos. And
Adam, you got to get out of LA. Okay. California is a dying state. It's going to sink into the ocean. You got to get out of there. It's a big problem.
Oh my God.
I wouldn't come to Florida because, we're going to get destroyed by climate change, but I'd go somewhere else,
You legitimately kind of startled me there. I was like, who the fuck is this?
Papa, are you in the room with me?
So the whole idea behind, I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I feel like we're doing pretty good in California. We got nice beaches. We got nice weather. Marijuana's legal.
Everything's on fire.
Well, and also, listen, if people also...
Homeless people are pooping in the street everywhere.
I also have a card up my sleeve for the conservatives, because I know it's the conservatives that are saying, California's fucking lame. Die already, fall in the ocean. Why don't you? California has very conservative areas. It's like San Francisco and Los Angeles are... And it's even Los Angeles proper, because Orange County is conservative as can be. But this is my home. I grew up in California, okay?
That's true.
Loyalty. It's called loyalty.
You don't have to live
Loyalty Betrayal Foundation. Okay? Betrayal.
There's many places in California to live that are not
LA that's another
San
thing.
Francisco.
That's another thing too. Yeah,
it's a big state.
Yes.
It's a very big state.
You can't roll into San Luis Obispo. It looks like fucking Leave It to Beavers neighborhood everywhere. You can't roll into San Luis Obispo and think California is a dying state.
Okay.
Like everything in San Luis, they manicure the tumbleweeds. Okay.
Kevin Drum, who I don't know, but is a liberal journalist with Mother Jones, said, quote, if you hate culture wars, blame liberals. He wrote that in Washington Monthly.
True. Oh, I'm sorry.
Is it fair to blame more liberals for the culture divide, or is it one that both sides take blame for?
I think that both sides certainly engage in manufactured culture wars, and it's frustrating to see it. Full disclosure, I myself...
okay, that's kind of a dodge. because that's true. Both sides definitely engage in manufactured culture wars, or even real culture wars, not just manufactured. But the current culture war we're in right now was 100% started by not even the Democrats, but just by the woke leftists who are trying to infiltrate the country in the party.
White supremacy everywhere, right?
Yes.
They lost an election and got totally fucking butthurt over it.
Or even before, I mean, because this started in like 2014-ish, 2013-ish, when this stuff started to creep out. So
they had an idea. They're like, listen, we're going to do it. First black president, first woman president, back to back. We got a straight going here.
Actually, you could be right.
Yeah.
Because it's funny now that you mention it, because I was about to make a joke how, like, since it was under Obama, they couldn't say everything was racist. Because if you guys remember, like, the first woke stuff was far more about feminism and women. It wasn't really about race.
Yeah.
Because how could they make this claim about America being a racist
with a black
country
president?
Have a black president. And so I thought it was just kind of like people just taking advantage of the situation, but you could be right. It could have also been people picking up the feminist angle because they knew Hillary was going to the media anyway, picking up the feminist angle because they knew Hillary was going to run, and they wanted to be like, oh, we live in this sexist country, thinking that would guilt people into voting for Hillary Clinton in 2016.
Guess what?
Didn't work.
Didn't work at all. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. They forgot one important thing, that Hillary Clinton has the charisma of a dead corpse that has been run over by a U-Haul 10 times.
Yes. Yeah, no, she's definitely not a likable person.
No.
It's just the way, from their perception, though, they're like, Donald Trump destroyed history. History was in our grasp. History.
True.
Yeah. Her story.
Her story. That's right. It's time for her story.
Her story was destroyed.
We've heard his story too much.
She thinks she won the election. She thinks the election was stolen from her by the Russians still.
That's right. That's right. Those dirty Russians.
Well, we make fun of Trump because Trump can't seem to accept that he lost the election. How's Hillary any better? She doesn't think she lost the election.
That's true.
She just doesn't have the balls to run again.
Yeah, yeah.
Have engaged, and I think instead of being oblivious or delusional about it, it's important to acknowledge when you've made the mistakes, right? And so the demonizing doesn't help. At the end of the day, we have to realize that we're all Americans. We all want the same thing. Fundamentally, we are the same. We might have different solutions, different ideas. Demonizing the other side.
I wonder how Shabibo feels about the demonizing there.
Hasn't she demonized him personally?
Yeah,
like
they call him Shabibo. Remember on the other video we watched?
Oh, you're right.
Old Shabibo's right there. Why don't you ask Shabibo how he feels about being called Shabibo?
This is what was bizarre about this conversation, because I was like, you're like, oh, she's changing new leaf. I'm like, she's just being a fucking hypocrite in this conversation. Like, she's guilty of everything she's criticized.
I know, it's great. I love it.
To accomplish any solutions. Again, we're seeing that play out in real time as we speak. I think that there's a market for the division, and that market is being exploited by our media. It's being exploited by politicians. And I mean, Facebook is in the news today. I think that.
Wait, she missed one. Who else is exploiting this situation? Who else? Let me think.
Be someone that begins with the letter Y and ends in Ung Turks?
Yeah, exactly.
Could that be it? Oh, okay.
You know, it makes money based on engagement, and people are engaged in the constant conflict. So it's important to be honest about what the real threats in society are. I think it's important to focus on why it is that, you know, certain industries, including the media, engage in this culture of division. And we got to talk about how the incentives are in the wrong place. I mean, there are no incentives to engage in, you know, friendly conversation or friendly debate. I hate that my chair keeps, you know, and I'm short, so I'm trying to figure out how to do this.
I don't know.
I hate turning my back to people. Here, I'll just do this. I'll sit on the very edge. But, you know, we got to be aware.
Ever since that
The new
fateful
skirt.
day
I know.
with Jimmy Dore, Anna's never wanted to turn her back on another man ever again.
Yeah, she's worried.
Out of fear that they'll look up her new skirt.
It's just such bullshit. Everything she's saying is
Well,
they're
it's not- I mean, what
completely
she's saying is-
guilty of.
That's what I'm saying. What she's saying is true. It's just, it's like you're just talking about yourself. Like,
Yeah.
this is what's so bizarre about this conversation.
I mean,
She does acknowledge it at some point. But
oh, she does?
She does, but like, I don't care. Like, that's what I'm saying. Watch her actions after this. If she actually changes, then I'll be like, oh wow, something did change her. But I'm predicting there'll be no change in her behavior on the Young Turks whatsoever.
Well, I mean, if you are a major player in all of the things you're criticizing, you literally have the power to change it. 'Cause
Right.
You
Right.
could change this.
That was Joy Reid hilariously complaining, like, oh my God, we have white women syndrome where there's a missing white girl and
Oh,
they
I
care about
know.
it. But how come nobody in the news talks about missing people of color? And I'm
Yeah.
like, bitch, you have a fucking news show. You can talk about whatever you want.
Exactly. Yes. Yeah, change it, Anna.
It's always hilarious when people who are part of the media apparatus
Mhm.
to such an extent of Joy Reid or Anna Kasparian then complain about it.
The media, I know.
Yeah, as if
Yeah.
they're not part of the problem.
Yeah. I mean, you have people like, is it Matt Taibbi?
Matt Taibbi.
Taibbi, yeah.
Yeah.
He wants to be honest. He wants to do journalism like journalism should be done. I just noticed
Mhm.
Matt Taibbi has a bunch of anti-Trump books. Did you know that?
Who?
Matt Taibbi has a bunch of anti-Trump
Doesn't surprise me at
books.
all, yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, he's very much on the. He tries to be,
Right.
more fair than everyone else, but he's very much on the left.
Yeah. Interesting.
Of why it is that people engage in the divisive rhetoric. There's a profit motive behind it oftentimes. I see it play out in the media. It's really, really hard not to fall victim to it myself, right? But when I take a step back and I look at where the country is right now, it's shameful. We don't see each other as fellow Americans.
Maybe she didn't mea culpa as much as I thought. She just said it's very difficult for even me to not fall prey to it. I don't remember if she.
Mhm.
I think she gives a little bit more than that, hopefully, but.
We don't see each other as even fellow colleagues or workers in the workplace. Everyone has a political identity and that's it. And that's not helpful. I think the division in the country is incredibly embarrassing, especially on a world stage. And we got to be more cognizant of that as we engage in political discussions.
There's a lot of shaming for people who don't have a political identity either, which I just think is fucking so bad. Like,
Yes.
Why? Why?
You dirty fence setter.
You are responsible. You're responsible for the evil in the world. Join a
Pick a
side.
side.
Okay, dude.
That's gonna be my new sound for tribalism.
Just chill. I'm trying. I hate the term both sides. It's such, the word both sides bugs me. And I'm fighting for a way to say both sides without saying both sides.
It's fine. The term has been sort of like mocked a lot. And
Yes, that's why I don't like
overused
it.
a lot. So
I don't
yeah,
like
but,
things. I don't want to be
that's-
mocked anymore.
Sure.
I'm very superficial. You should know.
What if
this
you said
about
both idiots?
me.
Both fuckwits. How about that one?
Oh, fuckwits. We got a lot of props for the video we did last week, which was
Mm-hmm.
where we both sided it. We totally
did.
both sides
We
it.
got a
yeah.
lot of props and a lot of hate from AA's audience.
A lot of hate and a lot of props.
Yeah.
I was just thinking
That's the perfect.
it
balance.
is. It is. Because you're not in a situation like Anna Kasparian is here where you have to go on and say, listen, I'm afraid of my audience, okay? I'm terrified.
That's true. For people that get triggered whenever we talk about like the election stuff, there's one thing they can't say is that we're not afraid of our audience.
I have a question for you about
Mhm.
a term that was bandied about in the comments a bit. It's this term blood sports.
Ah.
How do you define blood sports? Because I like if someone doesn't actually want to talk to you face to face, is that still blood sports? I'm curious.
So there's this hilarious thing that's going on, which is that, for those that watched the show last week, if you were watching the chat, Academic Agent was in the chat, and we offered for him to come on and talk to us about his position, and he refused, which, look, I don't have a problem with someone I mean, it's not like we told him we were covering his video. I don't have a problem with someone saying, I want to prepare for a week or two before I talk to someone live. I have zero problem with that.
Sure.
But,
we've done that. We've definitely done that.
Exactly. We've done that. And there's literally nothing wrong with that. You shouldn't expect someone to be ready at a moment's notice to jump into a live stream they're completely unprepared for.
Hell yeah.
However, okay. But then we had asked Academic Agent, we said, okay, well, I mean, we'll talk to you whenever you want. If you want to talk a week from now, 2 weeks from now, a month from now, just let us know. We'll talk. And our traditional defender of masculine manly roles has totally cucked out. Pussed out and refuses to talk to us live about the position. And it's funny because there's like the level of cope from his audience is off the charts, because everyone here knows that if Academic Agent made a video about like Big Joel or something and then challenged Big Joel to talk to him live and Big Joel backed down, every single person in Academic Agent's audience would be, this is the feminization of man. This guy's a cuck. He's a wuss. Blah, 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 blah. Every single person would be saying that. But now that the shoe's on the other foot, like the amount of excuses that AA's audience comes up with about why it's okay for him to not talk to us is pathetic. And one of them, and the reason why I bring all this up is because one of them was this blood sports argument. People keep saying, blood sports. We don't do blood sports anymore. That's so 2017. Oh, who are you? We don't do blood sports anymore. And I'm like, if you think any live conversation we've ever had with anyone was even in the realm of
Big Joel blood sports.
Yeah, it was the realm of Andy Worski and JF blood sports. Like, I don't know, like that's such nonsense. Give me a break. We're totally able to talk to people and allow them to say their positions fully. We've had many contentious conversations with people. We've totally allowed them to speak their mind. And, even if we argue, it's not, they get their point across and we just disagree.
Yeah, we try to be respectful.
Right.
The CRT guys, the one guy stuck around for half the fucking show. Okay. That's right. We talked CRT guys. I mean, that's another thing that's funny too, is that, we've talked to all these people like fucking Big Joel, people who I'm sure AA and his fans would criticize as being like effeminate men. Yeah.
And all these people were willing to talk to us, and they weren't scared to talk to us.
Lance came on. The Surfs.
Surfs came on.
Vosh has been on. Yeah. Well, I was also, a lot of people also are saying, and this is why I'm asking about the definition of blood sports, because a lot of people are also saying AA is bringing blood sports back. And I'm like, well, hold on. I'm confused. Now I'm doubly confused.
Running away from a live conversation is not bringing blood sports back.
Okay.
That's very confusing. Yeah.
Yeah. So is response videos, is that the blood sports definition? Okay. I'm asking questions. Okay.
Adam, I'm just asking questions. Look, the height of manliness, is refusing to talk to someone mano a mano, man to man, face to face, across the internet. Okay.
I know.
The height of masculinity.
That's okay.
Alex Karras for $20 says, because Adam clearly does not get my sense of humor, I am a musical immune system for society. I would like you to know that the game and the fucking anime intro are original music. God damn it, Adam. This is why I'm S-class.
Is that on
what is he
something
referring to?
I think there's something he wants us to play, so we can play it if that's the case. If we're not going to get copyright struck, yeah, definitely. And I think actually,
I didn't see this.
I know a lot of people wanted us. I've kind of mentioned it here, but Sitch I think wants to make his position clear. We'll do it later in the stream. What you said you wanted to do that, yeah.
Yeah.
We're gonna do it during super
just laughing
chats or
'cause,
something like that.
Soupy Colombo for $5 says, "You can't expect academic agent to debate you. It's so confrontational, and he only finds fulfillment as a lover or a mother. Natural law and all." There you go.
Soupy. That's
Soupy
great-
just fucking. Ooh,
That is blood sports, man.
stabbing
I
the
see-
knife. And
Yeah,
twisting it.
exactly.
I mean, listen.
Ugh.
Listen.
You're not saying that he's embodying the
The
feminine
warrior
gender
philosopher,
role, are you?
masculine stereotype. Yeah. Sir Malice for $20 says, "Hey guys, just finishing up. Oh God, hey guys, just finishing up divorce paperwork at 25 years old.
Ouch.
Oof.
Oh,
But I just today found out that cheating bitch got nothing. Oh, nice.
Oh, well, that is good. There's
Celebrate with me here. Some gas money. Awesome. Well, everyone in the chat, let's give a round of applause to Sir Mouse for not only, fortunately, it's always better, okay, to find out that your partner sucks early than late.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. So we have to applaud that. And we also have to applaud the fact that he's getting out of there scot-free.
Yeah. Well, I can empathize. I've had a cheating lying girlfriend as well. I think everyone goes through that.
Sure.
Unfortunately.
I know, it's sad.
So, yeah, better to find out. At 25 when you can still probably get yourself into a better relationship. So,
that's right.
Good for you.
That's right. I mean, who needs women anyways? Right?
What? I mean,
if you think about it,
lesbians.
Being in a relationship with a woman is kind of gay, isn't it?
Sitch.
I mean, women like men, and if you like a person that likes men, doesn't that make you gay ex post facto, ad hod ad proctem?
No.
I'm pretty sure it does.
No. I believe in love.
Asian expat for $70. Thank you so much. Says, "Here's how you can prove Trump is not a fascist. He had every opportunity to declare martial law in 2020 during the BLM riots. He kept refusing. He's just like every president. He's overseen good and bad policies, but he's definitely not a fascist." Yeah, no, it's a good point. It's a very good point.
Yeah, I think it's way overstated. They took hyperbole too far.
Yes.
Well, they actually believed it. It wasn't just hyperbole for them.
Right. Lucifer the Doberman for $5 says, "Hit that like button." That's right. We're almost at 300 likes. Hit that like button. Slam that like button, everybody.
Yeah.
It really helps. I have noticed that actually in streams where people slam the like button during the stream, it does actually help a lot. The stream getting promoted.
Does it really?
So it does. Yeah. So we really appreciate it if you hit the like button.
I noticed that stream Sargon did yesterday I think it got 4,000, 5,000 likes. And I thought, that's crazy. That's a crazy amount of likes.
That's true. That's true. But yeah, I mean, it's dependent on views, right? I mean, if on my main channel, when I had videos with huge views,
yeah, but he had
he had
kind of the same amount of views that we had on our show. It was about 50,000 views, we get like 1,000 likes. He's got like an insane 5,000 like posse.
We're dirty fence sitting centrists that aren't afraid of our audience. We aren't afraid of nothing, and we're controversial. Okay.
Yeah, it's true.
Okay.
We got a lot of dislikes, so that was good.
That's true. Well, it's funny because we got the same amount of likes we usually get. We just had extra dislikes.
Right.
So, a lot of angry AA people.
Which was baller.
That's true. That's true.
So I certainly agree with an enormous amount of what the nature of sort of the world that we live in, where people feel as though they are going to be ostracized socially. They feel that they might be fired, depending on their political point of view. They feel as though
more cognizant
Sorry,
of that
I had to
as
back up.
sort of the world that we live in, where people feel as though they are going. So
There we go.
I certainly agree with an enormous amount of what Anna is saying about the nature of sort of the world that we live in, where people feel as though they are going to be ostracized socially. They feel that they might be fired, depending on their political point of view. They feel as though if they make comments openly, and this is true for pretty much everybody across the political aisle, actually, with the exception of people who consider themselves on the far left. According to a Cato study, basically every political subgroup in the United States feels uncomfortable speaking.
God, no! Stop! Please!
I'm not going to pretend that I uncomfortable comments openly, and this is true for pretty much everybody across the political aisle, actually, with the exception of themselves on the far left. According to a Cato study, basically every political subgroup in the United States feels uncomfortable about what they believe, except if you're on the far left, because then you get to find people's old tweets and do that sort of stuff. But I'm not going to pretend that I think that the culture wars are irrelevant. I don't. I think that many of the culture wars are highly relevant, and not just relevant. I think that they may be indicative of sort of where the country is going. Because the way that most people experience interactions with the government, particularly the federal government or with politics generally, is not always based on tax rates or the very minute internecine debates that we have over $3.5 trillion bills that nobody knows what's in, and then everybody just votes before they read the thing. A lot of the way that people engage in politics. I'm sure we'll get into it, but I think that a lot of the ways that socially there's been a pretty strong push from the left over the course of the last 10 years in particular, and it's driven a lot of reactionary resentment on the part of people who are on the right. And I would suggest that a lot of the support for President Trump, for example, was driven by precisely that. It wasn't just about his economic program, which differed from sort of the traditional laissez-faire Republican economic program. A lot of it was about the idea that he was a culture warrior who was going to punish enemies and all of this. And so to pretend that the culture war either doesn't exist or that people are making it up in their imagination or that they are overestimating the impact of it on their life is to ignore how people are being treated in the spaces that they treat with every day, on Facebook, on Twitter, in the workplace. I mean, one of the reasons that my family and I left California is not just because of the living standard, although Florida is way better. It is also because we left a place where we felt as though our children were going to be socially ostracized for a place where we feel our children are not going to be socially ostracized, and that's a big thing.
Yeah. No, I mean, you actually brought up a few issues that I agree with. Number one issue is the constant policing of people's pasts, what they've said in the past. I think holding people to...
I wonder why she's against that.
Because she's got the woke brown shirts at her door every
how
day.
many things. That's what's funny, because it's like, even the concession, look, and I listen. I want to believe, okay? I want to believe that Anna's turning over a new leaf, okay?
Mm-hmm.
But even her concession, it's like very self-serving. The Young Turks has done so much horrible shit in the past. Like, obviously that's an issue that she's going to care about.
Standards based on the current culture. If you're looking at tweets, for instance, from 2009, and you're judging that tweet based on what the current culture or the current standards are, it's a little ridiculous, right? So going around demonizing people based on their past statements, it shuts down a conversation that could be had, right? A conversation about, oh, hey, look, society has actually progressed on this, and, look at what was okay. I mean, you have late night hosts who were in blackface not too long ago, right? But the culture has changed. I think that, society as a whole, not everyone, but society as a whole has realized, oh, well, blackface has a pretty terrible history, and maybe it's not a good idea to dress like that as like a cute little Halloween costume. But beside the point, I don't think that the culture wars are fake. I think the culture wars are taking place. The point that I'm trying to make is that oftentimes, whatever the culture war is of that moment, it is manufactured as a distraction.
My internet sucks. What?
Oh, what's going on?
Did you pause? No, you
No.
didn't pause.
You paused.
I paused, yeah. Because it was buffering.
A perfect example will be, critical race theory, which is not taught in elementary schools. Critical race theory is a graduate level curriculum. And the fact that it's turned into some weird, we need to...
This is just so weird because it's like these ideas are just disseminated from Joy Reid's show, basically. I mean, she's just repeating leftist media talking points, which are not...
Yes.
Nobody thinks for themselves on the left. They're just like... the Young Turks is basically a voice piece for the New York Times.
Listen, I'm going to throw the term you hate, okay? Both sides just regurgitate talking points. But that's a good key. It's like a nice red flag to alert you that someone doesn't actually know what they're talking about. If you're like, oh, I've heard the exact phrase they've uttered like from
to
10 other
ban
people.
critical race theory in
They'll
elementary.
use the same type of language, the same phrase, and they make the same argument. And it's, well, first of all, the idea that the culture war is being intentionally manufactured to, pull the wool over people's eyes. That to me is fucking dumb shit, insane. Okay. That's not happening. I think what's happening is you have actual culture war issues that are real, that people are arguing about because they're mad about. And then you have the media who sees that the culture war shit is great for business. Okay. They want to drive up as much outrage as possible in order to get people to read their articles and to give them money. There's no like shady conspiracy of Republican politicians somewhere like, we're going to shift all the issues about the culture war so nobody sees that we're slowly trying to implement fascism in the country.
Yeah.
And then
they have to react to what the media digs up. They don't necessarily know.
Right.
Well, this
Right.
was the brilliance of Trump, because Trump knew that there were things that he could say that the media could not resist reporting on, which
Yes.
he could drive the
Yes.
news cycle in that way.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Right. And then she like further destroys her credibility on this point by bringing up CRT, which is like, she brings up this tired talking point. CRT is only taught in college. It's not being taught to kindergarten students. Like all the insane, inane, dumb fuck talking points we've all heard a million times, which are so horribly dishonest. I was like, yes,
Yep.
critical race theory, the strictest theory and the strictest definitional academic term, is not being taught to children. However, and I think Ben makes this exact point, which is great. He says the concepts, the underlying concepts of critical race theory are being taught to children.
Right.
And I don't know how you can even deny this when it was leaked that the largest teachers union in the country came out and they explicitly said that we want to push critical race theory in the classroom.
Yep. And then the moderator completely comes to Anna's Kasparian's rescue. The white knight of the century.
White knight simp comes in and says no.
Because there's no way Anna knows any of this stuff. The only familiarity Anna has with the topic is listening to Vosh on Timcast IRL. That's the only thing she knows.
No, she listened to Joy Reid, and she read the Washington Post.
Well, it's all the same. It's all basically
it's all the same.
Identical.
Nonsense.
Yeah.
Right.
She can't really talk about it intelligently.
To ban critical race theory in elementary schools, it's ridiculous and a massive distraction that I think is...
That's another thing that's insidious about it. They've reframed the truth as a right-wing lie. What?
As a conspiracy theory, yeah. It's a distraction. It's like, if it's a distraction, why is it fucking happening? What are you fucking talking about? It's literally happening before our eyes.
Then they sweep us into this same thing because they're like, why are you repeating a right-wing lie? Well, it's the fucking truth, bitch. That's why I'm repeating it. Okay?
I know.
Please stop. Please make it stop.
If you don't want, and this is so, I hate it's so gross, because then they come up with this, like they come up with the lie that like, oh, critical race theory is not being taught. You were just teaching systemic racism. Republicans don't want you to learn about the history of slavery. I'm like, what? Kids have been learning about the history of slavery for 20, 30, 40, 50 years in this country. Okay. I learned about the history of slavery. I learned about Jim Crow laws. Every single person I've interacted with, literally the only person I've ever met in my entire life, both in the real world and on the internet, that's ever said they didn't learn about slavery and Jim Crow laws was Sam, the CRT guy. That was it. Every other person I've ever met says, of course I learned about that stuff.
Sam's a pretty young guy. He's in his 20s, so.
Well, and also he's kind of biased in the direction of promoting CRT anyway, so I'm not sure he's the best source of information for this. But
he's like, I just learned the truth. I just learned the honest to God truth, guys.
I don't know who these mythical Republican Parabolist Southerner kids out there in school not learning about slavery and Jim Crow. I don't know who these people are.
Yeah.
I don't know who they are. They may, if they exist, then you know what? You can target those districts specifically. We don't need to have some national overhaul here. All right.
Yep.
Intentionally meant distraction from what people are really feeling frustrated about, the precariousness of their lives, of their work lives, the fact that people...
I love it too, how she reframes it as, people are really frustrated about their work lives. They're not frustrated about teaching their children white privilege and oppression. They're not frustrated about literally indoctrinating their children with racism. That doesn't bother them. This is all just a right-wing plot, right? It's like, no, maybe they are. It seems like the education of their children is probably, top priority for them. What is she thinking?
Well, this is the classic socialist and also, not as far to the left, but still very far to the left, Young Turks argument is that, all anyone really cares about is the fact that they're getting screwed over by their employer and not making enough money because business is evil and bosses are evil. And that's all they really care about. And yet you have these evil Republicans, in this sort of Gramscian way, controlling the culture and distracting people with all these BS cultural issues instead of focusing on what really matters. Like, this is the classic line that they always give.
Man, I bet if you took a poll and asked parents, would you take $1 cut in your salary for a better education for your kids? They'd be like, done.
Well, $1. Okay, come on.
What do you mean?
Everyone's going to take $1.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah. No, but I mean, like, you're talking about like $1 an hour or $1 like total?
$1 an hour.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes more sense. Yeah. No, I would imagine so.
$1. Yeah, $1. Here, let me pay for your
I was
better
very
education.
confused by what you were saying.
Feel overworked, that they have no control over the work that they're doing, that they feel alienated.
I can't believe she says alienated. I'm sorry I keep pausing, guys. I'm like, alienated is just a huge Marxism.
Well, I think, but here's the thing. I think she's right. People do feel alienated, but not for the reason that she's saying. I mean, people feel alienated because that's just sort of the direction we're going in with everything being sort of online nowadays. And especially with COVID, a lot of people were not meeting in person anymore.
That's not what she means. That's not what she means.
Well, I don't know what she means.
She means Marxism. She means specifically Marxism.
She might.
Yeah.
But also, I mean, all this woke shit is entirely alienating because all this woke shit is saying, we need to divide ourselves up along race lines and gender lines and non-binary sexual orientation lines. We need to cut ourselves into these tiny, tiny little boxes.
I know. Yeah. You want to feel alienated at work? Show up at the diversity and inclusion meeting.
Right. Why are you eating in this dining hall? This is not the whites only dining hall. You need to go to your dining hall. Okay.
I know. Why do we feel alienated? Anna would say it's all because of, economic issues.
Right.
It's funny. I wish they would fight harder for economic issues, but the racist catnip that they put out is what gets all the views. So
Well, the problem is that the Democrats tried to fight for economic issues with Clinton and with Gore, and it didn't work. And then they're like, we need a new strategy. And then they found that race issues are a good trigger. And so it's just entirely this cynical ploy.
Yeah. I always think what would I really want? What kind of change would I really want to see in the world? And how can I link that to calling people racist? Because I feel like that's the best strategy for getting whatever it is you want done, which is just, it's so insidious. But that's our politics right now. Yeah, it's gross.
Over the work that these are very real issues, and I think that the fact that it's really largely been by both the press and the very political leaders who were elected to represent them has led to the anger that we're seeing bubbling up both
I got like a million skips
that they're
here.
doing, that they feel alienated over the work that they're doing. These are real issues, and I think that the fact that it's really largely been ignored and the very political leaders who were elected to represent them in the anger that we're seeing bubbling up both on the left and the right.
Ben, I think you wanted to make a couple comments.
Yeah, I mean, this
That was totally.
I mean, I obviously disagree with you about
That was totally incomprehensible on my end. What did she say?
She said, culture war fake, you got
So she basically-
class issues, blah, blah, blah.
He basically didn't say anything important.
critical race theory and whether it is taught in the public schools. Critical race theory, which I studied in law school, it started off as a legal theory, but it an element of praxis and practice that was meant to be implemented, which is why it is taught in education schools as well, and why
in elementary schools.
Yes,
though?
a very boiled down. I mean, Ibram X. Kendi is preaching a very boiled down version of critical race theory, and his book is assigned in elementary schools. I mean, the fact is that when you are having elementary school students who are having to check off boxes with regard to their race and then explain to each other whether they are historically privileged or not in 4th or 5th grade, that's a very dumbed down version of critical race theory. There's sort of a game that gets played with regard to legal theories that end up being boiled down. Intersectionality is another great example of this. Kimberly Crenshaw writes a very intelligent law review article about intersectionality and how you can be a member of more than one minority group and be discriminated against in a variety of ways. And then that is used as the basis for a much broader move in American political life. And then as soon as you point that out, they say, well, that's not intersectionality, it's the original law review article. That's a bit of no true Scotsman games playing. And so I object to that. And look, it is a relevant issue when you have Terry McAuliffe, who's running for governor of Virginia, literally saying in open debate that it should not be parents who are making the educational decisions for their children. It should be the people in education. I mean, that is a culture war issue that I think is of key importance to people who have kids, right?
Well, see, I mean,
Great answer.
Yeah.
Fantastic answer.
It's criminal that Anna can't even really define the issue here. Why are these parents upset? She literally believes that these parents are upset because they turned on Fox News and heard a right-wing lie. That's literally her conception of the world.
Right.
This is a fucking journalist. This is the person that's supposed to be on Team Truth here.
Right. Yeah. Well, that's because that's what the media on the left says. It says, oh, all this CRT talk, it's all smoke screen. It's what Fox News tells them. Blah, 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 blah. It's all harmless. She's just buying into it hook, line, and sinker.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Yay.
Stacking damage for $50. Thank you so much. Stacking damage. I always stack my damage and my dots. Consider that if Pence had made that move, regardless of outcome, the momentum shift would have finally given the Trump side their fair day in court over the election shenanigans, might have been preferable to the media blackout and cock block we got. Actually, it wouldn't have done that. If Pence had thrown out the votes, only one issue would have gone to court, the Supreme Court, and would have been whether Mike Pence had the power to do that or not. There wouldn't have been any further cases on whether there was actually, quote, fraud or not. And part of the issue is that if you really dive into it, most of the cases that were brought up didn't have to do with determining whether there was fraud or not. Because in order to determine that, think about it, in order to determine whether there was fraud or not, and this is part of the issue, you'd have to do an audit that would take a lot of time. And then you'd have to have evidence that there was fraud before you bring the case forward in the first place.
Yes.
And so that was part of the struggle that the Trump team had. And that's why most of their lawsuits were not about trying to prove fraud, but were trying to show that the states in the process of the elections had somehow violated their own state law. That's what most of the court cases were actually about.
I think that's part of leads to the lack of trust in our institutions. I mean, yes, as a parent, you get to make decisions about which school you want your kid to go to. If you're uncomfortable with the public school curriculum, you can take a look at private school options.
What a fucking elitist. I can't believe she just said that. Listen, how can she start this debate talking about the economic realities and then say, oh, yeah, by the way, if you
Just go to private school.
If public school decides they want to teach your kid this white privilege racist nonsense, just put them in private school. You got plenty of options open to you. What a fucking elitist. What an elitist.
That's hilarious too.
You don't want that, you can homeschool.
Oh, yeah. You know, you're feeling alienated from your work. You've got 2 jobs. You know, you just take your kids out of school and homeschool them. Quit your fucking job.
Yeah.
You know, both parents work. Your kid's basically a latchkey kid, but you know, you can homeschool them. You come home from your second job. You record the classrooms on video, you know. You set your kid up with a video camera. You go to work for your 2 jobs.
Duct tape them to the chair.
How is this? What is going on here? What is going on here? How come we're better left-wingers than this woman who's supposed to be professional left-wing here?
Well, I mean, we see this so much. People's who claim that they have some sort of like moral principle or something, none of this matters. The second that becomes inconvenient, they totally revert back to some talking point that has nothing to do or completely goes counter to whatever their quote moral principle is.
Yeah, no moral principles.
Right. And you're totally right. I mean, she spent the whole conversation so far talking about the plight of the working class. And now she's like, oh, well, if you have a problem with, CRT in school, just spend all this money to put your kid in private school.
Yeah.
Just quit your job and homeschool them yourself.
Yeah. Fucking idiot.
But who gets to be if we're talking about parents making those decisions, who gets to be the arbiter of, which parent gets to be the arbiter of what gets taught in any particular public school?
How about this? You have school choice. You have 2 public schools. You have one that teaches woke as fuck, whatever you want. You have one that teaches Christian conservative values, and the parents pick which school they want their kids to go to.
We don't. There's some truth to what she's saying in that.
Sitch, I got Sitch.
Well, no, but you don't listen, and you would agree with me. We don't want a situation in our country where people say, "Oh, am I going to send my kid to the liberal school or the conservative school?" You don't want that.
I don't know.
You want public school to be neutral.
I
to
don't
not be
know.
politically biased.
I don't know.
The school I went to was not politically motivated in any direction. I didn't have teachers promoting their political values to me when I went to fucking math class or science class or even history.
I think there should be some kind of school choice.
I'm in favor of school choice. I'm just saying I don't want the school choice to be a political choice.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm looking at this stuff more and more just like a religion. This is a new
It is a
religion. Yeah.
But that's what religion and politics should be kept out of public education.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
I had a completely politically neutral public education.
Did we?
I did. I don't know what you did. I did.
I guess.
Teachers
were not
I feel
talking
like about political issues.
Yeah. I guess. Yeah. No.
Why are they? I mean, when my history book in high school was great because it was very nuanced in a lot of areas, but it was always descriptive. It was never prescriptive, which is describing specific events.
Yeah.
And my teacher was the same way. She would just describe what would happen, and each individual student could come to whatever prescriptive, moral stance in their mind that they wanted to come up with.
I never heard any teacher talk about the current president in any way, shape, or form. Yeah.
Me too.
Or politics or who was senator or any of that stuff. None of that stuff. The closest thing to political was, I remember in California, they passed a law. They basically brought the lottery to California under the guise that the lottery would raise money for public schools. It'd be this huge windfall for public
they
schools.
always say that. Yeah. Like every state, they say the same thing.
Well, one of the teachers, my graphic arts teacher, said, "Yeah, we got a bunch of lottery money," and the very next year they deducted the same amount of the lottery money out of our existing budget. So it was like, okay, now the state lottery is paying for the public schools instead of the tax dollars. Yeah.
There's actually, I'm trying to remember, some years ago, there was this big scandal in Florida because it's the same thing, the Florida lottery is going to pay for public education. And it turned out it was totally corrupt and all the money was being siphoned away and wasn't getting into education.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
It doesn't surprise me.
Corruption rings everywhere.
J-Mac, for another $20. Thank you so much. J-Mac says, my wife's stepdad walked in on me and my wife once.
Oh my God, no.
We're pretty sure it was when our son was conceived, so we considered it good luck. There you go.
Really? Oh, that's kind of crazy.
Hey, look, maybe they're onto something. Maybe you should get the whole family next time.
A little scare.
You get the whole family to walk in on you next time. There you go. Who knows?
Surprise party. A real surprise.
I'm not really buying that they're learning about critical race theory or even a boiled down. I'm positive that, elementary schools are not learning about systemic racism. And even if they are.
What are these privilege walks that they do? I mean,
Yeah.
there's a bunch of videos of them all online.
Well, I mean, and systemic racism is one of the most useless terms ever because it's so broad and vague. It can mean anything you want to mean, basically, at this point.
Well, I know what they think it means now, so I've pretty much adjusted my thinking. I know what they're talking about.
Even if it's a boiled down version of that, learning about systemic racism is important. I think that that's something that's an issue in this country that gets ignored or completely denied, and I think that's wrong. I think that's what also leads to the division that we're experiencing.
Well, that's going to be the major cultural war issue, right? Because the fact is that I, as a parent, believe that if you're going to teach...
You think there's no systemic racism?
I believe that it depends on how you define systemic racism. So if you're talking about legal regimens of racism, no. If you're talking about history has after effects, of course. So I think there's a real problem with...
I'm not a big Ben Shapiro fan, but I love the way he phrases this.
Hell yeah.
He says, history has consequences. Of course. Okay. Perfect. Simple, easy to understand, short, gets right to the point. Because that's exactly what systemic racism is, the way they're defining it. Only they're kind of adding in all this extra negative baggage to it to make it far more complicated, far more nebulous, and far more insidious.
Yeah.
Semantic overload in political conversations. And when people say systemic racism, sometimes what they mean by systemic racism is history has consequences. You can't have 150 years of, 300 years of slavery followed by Jim Crow and that not have after effects, which of course is true. And sometimes what they mean is that every inequality in American public life is due to some systemic inequity that is currently taking place in the United States, which I think is absolutely 100% false.
I mean, we certainly see that playing out in our criminal justice system. Are you going to deny that, or are you going to say that, let's say, African Americans or Latinos are just inherently more criminal? Or
I'm not going to say either of them.
I love it how she just completely sets. This is the same thing Lance tried to do with us
and with Sean.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
If it's not racism, then why is it that these people are going to jail more? Are you saying that they're inherently more criminal? You racist? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Are you a biological determinist? What are you, a scientific racist? Are you a race realist? Ben.
It's really obnoxious because this seems super bad faith from Anna's position to throw out the "Are you a racist?" question.
Yeah, I know. Holy shit.
And because she either didn't understand or ignored or didn't pay attention to Ben's answer, because her response didn't even make sense. He said, of course, 300 years of slavery and Jim Crow is going to have consequences going forward in the future that's going to impact groups of people. So he said literally that thing. That's his answer to the question. And then she turns around and says, well, then why are there more non-white people in jail, Ben? What are you, racist? It's because he just answered the question. He just said because of 300 years of Jim Crow is going to cause lasting effects on groups of people and the culture of the country.
History has consequences.
History has consequences.
Those things. I'm going to say that.
So why are they overrepresented in our prisons?
I mean,
especially when you consider.
This may be beyond the scope of our conversation, but the answer is because not all groups commit crimes at the same level. That has nothing to do with genetics. That has everything to do with circumstances.
Could you guys hold those thoughts on education? Because I do want to get back to some of that too. But let me move on to some.
I hate you.
What a shitty moderator.
I fucking hate your guts right now.
Oh my God.
Let them fight. No, you take them off the chain. You don't pull the chain in. What are you doing?
What a beta. Okay. Jeez, we need Adam. You guys were criticizing Adam's moderation. Oh, we desperately need Adam here.
He's too civil. I don't like this civility stuff.
No.
Beta.
Totally. This is unacceptable now.
Oh man, we're on a roll today. You got the soundboard back. I cleaned up the chat. The chat looks so good right now.
Yeah, you just gotta clean up the watch together so it doesn't lag.
Look at this. My graphic design is reaching whole new levels here.
Oh, I never looked. Adam was like, Sitch, I fixed the chat. It looks awesome now. So what'd you do? What's different?
I worked on Monday.
I see that it's you have YouTube dark mode on finally, instead of like the blinding white mode. I see that you stopped being racist with the chat, Adam. We all know it was your racism that made the chat white.
True. I liked it the white. just cool that way. But everyone said dark mode is cooler, so I went with it.
Yeah, but
Just trying to be cool.
But Ben did. That's another good, concise answer. He's like, different groups of people commit crimes at different rates, and has nothing to do with genetics.
Yeah.
Why are you trying to pigeonhole me into this ridiculous corner?
They just, if they examine their own philosophy for 15 seconds, they'd go, listen, blacks are disproportionately poor. Poor people commit disproportionately higher rates of crime.
Yeah.
Done.
That's funny because that's literally their argument.
Done.
That's literally their argument in why that there should be all these programs to welfare programs. That's literally their argument. But then they forget it. They go through like fucking amnesia when suddenly you talk about whether systemic racism exists. Because it's so dishonest. Because
they want a bad faith call Ben Shapiro like biological determinist race realist. That's the only reason they do that.
Right. And there's a second reason too, which is that they've realized that racism is a magic word. Okay. It's like a Harry Potter spell. Totally. Okay. A vodka racist that they can cast on someone. And if you dare, it's like they go, a vodka racist. And if you dare say, I don't think this is racist, you just die instantly. Yeah. Okay? Society just comes and cancels you on the spot.
He denied the racism.
Death. A vodka racist. Daniel Chihote for $20 says, considering the high stakes of voter fraud, what's the incentive of only a little bit of voter fraud? Well, that's the Scott Adams argument. I think fraud is way more common for both sides. Do you think I'd potentially go to prison for only a slight advantage? IDTS.
This is one of my things with Sitch, because I think there was a lot more voter fraud than he does, because I think just the individual incentives were there. Mm-hmm. Like for people who believe Trump praised neo-Nazis, they're going to fucking stuff the ballot box. There are people that are like, I'm going to vote. I did get 5 mail-in ballots, and I'm just going to send them in and not sign them.
Well, so I don't know how much fraud there was on either side. I'm sure there's always a lot. I don't disagree with that. I'm sure there always is a lot of fraud. I do think that their mechanism of checking for fraud is a lot better than people think. I mean, they always compare these things, to the voter rolls. And that's even why the Cyber Ninja audit that was totally biased in favor of Trump, even they found that the voter count itself was not fraudulent. They had questions about some of the votes maybe being miscast, but in terms of like extra votes and all these other things, they didn't find any of that stuff.
Interesting.
So
I didn't dig in enough to know. If I get 5 ballots and I mail them all in,
you're going to throw the other 4 out.
But what if the person that gets them is like, oh, these are, well, I guess they don't know who you voted for, so they don't know if they're
these things are all, but the thing is that these are all checked by computer though. Because like there's all like a number associated with your name and all this stuff, and the computer like all runs all these checks and this stuff.
Okay.
So I agree that I'm sure fraud happens, but it's not like people act like there's no checks. Like it's just, anyone can just write, Biden 100 times on a notebook paper and mail it in, and like that's, like that's gonna work.
Yeah.
Spencer Harmon for $20. Thank you, Spencer. Says the people who are running former Vice President Biden are the Assyrian spoken of in Isaiah. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
The people running for Biden.
The people who are running former Biden, so like, Biden is being run like he's a puppet, are the Assyrian spoken in Isaiah. I assume this is some bizarre.
It's a manga or an anime or something.
I don't think it's a manga reference. This is some bizarre religious reference, but I'm unfamiliar with it, so I apologize.
Never apologize, Sitch.
I don't apologize. Go fuck yourself, Spencer.
We talked about the trust issue, and there's some very interesting surveys out there on trust. Gallup did a survey. There's a drop across the board in trust in all institutions, except law enforcement, which is very interesting. Congress, sorry for my friends there, is the lowest. Media is down there almost as low as Congress. Those that rank the highest were small business and the military. So this low media rank, is that fair, or is that being manufactured as part of a culture war?
Oh, it's fair. I mean, it's entirely fair. I mean, I think that one of the things that we've seen for both good and bad, the fragmentation of media is a result of systemic distrust in the media, and that's existed for a very long time. I mean, that's nothing new. And I think that it's completely fair for people to look at the media. I know there are people on the left who think that the media is too right-wing, right? Obviously, we on the right think that the media is far too left-wing. But I think that sort of distrust in media sources is very often justified. I think that we're requiring more of people than we used to in the past, because once people have realized that there's an inherently political angle to how people cover the news, now we're asking them, if you want a full rounded diet, you actually have to choose it yourself, right? You have to cultivate yourself to watch the Young Turks and then watch my show and decide who you agree with, and where there's sort of a common locus of fact, that's the fact and everything else is the opinion. That's asking a lot of viewers where we didn't used to ask very much of viewers at all, right? You just turn on the evening news and buy whatever Walter Cronkite is saying, whether it's true or not. I think most Americans waking up to that is a good thing. The systemic lack of trust in media has some bad downstream effects sometimes, because when there are no gatekeepers, there are no gatekeepers. So I like the fact that there are no gatekeepers, because I think the gatekeepers were very often biased, but without gatekeepers, sometimes bad stuff gets through.
Yeah, I mean, I think that right now,
My thing paused.
we're experiencing people existing in various filter bubbles. So if you are, for instance, consuming most of your news online, if you like a particular brand of programming, if you, let's say, lean more conservative and you're watching mostly conservative news, algorithms offer up more and more conservative news. And so when you get if you have preconceived notions and all of a sudden you're hearing or reading something that challenges those preconceived notions, you're gonna have a negative reaction to it. And you see that playing out across the board. I'll give you an example. I mean, I have family members who are constantly
this is so weird, because what she's saying is true, but it's like, this is what you do, Anna. You're part of the filter bubble.
Yeah.
That's you.
Yeah.
She's you know, like you go to the fair and there's the guy and he's got the big bucket with the soap water and he's got the big circle and he puts the bubbles to the gigantic bubbles in the air.
Yeah.
And then the kids jump inside and they float away, and then their parents get all concerned because they're gonna fucking burn up in the atmosphere. That's Anna.
Yeah.
She's the bubble guy. She's putting those kids in those bubbles. She's flinging them into space.
She's a bubble breaker. You got to understand, the right, they're the ones that have all these lies that they're telling to people.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
I see.
There's one side is truth and one side is lies. You don't see how this works.
I see. So the way to break someone out of the right-wing bubble is to form a bigger left-wing bubble and then just encase the right-wing bubble in the left-wing bubble.
Didn't Ben Shapiro's argument was you have to listen to both of us and decide which is true.
Well, his argument was, yes, people have completely lost faith in the media and the gatekeepers of information, which on one hand is good, because I think the current gatekeepers of information are terrible. But on the other hand, you do need gatekeepers, because otherwise all the crazy dumb shit gets through. A position I agree with 1000%.
Mm-hmm.
But
Are
Anna's
we
response
gatekeepers?
is like, not really.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we're the gatekeepers of degeneracy. We're the gatekeeper of tomboy abs. You know, we have some. Don't worry,
so
guys.
Funny.
We have
so
some
funny.
degenerate fans who have drawn even more degenerate pictures.
Oh no!
To show you.
Are we gonna show those? We can't show those.
Of course, we're gonna show those. Of course.
Our stream got demonetized from the Sitch chan, the naked Sitch chan with
it's funny.
Starbucks on.
The stream didn't get demonetized.
The clips did. Yeah.
But the clips did. So we actually had to censor the sexy Starbucks Sitch chan.
Yeah, they're pretty crazy about the sexualized images these days, which is crazy, because you can look up like naked yoga and see.
Yeah, I know.
It's just fucking kids today. I don't know. It's
Damn kids
crazy.
today and their pornography.
Well,
it's
no,
everywhere.
I mean, what I would give to have something like that when I was 13. My God.
JMac for $20. Thanks so much, JMac. Says, Adam, I'm not a conservative, but I grew up in the Bay Area. Every time I go back to visit, it gets worse. The I-80 between SAC and San Francisco has been under construction for practically my entire life.
I know. Mine too.
Yes. That's funny. And also related to that, Batman's pet goldfish. I didn't even know Batman had a pet goldfish. Wow. For $5 says, leaving is for cowards. Besides letting the lefty cities cement their hegemony by having the conservatives leave is exactly what they want.
The
There you
whole
go.
Central Valley is conservative as can be.
There you go.
It's not all of California. Yeah. I grew up in a small conservative town in Northern California. So, I mean, yeah, that's my roots. California, I fucking love it here. I don't know. Where were you born in Florida?
In Florida?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're in your home state.
Yeah.
When I lived in New Orleans, I knew a guy who was in New Orleans that just was desperate to get back to Florida. He was like, I'm just trying to get home, man. I just want to make enough money that I can go home and like pretend I've been successful. It's just, I don't know. Home is a thing. Home is a real thing, okay? It's a real thing. You guys all have
where the
one.
heart is, Adam.
You guys all have a home, and it doesn't.
Home is where your family is, Adam. It's not a place.
And
it's
does.
people.
It makes me teary-eyed when you guys cap on California.
Home
When you
on the
send me-
range.
When you send me
Where
stuff
the
on Twitter,
liberals and junkies play.
when you say California in the chat, man, it hurts.
Never heard a discouraging word about stepping in all these human turds.
It's painful, okay? I love my home.
Where the skies are all cloudy with smoke.
Oh my God.
Home on LA.
Yeah.
I should come up with a whole song about this.
It's not all bad, okay, guys? It's not all bad. It's not all hearts and unicorns either, okay?
Okay.
Everyone's got their problems.
Yes.
Our problem is like, sometimes there are too many attractive women in the grocery store. You gotta like, you have to really like, listen, I'm married. Stop. Why is my neck turning like this?
That's true. Sitch is Florida man. You guys didn't know this? Sitch has been a secret Florida man this whole time.
Yeah. Gator wrestler.
That's right. I've eaten gator jerky. Have you?
No,
tasty.
I would love to try gator jerky.
Pretty good.
That sounds delicious. I have had deer jerky, which is scrumptious, obviously.
Yeah, I've had deer jerky. I have a package of deer jerky sitting right next to me right now.
Yeah.
100% venison.
Jerky's great. Suck it, vegans.
It's true. Actual justice warrior. Hey, Sean. That's right, guys. Sean's in the chat. You know what that means? It means you have to hit the like button.
Oh, man.
My God. Sean is from the chat. Hit the like button. Everyone do it right this second. Smash that like button. If we get enough likes in the stream, if you guys can get
Sitch
to 1,000,
will do a
listen,
hit of LSD on the show.
better than that.
No way. You can't
If
get
you
better
can
than
get
that.
to 1,000 likes in the next 10 minutes, Adam will move out of California.
No.
And he will move to Texas. Okay.
No, don't. You can,
600
fake news.
more likes in 10
Fake
minutes, and Adam
news.
is leaving California. Just for you
Fake
guys.
news. Fake news.
Okay. You guys, we have to be able to pressure Adam into leaving California.
Fake news.
Do it. Do it for Adam.
All you like
Do it.
button simps need to chill out.
Do it. Do it. Don't you want Adam to leave California?
Don't
Okay.
simp for the like button, Sitch.
Actual Justice Warrior for $5. Thanks so much, Sean. Says, oh no, Adam just gave us the all criminals are Aladdin point. More raw numbers of whites are poor, blacks even in raw numbers commit more murders. There you go, Adam. How dare you?
What?
Because you said that if poor people disproportionately commit more crimes, so if black people are disproportionately more poor, then they'll commit more crimes. That's the Aladdin point. And Sean is saying that even among lower income situations, black communities commit more crimes than white communities.
Right.
Generally.
Okay.
So there you go.
Okay. So Sean's argument is, I mean,
history has consequences is the argument.
right.
It's a lot more than just economic stuff.
Well,
There's a lot of cultural distrust that exists.
What did our CRT friends call it? Afro pessimism.
Afro-pessimism.
I mean, I've said this a million times on the show.
Yes.
If I was taught that society was racist against me and there's no possible way that I could get ahead and that I would experience this injustice my entire life, I would be a criminal. I would totally be
Yeah,
predisposed
exactly,
to
definitely.
criminality.
Definitely.
Yeah. So I mean, people, you know, the right wants to say, you know, it's a culture of crime. It's like, well, who's creating that culture of crime? Who's creating the distrust and the jealousy and the indignation? Who's creating all of those feelings, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a bad
No, definitely.
situation. Bad
I agree.
situation to be in.
CRT is really, as Adam says, it's a CRT teaches you that you're either an asshole or a loser.
Yeah.
That's not a good strategy in life, to be an asshole or a loser.
Yeah.
Unless you're a funny asshole, then it's acceptable.
Yeah.
My mom's a good example, right? She's, you'd be surprised she's my mom because she's on Facebook, she clicked on a link to, let's say, the Daily Wire, perfect example. Well, Facebook is gonna be offering up more Daily Wire type content, and then
Ben Shapiro is fucking Anna Kasparian's mom, politically.
That's terrible. That's terrible. This whole...
It's happened. My mom is on Facebook clicking Ben Shapiro links.
They have 3 narratives that are all started by a game of telephone. It's fucking ridiculous. It's the algorithms. Like, oh my God.
I know.
It's all the algorithms' fault that I'm the one making fake news that entices racism in people so that we can get into the algorithm and get in front of people. But it's the algorithm's fault.
Adam, don't hate the player, hate the game.
Yeah, it's so weak sauce. All of these.
It's the Vosh approach. Okay. It doesn't matter what you do, as long as you're preaching the right message, the right TM hashtag message.
Remember what Big Joel said? I've got a little, I think Big Joel's point is right on target here. That stylistically you can look at this and say, okay, you know, they're being nice to one another. This is a win for civility.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know that it really is, because everything Anna's saying is just bullshit.
I disagree completely.
Complete bullshit.
Listen, Ben is not just like, he's pushing back on every time he responds, he's pushing back on what she's saying. So I disagree.
Yeah, not in ways that are changing any minds or not going deep enough into the topic to really make
Adam. Listen, no one's mind is going to be changed by this discussion. Okay, that was never in the cards.
I'm changing my mind right now.
About what?
I think Anna's better in shorter skirts.
I knew that you were going to say something misogynist.
I'm sorry, but I've changed my mind.
I mean, I agree. That skirt is that skirt. You know, that skirt reminds me of like
grandma's skirt. Like, my grandma had a couch exactly like that.
That's true. It looks like a grandma skirt. It looks like the female version of like the guy at your school that would wear those anime overshirts that were super brightly colored that have like the Dragon Ball Z or Naruto people on it, and you're like, that's a terrible look. Yeah, that's what that skirt reminds me of. Not a new skirt.
Stylistically, though, you got to admit this is bullshit.
The
moderators. This is basically a 2v1 against Ben Shapiro.
No, calm down. Calm your tits. Okay, calm down.
All of a sudden, when she's in Turk, she'll be like, well, you know, I read on Facebook or I read on the Daily Wire or whatever that X, Y, and Z happened.
Listen, Anna's mom is a fucking saint. She's
Anna's mom has got it going.
Anna's mom is literally telling Anna, why you gotta lie on the internet all day, Anna? Why the fuck you gotta lie to everyone every single day? I watch a Young Turks video and it's like 6 or 7 lies in there. I watch a Daily Wire video and it's all true. What's going on here? And Anna is casting that as, it's the algorithm's fault, Mom. It's the algorithm's fault that you like truth.
That's hilarious. How much of that would explain Anna's online personality if she's like always triggered because her mom's like, my daughter's always lying about the liberal media on the YouTubes and it's really depressing and I'm disappointed in her.
I want you and Anna Kasparian to get together and talk, have a discussion about your discussions with your parents.
That would be
Both
fun.
of you.
We have like the inverse situation.
I want a 2-on-2 debate. You and your dad against Anna. And her
No.
mom.
It'd be me and Anna's mom versus Anna and my dad.
That would be great.
The most epic debate of all
That
time.
would be
Yes.
epic.
That would be pretty amazing.
I'm gonna reach out to Anna Kasparian and see if I can put this together.
No. Reach out to her mom.
Is that even possible?
You gotta get. She's on
I'm
Facebook.
gonna get accused of doxing if I
No,
reach
she's on
out to Anna's
Facebook.
mom.
You just find the name, yeah.
If anyone knows Anna, if anyone listening knows Anna's mom, okay, I am dead serious. How could this not be fucking? This would be huge. This would be giant.
God. This is so
Vosh
stupid.
versus Sargon is nothing compared to Sitch's dad versus Anna's mom.
Sitch and Anna's mom
Nothing.
versus Anna and Sitch's dad. Yeah. There you go.
Yeah, no, this has to happen now. I'm a man on a mission here. This could be the best internet debate of all time.
Could be. It could be. That's blood sports that we're going on. Hey, Surefire Taku's in the chat. Hey, Surefire Taku, he's wishing us all a happy Canadian Thanksgiving.
No, Dev, we don't
Well, listen-
celebrate Canadian holidays here.
Listen, Dev, we don't
Go
celebrate
back to your
cheap-
country.
We don't celebrate your cheap Canadian knockoffs, eh? You go back to your dirty, dirty country.
Yeah, take a
You take
moose
your-
with you.
Take your fake Canadian moose that you eat on fake Canadian Thanksgiving with you. All right. Here in America, we eat turkey like real human beings. No maple syrup. You are wrong.
Right? That conversation doesn't actually happen that often. But I'm giving you an example.
I was hopeful there for a second.
Right? And so look, there are all sorts of issues with the media, right? I mean,
It's pretty funny that she threw her mom under the bus the same way that Hassan threw his mom under the bus. It must be like a Young Turks cultural
Young
thing.
Turks ploy.
Yeah. Always blaming the parents. Yeah.
They learned it from Cenk. Maybe Cenk always,
This
privately
generation.
throws his parents under the
I
bus.
don't think he does. I listened to Young Turks for a long time, and he always seemed to really idolize his dad. I don't know that he really talked about
Never
his mom.
mind. I don't know.
media, longest time, completely ignored the very real frustrations that workers have been feeling in this country. I mean,
Yeah, when the state is teaching their kids state-sanctioned racism, of course they're pissed. What are you talking about, Anna? Of course they're angry.
Federal Reserve released data indicating that nearly half of Americans can't even afford a $400 emergency at the same
Yeah, but they obviously could afford to put their kids in private school. That's not an issue, right? I mean,
people can't. It's not an emergency. Having a kid go to school is not an emergency. Adam.
the school teaching your kids racism is not an emergency. Is that what you're saying?
Nah,
That's not a like break glass. This is an
that's
emergency
systemic
situation.
racism. Okay.
I don't know. I'm going to go out on a limb here and say, I'm going to say, when your second grade teacher turns out to be a full blown commie, I'm going to say something is that's like full on emergency, right?
Yes.
same time, you tune into CNN, CNBC, MSNBC. I mean, it doesn't matter, across the board. And they're like, the economy is doing great. We're seeing record growth. And what they're specifically talking about is the stock market. But the stock market is disconnected from the reality that the majority of workers are experiencing. So I think that that type of stuff leads to people feeling, distrustful toward the press. At the same time, they exist in these filter bubbles and have their preconceived notions. It's hard to challenge that. So there's a lot of different things happening at the same time. I don't blame people for not being so trusting of the media. One other thing that I'll note is that the incentives are always in the wrong place. The kind of stories that I want to talk about on the Young Turks and do talk about on the Young Turks get no attention. They don't do well in terms of the number of views. I want to talk about international news. I want to talk about what's happening in Brazil. I want to talk about what's happening in Ecuador. It'll get like maybe 40,000 views at most. You know what gets a lot of views? I don't know. Anna Kasparian destroys this person. Or here's the latest cat fight. Like, I hate it. It's garbage.
Dude, she knows. She's totally. You could see her mind kind of hiccup there. You know what gets the biggest number of views? White cop shoots black guy. But she's like, wait a second, I can't say that.
Yeah.
I'm in a live debate. That's going to give what is Ben going to respond to that? So
Well, that's what I'm saying. Put your money where your mouth is. Okay. I want to see you actually not be a hypocrite going forward in the future. I want to see you cover the real stories you want to, and not the fake cultural stories. But I don't think that's going to happen.
I'm sure they fell for the Covington nonsense. I'm sure they're on board for all of this fucking nonsense.
Every nonsense story, every fake news story, they 100% fall for.
How did they cover the school shooter that turned out to be black that got out on $25,000 bail and is like partying with his family the next day?
That's a good question.
I'm so curious about that.
I mean, Sean always brings up, that story of that girl that was a little girl that was shot, and when they thought it was a white guy wearing a red sweater, so it was like a MAGA sweater, and they thought that he shot the girl. There was like a million stories. Everyone's covering this. Young Turks covering, this white guy, probably racist, shot this little black girl. And then when it turned out nope, it was a black guy. Suddenly that story magically
disappears.
It fades away into the wind like a dandelion, just goes whee.
Now nobody's interested in the story. I wonder why.
No.
Yeah, she did. You could tell. There was a moment there. Did you feel it? The moment when she was like, white cop, black guy. No, probably shouldn't say that. What am I going to say? She's like, Anna Kasparian, beat, destroys, beat.
Now, to be fair, I don't know how many of these videos Anna Kasparian was in herself, but these are the titles of the Young Turks videos from yesterday and today. Trump rioter reaps what she sows.
Okay.
She gets COVID. Okay.
Oh, wow.
Trump spits straight racism at Haitians.
They're still riding the Trump train. No fucking way.
I mean, Trump was dumb to say that comment about the Haitians, but let's see. Anti-vax protesters weren't expecting to be humiliated. NFL coach caught in a big scandal. I don't know if you know about that one. That one's so dumb.
No.
There's like a voicemail of some coach from like 20 years ago saying that some player had like lips as big as Michelin tires.
What did Anna say in the beginning of this about digging up things from 2009?
I know, you're right.
Was it 2009?
Right. Yep. Her own network.
How long ago was 20 years ago? 2001?
I don't think she's in that video, but I mean, it's on her network.
Oh, okay.
And that video has the most views of all the videos they did.
Really?
In yesterday. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Yesterday, there's one that actually the highest viewed video. They have two more that are higher. They have David Chappelle jokes about trans people. And racist crybaby upset that he's now an outcast.
Racist because he.
They're talking about Richard Spencer.
Oh, okay.
I don't know why he's back in the news, but
because they're milking that race tite.
I say.
Yeah, the racism teat is their whole shtick.
So there you go.
And you wonder why? What was I saying about animosity in the black community? Makes people animosity makes people turn to crime. It's not a race thing; it's a people thing.
Yeah. So there you go. Anna's network, the Young Turks, doing all the things she's criticizing right now.
Yeah,
still doing it. Yep. Surprising, but not.
It was beautiful seeing her skip. You saw it too, right?
What?
You could see that little look around in her head, like, oh, that's a dead end. Don't go down that dead end.
She had to pause there for a second. She's like, wait a minute.
You saw it, didn't you? Let's back it up.
I saw it.
Let's back it up. Let's back it up. Let's all enjoy it together.
Okay.
You know what gets a lot of views?
Views.
I want to talk about international news. I want to talk about what's happening in Brazil. I want to talk about what's happening. It'll get like maybe 40,000 views at most. You know what gets a lot of views? I don't know. Anna Kasparian destroys this.
She literally says, I don't know.
She was about to say, and then she was like, wait a minute, I don't know.
She literally says, she looks out at the audience and she goes,
uh-oh.
I don't know. Oh, it's totally real.
That's
it's
hilarious.
Totally real. She knows, dude. She's probably been to Jank a million. Jank, I think maybe we're hitting the race thing a little hard here. Shut up, Anna. Shut up. We're getting rich off this.
A-Rog for $20 says Anna Kasparian teaches a journalism class in college. Ponder that and despair. At least we can console ourselves by remembering that S class is the best class.
Very. Is S class the class that Anna teaches in college? Is that what you're saying? It sounds
S class
like
is the
maybe.
class next door that mocks everything Anna's class teaches. You know why? Because Anna's class is the A class. And we all know that people take the A train to go to the A class.
Let's move on.
Lucas Henry for $5 says, tell Riggs in chat to stop trying to hook up with the women and also let everyone know he did his cousin once. Is this true, Riggs? First of all, Riggs. Stop hitting on every female that enters the chat, Riggs. I don't know if you're doing it, but I'm going to trust Lucas based on absolutely the fact that he only paid me and you haven't paid me. So, Riggs, stop hitting on the women and listen. I don't know what you've been told, but if you fool around with your cousin, it's still incest. Okay.
How is Riggs supposed to get a date if he can't even flirt with the girls? I don't know.
If you look, don't practice dating on family members. Okay.
Riggs, keep it clean. Okay.
Listen, Riggs, don't practice. You get a little dummy. Okay. You get a little mock up. Get a little fleshlight.
Look at
first.
Riggs. Whoa.
Don't hit on your cousin. Okay.
He says I haven't hit on any women here. Look at this. He's innocent.
I don't know. Lucas told me otherwise, and Lucas gave me $5. So because I'm a good capitalist, I'm inclined to believe Lucas here.
Okay. Let's move on. I'm glad that we agree. We all agree. All of us right now agree that Anna Kasparian.
Rick says she's not my blood cousin.
Oh, well then it's totally cool.
I guess it's okay. Wait a minute. How do you have a cousin that's not your blood cousin? Is it like the cousin of your...
It could be marriage. Why can't it be marriage?
Would it be the cousin of the other side of the family? But is that person considered your cousin? I didn't think they were.
Yeah, well, if you're... Oh, God, I hate doing the family thing. This is so boring.
Okay, whatever.
If your mom's sister gets married to a man and that man has children, those children are technically your cousin, but they're not your blood cousin. I mean, if one's hot, you're going to say, hey, I like you at the family picnic.
There you go. You know what? If that's the case, as someone in the chat says, grab him by the dissy. There you go.
Don't do that.
Thank you, Batosai, the manslayer, with words of wisdom.
Person, or here's the latest cat fight. Like, I hate it. It's garbage.
The latest cat fight. The latest. What do they really cover? They don't cover internet drama. They don't cover any of that stuff. Anna is completely lying right now. I mean, she's lying to basically save her reputation, but she's still lying.
It's because it not trusting the press, but at the same time, the profits are there. The money is there. And I think you see that play out across the board, whether you're talking about cable news or online media.
She did it for the money, guys. She's totally innocent.
Riggs says her dad married my grandpa's sister.
No, don't. I can't do the family stuff.
Isn't the age seem way off there? Wait a minute. How old are you? How old are you? How old is she?
Too taxing on the brain.
Her dad married your grandpa's sister? What are these? Some weird ages going on here, Riggs? What's going on here? Listen.
Why are you... Don't...
Listen. Step cousin, stop it, okay? I got stuck in the washing machine, and I just need you to pull me out, step cousin. That's all I need.
At the dinner table, we're having an interesting conversation. It's clearly a generational thing. My generation grew up watching Walter Cronkite and Huntley and Brinkley and all these folks. And one of the things that I saw in your bio was...
My generation grew up listening to journalists that actually had this thing called journalistic ethics and actually loved the country. Your generation hates the country for racism because they grew up listening to the Young Turks who did it for the money. She did it for the money, guys.
You got interested in the field because of Barbara Walters. So what happens now to the Barbara Walters? I mean, where does news reporting go? Will the nightly news be a thing of the past? And are we simply going to continue to retreat to those mediums that demonstrate that we know everything already. Where's this going to go now?
Well, let me just note, I loved Barbara Walters on ABC's 2020. So I remember as a kid, you know, like getting super excited after TGIF was over because ABC's 2020 would be on. And I was
Nerd! Oh, Jesus. Can you imagine being a child excited for the news?
What's wrong with that?
Everything.
Why?
You should be watching cartoon shows and playing with Pogs like a good kid.
I remember I must have been in 5th grade, which would make me what, 10 years old. I asked my mom, what is the difference between Democrats and Republicans? And I was really expecting to get to the bottom of this, and you know what she said to me?
What'd she say?
I can't tell.
And thus Adam was thrown into a life of centrism ever since.
It was very disappointing.
That's hilarious.
It was very, very disappointing to me. Yes. Yes. And I've been on a mission ever since.
But you know what? That's good for your mom, because most parents would just say like, oh, whatever they are is like the good side and the other side is the bad side.
I guess my mom really didn't care about politics at all.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
like fascinated by the fact that this woman was getting paid to talk to these incredibly interesting people from around the world. And I was just fascinated by the conversations. That's how I got interested in journalism and the media. But I just feel like the type of conversations that she had, or just news about world events, they don't seem to attract the kind of attention that they used to. And it might be because of an oversaturated market. It might be because conflict tends to sell. Manufactured conflicts tend to sell. But I wish we can get back to a place where journalism still really existed, where there was like ethical standards that were, that reporters abided by, anchors abided by. I wish there was a clear.
If you can't say, I wish.
I know.
I wish we could go back to the days of Walter Cronkite with ethical journalism. You can't cry about that when you're a fucking journalist and you could just do this at any point in your life or your career. You can say, you know what? I'm going to lead by example. I'm going to be the shining journalist city on a hilltop that everyone can look to and follow. You don't get to fucking cry about that, Anna, if you're in that position of power and you're not changing shit.
I don't know. Didn't Tim Pool try this and ended up kind of going down semi-partisan route? Just because I remember that video that Tim made about, he basically just bared his entire soul. He's like, I spend a whole day making a well-researched video and it's just not cutting it.
Yeah.
Something has to change here.
True.
Yeah. And then he started vomiting out 5 videos a day that were just him ranting about the coming Civil War. And now he's a bazillionaire. I mean, you have to talk about the incentives.
Let's talk about the Civil War that's coming.
Oh, fucking ethics. Do you really want to play that game? I don't know. It seems I can't.
That's a lot of money, and I am a capitalist.
We would literally be lying, though. These people, I think, these people are better at lying to themselves.
Listen, we'll do it. We'll very slowly start lying to ourselves first, so we don't realize that we're lying to everyone else.
I have a couple $1 million ideas. I have one that I'm thinking about working on after, like in earnest, working on after the comic book is done. Yeah. That's a Tim Pool Wealth type idea.
There you go. Go. But just back to the topic, I have no sympathy. This is like the Vosh argument. Okay. The guy, this is the Hassan goes and he preaches all the socialism he wants, and then he turns around and buys a mansion in, like the richest neighborhood in the fucking country. Okay. It's like, if you're in that position of power, fuck you. Fuck you and the horse you rode in on. You don't get to whine about not being able to change things when you literally can change things and you just choose not to because you want money. Fuck you. I don't tell you.
Man, it's so dumb. I guess.
I mean, we're dumb, but listen, at least we're moral.
Well, I'm just saying, it's just the investment opportunities open to Hassan.
True.
So sad. So sad. Anyway.
The Wooster for $20. Hey, thank you, Wooster. Says academic agent is a cult leader and a panderer. He lost all credibility when his streams became circle jerks after Britisher and Ray left. His quote educational lessons revenue started running low, so he made a clickbait topic and raked in the views.
Really? Is that the truth? I do wonder about that because I like that guy Britisher, and I still, we still banter on Twitter together, and he's a great guy. I like his content, and he seems like a total upstanding. And I always wondered what happened. Why did he leave? It seemed like they had a Sitch and Adam going over there.
That's right.
AA and Britisher.
That's right.
But didn't last. I don't know what happened.
Well, AA is a crazy person, so maybe that was related. I don't know.
I guess if you went full bore authoritarian on me, I'd kind of have to dump you too. But I just,
if I started citing academics that are well known for writing volumes on the Jewish question, you start to be a little concerned.
That would be even weirder since you're Jewish. I mean, it would be actually. I might talk to your dad about something like that. I might stage some kind of intervention.
Why is your son reading literature about the Jewish question? I don't know what's happening here.
I would dive in. I would contact Mr. Sitch and say,
I want to read the Wooster before the stream also donated $10. It's kind of related to this chat, which says academic agent has destroyed Adam and Sitch beyond recovery. That being said, I demand more academic agent muscle girl fan art from now until the end of time. Academic agent deserves it for a hard-won victory. There you go. Emphasis on hard.
I did see the Wooster kind of teasing academic agent in his comment section, which I was going to bring.
The context to this is actually hilarious.
Go ahead.
I'm trying to scroll up through our mentions when you sent me the picture. I don't know if I can find it.
Yeah.
The Wooster. Oh, here it is. I know. Is this it? I don't know. The Wooster left kind of a funny comment on our video or academic agents video. I forget.
It was on academic agents video. It was the first. It was not academic agents videos. It was the academic agent did a really weird thing, and I didn't watch it, so I don't know if he did like a super cut of our show or he just cut out like an hour of our show and reposted our content for his audience.
Yeah. People were telling me it was just a complete repost.
Right, which is definitely a no-no, but we're not making a stink about it. So
whatever. Oh yeah, it was that video, and then the Wooster says in the comments said based Adam and Sitch dabbing on academic agent, and it was hilarious because academic agent responded to it saying, "I will remember this post, even if it is a joke." I was like, Jesus Christ, this is like oh my God, relax.
I know.
It's a meme. Chill out, buddy.
This is the thing. This is the thing about microaggressions, because microaggressions go both ways. I'm sure. I'm positive I get insults that are intended to be insults that I just think are a joke. I think it's you guys fucking with me. So I just assume it's a joke. That's a better action, isn't it?
The Wooster says, and it's funny, Wooster says, I was a fan of academic agent, but then he blocked me on Twitter for fucking with him. Now it's all out war. Yeah, I was going to say, like, if someone's like kind of joking around with you in the comments and you take it like super serial, like there's no way to push them to the other side for faster than that.
Yeah, people are giving me a hard time for blocking academic agent. I didn't block any of you guys. I didn't block any of his fans. I figure we have fans in common. I figure people like our stuff and like his stuff. And if you want to like his stuff, knock yourself out. I'm not going to tell you what to watch on YouTube.
Right.
Well, academic agent is going to tell you what to watch on YouTube, but
because I was looking through because academic agent keeps he keeps tagging me and Adam and his stupid pussy snipe tweets, and it was funny because a lot of our fans will go into, or even his fans will mock him for not talking to us or for the video being stupid or whatever, and he's always like blocked. I'm not talking anymore. Get out of my my mentions blocked. He's like
I
so
know.
fragile about this stuff. It's
I
like,
know. That's
oh.
what's crazy about it. Because I asked him very politely. I said, listen, just don't tag me. I don't want to see this stuff. Okay. This is all you. He tagged me like 3 more times.
Yeah.
I was like, I don't care about your 4-part series. Stop tagging me. Okay. I know where your channel is. I know how the subscribe button works. Okay. I know how to ring the bell. Please stop tagging me.
So someone in the chat brought up the Sargon earlier. The Sargon.
Yes.
I made like a video sort of touching on this. And it's interesting because we actually had like an hour-and-a-half long conversation with Sargon after the stream.
Yes. We tried to get on the stream. We messaged him during the stream. We were in the chat. We basically said, you mentioned us. Internet rules. You have to invite us
you have
on.
to let us in. Well, I just want to clarify our position. And I'm not going to say like, oh, this is what like, I'm not going to go through the whole thing what we talked about. But Sargon's position is very different than academic agent's position. Sargon has a very narrow focus. He agrees with the description that, a lot of traditional gender roles have been demonized and broken down, and, we need to fix that. And he would take that a little bit further than me or Adam would take that. And we've literally had that exact conversation on the stream a few weeks ago before all this A had happened. But it's funny because our conversation was mostly on like, grounding morality in the material versus the metaphysical. And I'm like, oh, this is like a very interesting argument and conversation. It really has nothing to do with our disagreement with academic agents' insane prescriptions, which, I don't think Sargon agrees with either. So
make it clear what the disagreement is, though.
Our disagreement with academic agent, because it's so funny because we got accused of straw manning so much, and then it's like nothing but straw manning from his side, is that, first of all, we don't agree with his definition of traditional gender roles. I mean, he's quoting Julius Evola over here, who's saying women have to be subservient to men and to their culture and to society, while men, on the other hand, get to go off and be warrior philosopher kings.
Adventurers.
Okay. Right.
I like
and
adventure.
First of all, and I've been reading into Evola. Evola has a whole thing on the Jewish question, which I mentioned earlier. This guy's like insane. This guy this guy's so far right. Like, it's so funny because in America, we think of the far right as being Christian, generally. This guy's so far right that he's anti-Christian. He's like, I want to go back to before Christianity. Okay, we need to go back to like the Roman and Greek gods. Okay, that Christianity thing, that's just like a Jewish infiltration from the Middle East. We need to get rid of that. Okay?
Wow.
So this guy's like so far into tradition. He's like anti-Christian, which is hilarious to me. But no, so our position is that we're anti this insane view of traditional gender roles as meaning that women have to be subservient to men, and we're against the idea, and we're both in favor of the idea that there needs to be good role models in society for quote
men
unquote,
and women both.
Yeah, for men and women in quote unquote traditional gender roles, but we're against this stuff being mandated via the law.
Yeah, the
Which
state.
I don't even know what that means. Like, does that mean that women are not legally allowed to work? Like, what the fuck is that even? Like, how is this? Do women lose their property rights and the right to vote again? Like, what is this? What is he asking for here? So that was our contention.
I also think that there's an economic component. I think people would naturally gravitate towards traditional gender roles if the economic environment permitted that.
Sure.
So I think right now it's a little sanctimonious to stand up on your high horse and say, man up in an environment where, there are really not the kind of jobs that you could get to support a family without being a fucking 120 IQ engineer for a software company.
Right.
It's like, how are normal people supposed to man up and form a traditional gender role family where you're the breadwinner and your wife and kids can stay at home and manage the household? It just, the economic and reality of that situation is so off base that he comes off like a complete boomer trying to advocate for this stuff.
Right.
Yeah, you can man up all you want, but it's not going to change the economic reality.
Right. I mean, there's that study that Jordan Peterson and other people have mentioned like a million times, which is that if they look at a country that has not a lot of economic opportunity, you'll find that the jobs are basically 50-50 when it comes to gender. There doesn't seem to be like any gender preference to certain jobs. But the more a country has economic freedom and is a wealthier country, so people have more economic choices, you start to see certain jobs, not all jobs, certain jobs in certain fields of employment self-segregate via gender, which to me is a good indication that this is by choice and that this is probably rooted for a lot of people in biology. And, I'm totally on board. If you guys listen to us, you know that we're both totally on board with fighting back against the crazy feminists who are trying to demonize men and demonize masculinity and all these things. I think you do need to fight back against all that stuff. But if this is where I think some of the argument on that side kind of falters, because if the argument is that these quote unquote traditional gender roles are rooted in biology, which I think they are for a large extent, then why do you need the culture to prescribe them? Because my argument is we should just get rid of these terrible woke feminists who are trying to destroy masculinity. And if you let people make their own choices about their own gender roles, most people are going to fucking, follow however their biology prescribes it. You don't need to have society pressuring people one direction or the other, especially if you believe it is natural. And it's weird because the people making that other argument seem to be defeating the people who are kind of saying we need society to prescribe these strict gender roles, seem to be defeating their argument that they think that these gender roles have any rooted in biology.
There are people in the chat that are saying learn a trade, and I'm here. I'm fully on your side. And
Sure.
You have to be realistic about what you can achieve, because I think that's part of it. Learning a trade is definitely a way to make a decent income. That you don't necessarily have to have rocket scientist IQ to be able to do. But a lot of times, I feel like kids today are also, they're promised things that just are not within the realm of possibility, just so that they can get them
right. No, that's definitely true, because we kind of like
fucking loans and shit.
Right. And there has been this move to sort of like minimize trade type professions, when a lot of the people doing those kinds of jobs are making way more money and are way happier.
Yes.
And like, you going into debt, in college to get your journalism degree or, your gender theology degree or whatever the fuck it is that you're studying.
They gave me a hard time because we did some jokes in the last stream about, traditional gender roles and, folding your underwear, I think was a big joke that we were, Aiden was on, we were yucking it up. We were having a good time. And people in the comment section were saying we were disparaging motherhood. And I mean, it's fair enough. We were a bit, I disagree
with you 100%. Okay.
You disagree?
The joke about folding underwear was not disparaging, women who are taking care of the household. And I agree 100% that women in America, especially in white America to some extent, that being a mother is not properly appreciated in American society. I agree with that completely. 100%.
I agree too. I totally agree. Yeah.
100%. And I do know that there was a strong pressure. And it's funny because my mom has even talked about this with me too, that there was a strong pressure, especially when she was younger, from especially feminists to demonize women who wouldn't get jobs and become financially independent. So I agree with all that. But the folding the underwear bit was not at least intended to mock, women who are doing laundry. It was intended to mock the concept that someone
that was your only opportunity.
This is your only option. This is what we're forcing you to do. The only way for you to find
meaning,
self-actualization in your life is to be subservient to another person.
Yeah.
Which, first of all, is crazy to me, because I never in my life, would I have before reading that quote, I would not have conceptualized motherhood as being subservient to your husband. Like, I think there's so much amazing. I think there's so many amazing moms out there, and there's so much amazing utility in society promoting moms out there. That has nothing to do. Like, why are you framing this in the most horrible way possible, in the most like disparaging way possible, that you have to be subservient to a man. You're not, what women are you going to convince if that's the way you're applying the title of
There were
motherhood?
women in the chat that were like, "Yeah, that fucking dominate me." They were.
I'm not talking about sexually. Everyone, when it comes
No,
to
no,
sex,
no.
things
They
get a
were
little
they were
different.
talking like they were. Yeah, no. I saw a couple.
Yeah, but those are the people that don't need to be convinced, Adam. This is running into the Blair White problem again. Okay, with Big Joel. Big Joel's like, what? Why isn't Blair saying the things that I want to hear? Well, because Blair's not trying to convince you. Okay, so sure, if Academic Agent and other trad cons or whatever title they get want to sit in their hug box in their little bubble, and they just want to preach to the choir about how they need traditional values, and you know what? Go right ahead. Go right the fuck ahead, okay? And use your very horribly unpersuasive argument. Sure. I don't think that's going to work for the broader mainstream America.
Well, I brought it up too to mention that, you know, the guys talking about doing a trade, our society completely undervalues that as well. Like, we
It's
don't
true.
idolize plumbers. We're not out there like talking up becoming an electrician. No.
Yeah. Very
Yeah.
true. Very true.
So I mean, there's demonization on all sides that is not
Yes.
necessarily good.
Very true. Very true.
What's Anna doing right now?
Opinion and actual hard news journalism. You know, this is what I talk about with journalism students whenever I have the time to teach. I always tell them, I'm like, look,
You
there's
know what that little line meant to me? Whenever
What?
I have the time to teach. Anna has taught one class in her entire life. And that she classifies herself as a journalist teacher. She probably taught a class at, I think it was like UCLA Extensions, which is not even really, they don't give them a classroom. It's like an online course. So you
Oh,
can basically
no.
say that you're a teacher at UCLA, but you don't really.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
I have one of the guys, Eric Bork, who was in Deadline Junkie. He was a producer on Band of Brothers. He's taught a bunch of those courses at UCLA. It's good.
Is she related to that famous political Bork guy?
No, not at all.
Oh, okay.
Not at all.
Okay.
Yeah. Eric Bork, for you guys who are fancy yourselves writers and, you know, listen to EFAP and like dissecting film and stuff. Eric Bork is a super smart guy. He wrote a book called Idea. And IDEA is an acronym, but I can't remember what it spells out, but it's about coming up with the idea for your story and how important that is. And he spends a lot of time developing ideas for stories, and also he makes a lot of money. Like,
Did
wow.
that podcast we're on ever go public?
Oh, I'm not sure. Yeah, we should promote that too. Yeah. We
Do you
were on a
wanna promote it, Adam?
podcast. Yeah. I do. Kurt Metzger has a podcast that Sitch and I went on Thursday. We'll see if we can dig up the link, but
Yeah.
that was a lot of fun. I don't know if it's live right now, but yeah. And Kurt and Kyle might come on our show. They were on Friday Night Tights, I think, on Friday, but I didn't listen to the show.
Right.
I was too busy arguing with people on the internet.
the difference between what I do, which is analysis, opinion, and what you should be doing as an investigative journalist, for instance.
Wow, it's funny.
Oh my God.
Analysis and opinion is what she does.
Oh, I didn't listen. I tapped out before I got to this part of the conversation.
Wouldn't
So
you
she
call
just-
it more political propaganda? I think would be a more accurate term.
But listen to the fucking bullshit rationalization that she gives. She's like, oh, well, I can criticize journalists because these are the other journalists, the investigative journalists. They're the ones that's supposed to be non-biased, doing all the hard work. But me, I'm just an opinion and analysis journalist. So it's okay for me to sit up here on my analysis and give a bunch of bullshit opinions I drew, and I reached out of my analysis and gave these opinions straight from that area. Like, fuck you, Anna.
Oh my God. It's just totally triggered.
I'm super triggered. Listen.
Team
This is
Truth.
bullshit.
Team Truth.
God.
instance, you know, going out there and actually gathering the news, talking to both sides, not equating both sides and acting as if, you know, you're completely neutral, but making sure that you gather the facts on the ground and report them as they are. It's really hard to find that these days. There's still great journalism.
Yeah, but
Did she
the
just say
reason-
not being neutral? She did.
no,
didn't
she said, well, she's sort of like, you should be neutral, but not be both sides, because that's not necessarily neutral.
No, she said not neutral. Let's back it up a bit.
Okay, back
Taking
it up.
neutral. Investigative journalist, for instance, you know, going out there and actually gathering sides, not equating both sides and acting as if, you know, you're completely neutral, making sure that you gather the facts on the ground and report them as they are. It's really hard to find that these days.
Equating both sides, yeah.
Right. So the reason it's hard, Anna, is because A, as you said, it's not profitable.
Mhm.
And B, because you guys, the analysis people who draw from their anal lists, okay,
Yeah.
they are the ones that spin any fact into this incredibly incendiary tribalistic bullshit. And the journalists who are on the quote ground drawing the facts know that you guys are going to do that, and they know that that's what you guys want.
Mm-hmm.
And so they're just helping you along here. Okay, Anna. So no, you, Anna, are directly responsible for this thing that you're complaining about.
You're like the baby bird with your mouth open, like, feed me, mama, feed me, give me the fake news.
Yeah, you're
Fill
like,
me up.
You're like, Mom, please, Mom, give me these worms, these horrible worms that taste so terrible. I'm so upset that you give me these awful fake news worms, but that's all I want. And that's all I'm going to preach about 24/7.
Yeah.
They're still taking place. I wouldn't be able to do my analysis or my job without that great journalism taking place. But
That great New York Times journalism taking place. That great BuzzFeed journalism taking place.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah. That great MSNBC Joy Reid CRT journalism taking place. She wouldn't be able to do any of her analysis if Joy Reid hadn't already done her analysis for
They're
her.
not teaching CRT in school, Adam.
God, it's just a couple of yahoos on the internet. I feel like we understand the situation.
I know.
You do
It's
way
sad.
more research on any of this stuff.
I know.
Anna doesn't have time to do this.
No, of
You
course.
understand? She's got
It's only her fucking literal job, you know?
no. Her job is talking to branding agents.
Oh, you're right. Her job is to promote a very one-sided political narrative. I forgot. I apologize.
I wonder
So
what a
sorry.
day in the life of Anna Kasparian's like. Can we do a documentary, wink, wink, on Anna Kasparian and follow around with a camera for a day?
There you go.
I
There you
wonder.
go. Let's do it.
You're already incognito. You could. Do
That's
it.
right. I could do it.
Yeah.
I could do it.
Just carry your little voice changer with you. You'll be good.
these are the people who are oftentimes not paid well, ignored, and don't get any of the benefits that someone might in the media if you engage in the conflict nonsense.
Can we go back, Ben, and separate the fact-based from the opinion now, or is it going to be conflated for the foreseeable future?
I mean, I think the truth is that that was a relatively modern construct. I mean, if you go back to the foundations of the Republic, the people who were reporting were also doing opinion, and that was true all the way through the beginning of the 20th century. It was really only with Walter Lippmann in the 1920s that you start talking about objective standards in journalism. And there's a difference between an objective standard that you apply to how a story is reported and being an objective reporter, meaning you have no politics at all. And I think, frankly, if you want to reinstall some sort of institutional trust, it would be good for reporters to say, here's who I voted for, and then here are also...
Didn't that come about via government regulation?
It did, in that they had to give equal time. What rule was that? But what was that?
There was
overturned?
multiple rules that the equal time rule was overturned.
Really? Oh,
Yeah,
fascinating.
a while ago in the 80s, I thought, but no, because I'm not 100% on the history of this. I thought like with the invention of radio and TV, that the government said, okay, you know, if you want to use the airwaves, because there's only a limited amount of airspace for these waves, you have to set aside, you know, an hour a day or whatever
For news. Oh, I do.
to do
remember
like
that.
a neutral news segment. And I think there was, I'm not 100% sure. I don't know if there was any stricter regulation about like how the news had to be neutral or not. So
Who
I don't know.
cares? Neutral
there's your
news
evil
is
government regulation.
Boring.
Dax Lucerno for $20 says, "All right, boys, Biden's polling is 38%. I think I'm now allowed to say he sucks as a president on all fronts." That's fair.
Yeah.
That's definitely fair.
The key is, when is Sitch going to say that Biden sucks as a president? When is he going to come out full on?
In the words of the Zen master, we'll see.
Well, we'll see.
That's from Charlie Wilson's War. We'll see. JMac for $10 says, "Adam, is your PC on Wi-Fi or is it connected over LAN?" I bet it's on Wi-Fi. I bet Adam's
Me?
stupid.
I just put 2 copper wires together and twisted them up and ran them in the other room. Why?
I knew it. Actual Just Worth, thanks, Sean, for $5 says, "This is unironically elitism. Anna doesn't think this should be priority, therefore she dismisses it. Anna became more commie after Michael Brooks passed." Yeah.
Really?
Interesting.
She feels like she's carrying the torch for Michael Brooks.
Maybe she has to carry the torch.
I mean, Michael Brooks was a full-blown commie, so
yes,
makes a lot of sense.
The facts that I'm reporting on, because otherwise it ends up being a gotcha, right? I see how you're reporting that. I see what you're doing. I know what you really think about this story. So that's a major issue. I think the other big issue, obviously, I mentioned gatekeepers before. I'm very wary of the reinstallation of institutional gatekeepers, because if you want to talk about market incentives, the big players have all the incentives to ensure that they are the ones who maintain their access via the gates. And this is one of my great fears with some sites that we've been very successful with, like Facebook, is that reestablishing the idea that there are quote-unquote trusted news sources, and those all coincidentally are legacy media sources, means that everybody who's not a legacy media source, somebody who started up a company in the last 10 years, right? We opened our doors in 2015. We're not legacy media. And so we don't have that legacy. So now you're shutting out all the players who are actually entering the market.
So you actually mentioned, again, just a little bit of a shift because you got my attention earlier. You're both born and raised in California. You left, you stayed, but we had an interesting conversation at the dinner table that maybe your perspectives on California aren't all that different. Ben, I know you said you were afraid your kids weren't going to have a difficult time because of their political views. So are you sad that you left California? Or tell us?
I have not thought for one day about that decision. It was one of the best decisions that I have ever made for my family. We are overjoyed. Florida is a wonderful state. Basically, Orthodox Jewish faith. That means that I had to move to a place that had some significant Jewish resources. And so I was looking for...
Look at this. Ben Shapiro started off on the A train, and he said, "I'm out of here, straight to S-Classville." Oh.
Traitor.
Bam.
Full-on traitor right there. I don't know.
Tribesmen got to stick together, Adam.
This must be the libertarian aspect of him. Scores low on the Loyalty Betrayal Foundation. Ready to abandon in the state of his home. We birthed you, Ben Shapiro, and you fucking you turned your back on your people. Yeah.
That had those resources was in a red state, preferably with 0% state income tax, and that narrowed it down to basically Dallas and Florida.
Look at that! He threw his fucking people under the bus for money.
Yeah.
Money.
What are you trying to say, you horrible anti-Semite?
I don't know. Just interesting. It's interesting.
Look at this. Adam's going full blown now. Wow.
I'm not the one that left the state I was born in to go to a state with 0 income tax. I didn't do that. I didn't do that.
Okay.
If I could pay my taxes, I'm
Someone's
good.
been reading. Adam's been reading some Julius Evola.
I'm good. I pay my taxes.
Okay.
You're the one that I didn't say anything about what you're talking about. Okay. Oh, maybe Florida has the best synagogues in the world. That's fine. Like if he said, Adam, I left California and moved to Florida because they have better synagogues here, I would say that is a man of faith. That is a man of ethical.
He just doesn't want to pay
integrity.
Income tax, okay,
that's what I would say.
Doesn't want to pay.
But what he said was, "I love living in Florida because we don't have any income tax." Right?
Yeah,
he said, "I abandoned the people I grew up with. I abandoned."
Listen to this guy. Listen to this guy.
I abandoned my home. For 0 income tax. Come on. Come on now. Which is more ethical? Which is it?
Sometimes when your family and your home is toxic, you just got to cut it out of your life. Okay. Listen.
Oh, the ultimate leftist position right here.
No, listen.
Here it is.
Listen. If you're out to sea Sometimes when people drown, what happens when you try to save them? They drag you down with them.
Oh, you got to get toxic people out of your life.
Sometimes you got to just let those people go. Swim the shore. All right.
Is Ben Shapiro saying, I feel like 90% of this is Ben Shapiro. Well, no, I guess he's told his story. I don't want to straw man him. He's told his story. He's like, I don't know why is Ben Shapiro live in a place where he's literally got like junkies out. There are no junkies out in front of my house.
He does talk about that there were junkies in front of his house.
I know.
Yeah. Right.
Ben, what's going on here? You could live in a place that doesn't have. I have plenty of friends that don't have junkies out in front of their house.
Yeah.
I'm dying. Where?
When Adam walks out of his house, he doesn't see junkies. He sees his friends who just also happen to be the junkie.
Just move to Calabasas like everyone else does. What are you talking about, Ben?
He doesn't want to pay property. I mean, he doesn't want to pay income tax. Okay.
Well, I'm calling his shit. I'm literally calling his shit here.
Okay.
He's like, there were junkies out in front of my house. Move to Calabasas, bitch.
Florida. We ended up in Florida. It's wonderful, but I mean, it wasn't just that. It was really a lifestyle thing because my wife for years. Yeah, we're paying higher taxes, but you make a lot of money, so that's fine. But the problem is you don't get any of the public services back in our area, which is a fairly
this is just so pathetic. So pathetic. Here, I'm gonna try restarting the window once again and see.
Mm-hmm.
Why is this so fucking pathetic?
decent suburb. You had.
I thought you meant Ben was so fucking pathetic.
No, it keeps over and over again, and I'm downing the thing, but every time I restart it, it puts it on HD 720. I don't know why. I'm like, here, I put it on tiny, but it doesn't seem to change it one bit. So it's fucking bullshit. Watch Together, I'm coming for you.
You're getting attacked by China.
If Watch Together's in California, I'm moving. I'm getting out of this state.
I mean, I'm having no problems with it though. So
yeah, but I'm running the OBS.
That's what I'm saying. It's got to be on something on your end.
I know. I'll play with it on Monday. Look how good look at the chat. How nice it looks.
I know. Looks great.
Looks amazing.
Shoddy Viceroy for $20 says, my American history teacher would argue with me about how bad or good Obama was as president and why he thought he should be reelected. That's pretty crazy. I think that's what like college teachers can argue with students about, like politics. I don't think high school teachers should be engaged in that stuff. Not a good idea. Unless it's specifically like a current events or politics class or something.
What is this?
What?
Garth LX in the chat is Adam is so butthurt laughing emoji. What's that all about?
Adam, stop being butthurt that your internet is fucking up, okay?
Adam is really just coping here.
Stop it.
What? Hey, what?
Adam, stop coping with the fact that your internet's fucking up. Stop.
No, I think it's about the California stuff.
Maybe, probably. But I was trying to give you plausible deniability.
Okay. You are the ones coping. I live in sunny Southern California. Adam. I'm gonna start doing like, what do they call it? A vlog. I'm gonna go down to Beverly Hills and do a vlog for you guys. Okay.
You should.
So I'm gonna be like, we have Vosh's house here on the left over here.
Hassan's house over here.
Here's Hassan's house over here. Here's Team 10 over here.
Here's the fecal matter I'm stepping over from a human.
Here's Ben Shapiro's junkie right outside of his home here. Let's talk to him.
Wait a minute. It's not junkie. It's that guy I hate.
Oh,
with the mustache.
Maybe.
Pretending to be homeless.
Are you sad that you left California, or tell us?
I have not thought for one day. Because of my Orthodox Jewish faith, that means that I had to move to a place that had some, and so I was looking for a place that had those resources, was in a red state, preferably with 0% state income tax, and that narrowed it down to basically Dallas and Florida. And so we ended up in Florida. It's wonderful, but I mean, it wasn't just that. It was really a lifestyle thing because my wife for years was saying, yeah, we're paying higher taxes, but you make a lot of money, so that's fine. But the problem is you don't get any of the public services back in California. So in our area, which was a fairly decent suburb, you had just an inundation of homelessness in the area. Like my kids could not walk around the neighborhood. We'd open up our front gate, there'd be a person shooting heroin in their foot literally in front of our house, or a person passed out on the street. We had our business on Ventura Boulevard. We had to board up windows during the George Floyd, some protests, some riots. We had, you know,
Our Deadline Junkies theater was on Ventura Boulevard as well. So
Yeah.
that place is a little sketchy. That place is. I'm not gonna lie, guys. Not
It's
gonna
an
lie.
adventure down Adventure Boulevard.
It's a little sketchy.
Yeah.
Great place to buy weed if you need.
Well,
like,
of course it's sketchy because that's what isn't that where you're painting and drawing?
No, that's downtown.
Ha
Yeah. Ventura Boulevard is a little sketchy. Downtown is off the charts sketchy.
Sure.
Yeah. Downtown
Most downtowns in Florida are very sketchy too. It's not,
I always want to. I have tried to start up a live stream on the way home from the painting studio a dozen times, and Owen is like, "This is disaster tourism. Turn your live stream off. Stop it, Adam. Stop." He gets so angry.
It's hilarious.
Disaster tourism, they call it.
Mhm,
Sitch, you should come out for some disaster. I'll take you.
Oh
to some
yeah,
places.
definitely. Yeah. Only if I can sleep in your bed. Remember?
You want some disaster tourism?
I get to be Big Spoon.
I have a gun next to my bed, Sitch. You don't want to go in the bedroom, okay? It's not safe in there, okay? Stay away from the master bedroom, okay?
You're saying you have protection? Is that what you're saying, Adam?
there was a homeless person who smashed the front plate glass window of our establishment. When we left business to Nashville, and then my family and a small core of the business moved to Florida. When we left, we thought that we were going to lose probably half the people working for us. Instead, I think over 90% of the people were like, "You're going, get us out of here." Everybody wanted out. There's a reason people are leaving California.
Well, Anna, you shared some concerns too, and California, like Pennsylvania, lost another congressional seat, so their population is not growing, certainly not at the same rate as Texas, Florida, et cetera. So share some of your concerns, because you talked a little bit about it before.
Sure. So California is poorly governed right now. I was pretty blunt and transparent about the fact that I signed the petition to recall Gavin Newsom. So
I signed it too. We were on exactly the same page before I left.
Right. Now, unfortunately, the individuals running against him were worse than he was or is. And so, unfortunately, when the ballot showed up to in my mailbox, I ended up voting against the recall. But I was hoping that there would be a better candidate to challenge him. I didn't like any of the candidates. Now, the reason why I've decided to stay in California is because I love the state. I know what the state is capable of, and I would much rather stay and fight to make the state better in any capacity that I have. But with that said, the issues in California are endless. You have corruption. I mean, literally a city council member had his office raided by the FBI because of the pay-for-play scheme that he was engaged in. You have real estate developers running amok. You have this effort to build public housing to alleviate some of the homelessness, but at the same time, you have the lawmakers in the state giving these sweetheart deals to developers who are very clearly inflating their prices and taking forever to build said public housing. So there's all sorts of mismanagement. I disagree with.
That's the origin of the price level right there.
This is a bad argument for staying in California. Anna's not doing you any favors.
Oh, really? She's just blabbing. I don't even know what she's
talking about how awful California is.
I don't care about any of this.
I see.
Tell me what the temperature is in Huntington Beach today.
Of course.
Yeah.
California, it's so sunny that even at night it's still bright.
We did actually have an oil
because of the fires.
We did actually have an oil spill right off the.
There you go.
I saw a local news report about stay away from the beach this weekend. We got oil.
Why not? It just makes the beach water even warmer and better.
Oh hell yeah! You just light the top on fire. You heat the whole ocean.
Right.
It's great.
Yeah.
Handling the
When was the last time you went swimming? And you've got a beach
the ocean
there, right?
filled with fire oil. It's been a while.
You've got a beach there, right? I mean,
Of course, we got lots of beaches. Yeah.
Yeah. Are you beach body ready? You got your abs going? You ready to go to the beach?
Sitch is always beach body.
There you go.
Okay?
I knew it.
Nothing but rippling tomboy abs. Okay.
To fucking Taekwondo Sitch over
I put
here.
all the tomboys to shame with my abs.
Taekwondo Sitch right here. He's ready.
That's right.
He knows where to meet the ladies.
Mm-hmm.
homelessness. although I think my solutions might be a little different. I think that this idea of being incredibly laxed with camping has been pretty disastrous and has attracted, homelessness isn't just a California issue, it's an issue throughout the country. But when other states are pretty strict against encampments and California is very laxed, what do you think that's going to do? It's going to attract homelessness in the state as well. I want to provide housing.
It's actually the lax drug laws that attract them because, if in Nevada, you can get thrown in jail for 20 years for methamphetamine. In California, they decriminalized it. Where do you think the meth heads are going to go?
That's a good point.
Yeah.
That's a good point. Yeah.
Yeah. And they can camp out. That's the bonus. I mean, what they really want is to do meth all day.
Look, Adam, all you need to do is all these empty houses in California. You just need to steal them.
Yeah.
I mean, reappropriate them and just give them the homeless people.
I laugh when they talk about a homelessness problem because the reason the people are homeless is they're addicted to meth. Okay.
Right. Or they have some other mental.
Yeah.
Right.
Like giving a meth head a house is not gonna solve the homelessness problem.
Well, it will solve me having to look at them.
Yeah, I mean,
for a while anyway.
They do that meth and they want to get out of the house pretty quick.
For everyone, right? But I think the way that the state is doing it through a public-private partnership has not out at all.
Thank you. So let's move on to another public policy issue, one that's being debated in Washington right now. Tax the rich is a very popular sentiment. It's also now,
someone in the chat is saying,
which we've all seen,
dump your RAM or something.
Dump your RAM?
Yeah. Like
I don't even know what that means. I'm
yeah,
not
I
a
didn't
nerd.
know
I don't know what that
either. I
means.
thought.
What do you mean dump your RAM?
Maybe the
Adam, I want you to reach
browser's
into
having an
your
issue.
CPU, rip your RAM out, and then dump it.
I know it didn't make a lot of sense to me.
I'm
either,
assuming
but
there's some process to like restart your RAM
know.
or something. Yeah.
I'm looking.
Did you delete all your cookies, Adam? You could delete all your cookies.
There is
Delete all
like
your temporary internet files.
What happens if I hit reset and clean up right now, guys?
I have a feeling the stream will stop. That's what will happen.
Let's not do it.
Yes. The figure 13 for 31 Aussie says Dutch. Dutch. The Arizona audit found 5 times the amount of fraud and then the margin of victory. They don't say who the fraudulent voters were for, but it shows the state's election shouldn't have been certified. That, my friend, is 100% fake news. But listen, I don't blame you because I saw the people talking about it. Okay. And I hate to tell you this, the figure 13, the people that told you that are either lying to your face or are just too lazy to actually check the facts on their own, and they bought the story from some other liar. Okay. Because guess what your boy Sitch did? He actually read parts of the fucking audit. Okay, I actually went through the fucking audit. And they did not say that they found the number was like 50,000 fraudulent votes. No. They said they found 50,000 votes that they think are questionable and needed to be further investigated. To which the state gave some explanation explaining away the majority of those votes. Because there's like 60% of those 50,000 votes were all supposedly people voting from addresses that they didn't currently reside in anymore. That was the fraud that was the main chunk of the quote fraud, which wasn't even fraud, just saying these addresses don't match up with the addresses we have on file. And supposedly there's some explanation for this, that there's some reason or there's some new law, or there's some new list that they didn't look at properly to explain that away. So if you want to go and dig into that, you can be my guest. But anyone that's trying to peddle you to say that they found 50,000 fraudulent votes, they're lying to you. I'm sorry. They don't know. They didn't read the report. Even the report doesn't say that. Even the report doesn't say
That's
that.
a ninja report?
That's the Cyber Ninja report, yes.
Yeah. Sitch looks into this stuff.
I know.
I trust
Because
Sitch.
people always send me this stuff. They're like, they're like, Sitch, you pwned, look at this video, destroyed. And I watched the video and I'm like, huh, this guy's making some claims. And then I go and I look at the source and said, oh, the guy's fucking full of shit making the claims in his videos. This is bullshit. That's not what the source material says at all. But that's what always happens.
Sitch is very reliable. Very reliable.
Very autistic, but
I know. That's why he's very. I'm doing my Rain Man. Very reliable.
Thank you.
Sitch
Thank
is very reliable.
thank you.
Into the microphone and says, pay your fair share. What does that mean?
It means that if you're one of the 55 corporations that literally paid absolutely nothing in federal income taxes in 2020, and in fact received $3.5 billion in tax refunds or rebates, or tax refunds, I should say, maybe you should pay your fair share. But here's the thing, if the tax code is written in a way where corporations can legally take advantage of loopholes and incredibly low effective corporate tax rates, they're gonna do it, right? So it's one thing to say pay your fair share, it's another thing to actually write a tax code that is a little more equitable and ensures that everyone is in fact paying their fair share.
Ben, what's pay your fair share mean?
I mean, the obvious answer would be a flat tax, but the longer answer is that the United States has one of the most progressive income tax systems on planet Earth. Most of the systems in, for example, Northern Europe are far less progressive. The top tax rate kicks in a lot lower on the income scale because you have to pay for the large-scale social services. The people who are at the top of the income bracket in the United States, the top quintile essentially pays all net taxes in the United States. Not some, not most, all. And the reason for that is because there are tax transfers, and the transfer of payments that are inherent in public services do not accrue to the people at the top of the tax bracket. They accrue to everybody else who's receiving that sort of funding. When we talk about higher taxes on corporations, we do not have one of the world's lowest corporate tax rates. We are somewhere in the middle. Look at the OECD countries, we are certainly not the lowest on the totem pole in terms of our corporate tax rate. In fact, right-wing sources like the Heritage Foundation will say that it is much friendlier to do business in places like Denmark or Sweden in many cases than it is to do business in the United States.
Tax rate's pretty high in Denmark and Sweden.
It is, the personal income tax rate is very high in Denmark and Sweden. The corporate tax rate is basically near or on par with that of the United States. If we were to raise our corporate tax rate the way that President Biden is talking about, we'd actually have a higher corporate tax rate than China currently does.
You're going back?
Yeah.
On the taxes?
Yes.
Oh my God, I'm
But
falling asleep.
the
Sitch.
longer
Don't-
answer is that the United
Well, no, he said, Ben said something.
ensures that everyone is
I need
in
to push
fact
back
paying
on.
their fair share.
Ben, what's pay your fair share mean?
I mean, the obvious answer would be a flat tax, but the longer answer is that the
Sitch is pro flat tax, just so you guys know. He's all in favor of the flat
No,
tax.
not even close.
United
Flat
States
tax is
has one of the most progressive income tax systems on planet Earth.
Good.
Most of the systems in, for example, Northern Europe are far less progressive. The top
Look at that. Good. Sitch yelled good at the progressive taxes.
Okay, to be clear, when he says progressive taxes, he means that there's tax brackets that as you earn more, you pay more. That's what
Good.
progressive taxation means. Yeah, that's good.
Says the
Flat
guy.
tax is stupid.
Says a guy who's in zero fucking income, zero state tax land, and to the guy who's in progressive tax land,
Well,
he's
who's
like,
fucking
good,
that, Adam?
good.
Well, he's talking about
Good.
federal. He's talking about federal income. To be
Stick
fair,
it
he's
to
talking about-
Adam. Who
First of all-
cares? As long as
first of
I
all,
don't pay it, good.
Yeah, fuck you. I don't
Tax
pay
and
it.
spend liberal right here.
Yeah, that's your state's decision, okay?
Straight
And
up
also, he's
tax
talking
and
about the
spend.
federal income tax, smart guy.
Tax and spend liberal right here.
Yeah,
tax rate
okay.
kicks in a lot lower on the income scale because you have to pay for the large-scale social services. The people who are at the top of the income bracket in the United States, the top quintile essentially pays all net taxes in the United States. Not some, not most, all. And the reason for that is because there are tax
They have all the money.
Literally, I know.
The reason for that is they have all the money.
I know.
They literally have all of the money.
Did you know that
transfers,
all the
and
people?
the transfer
You know that all the taxes come from all the people that have all the money. This is
Yeah.
a shock.
I know. Amazing. Why don't people with
Amazing.
no money pay the
Oh.
taxes, Sitch?
This is shock. This we've uncovered a conspiracy here.
payments that are inherent in public services do not accrue to the people at the top of the tax bracket.
Okay,
they
wait a
accrue to everybody else, not some, not most, all. And the reason for that is because there are tax transfers, and the transfer of payments that are inherent in public services do not accrue to the people at the top of the tax bracket. They accrue to everybody else who's receiving that sort of funding. When we talk about
Okay, this is
It's still bullshit. Anyway, go ahead.
well, he uses very specific language to kind of worm around the issue here. Okay, and we hear this time point a lot, like, oh, the people the richest people that pay all the taxes, they don't get any of this money back. They don't get anything back for their taxes.
Mm-hmm.
Excuse me, you don't get anything back? Did you think that the country of America and the buildings and infrastructure and society that you live in, did that just pop out of the grass wholesale by
We built
fucking
this.
magic?
We built this, Sitch. What are you talking about?
Oh,
You didn't build this.
people built a city and a society that requires funding to keep going. Oh my God, what a fucking crazy idea here.
Yeah.
And Ben has repeated this stupid fucking talking point again and again.
Mhm.
If you're wealthy in America, what that means is that the rules of our society have helped you more than they've helped everyone else that's not rich in America. Okay. So obviously, the people who are, quote, winning the game of America by being wealthy should have to pay more to keep the game of America going.
Mhm.
This isn't a difficult concept. It's just so angering, so triggering to me when people only conceptualize like, oh, well, because I don't get a fucking welfare check back from the government, I'm not getting anything from my taxes. It's like you're getting the fucking society that you live in. The fact that you can drive to your work and not have not have to pay the banditos, a toll and have to give up your daughter to them to drive to work. Okay, that's what you're paying for. That's what taxes are paying for. You're paying for society to be stable.
Yeah, true. Well, also you could say like, who uses the roads more? You driving your car to work or Amazon?
Right.
Who do you think is a bigger user of that public service, which is the roads?
That's true.
Yeah.
We have a celebrity in the chat.
Vosh's anal beads.
Vosh's anal beads. Vosh's anal beads are back for $20. Thank you so much. Says Adam, are we still on to meet up this Tuesday?
Oh no, we aren't.
I'm off work at 7 and I know this great taco place we can get dinner at, but I can't stay out too late or else Vosh will be mad at me. Let me know, bro.
No way. You're Vosh's anal beads.
Adam, you can't ghost Vosh's anal beads. He's been a
No.
good supporter of the show
You're
for
staying
months
with
now.
Vosh.
Okay.
You're staying with Vosh.
I can't have a heart.
No.
Okay.
I draw the line.
Let Vosh's anal beads into your heart or some other place of your body.
Never gonna happen.
Joe the Mig for $20 says, Anna here is the literal personification of a Bailey to all of her nonsense on TYT. True. I got permabanned from Twitter for telling a tanky that they aren't going to like the gulag they advocate for. Keep up the good work. That's stupid that you guys.
So many people get banned from Twitter.
No.
It's scary.
Yes.
Higher taxes on corporations. We do not have one of the world's lowest corporate tax rates. We are somewhere in the middle. And look at the OECD countries. We are certainly not the lowest on the totem pole in terms of our corporate tax rate. In fact, right-wing sources like the Heritage Foundation will say that it is much friendlier to do business in places like Denmark or Sweden in many cases than it is to do business in the United States.
Tax rate's pretty high in Denmark and Sweden.
It is, the personal income tax rate is very high in Denmark and Sweden. The corporate tax rate is basically near or on par with that of the United States. If we were to raise our corporate tax rate the way that President Biden is talking about, we'd actually have a higher corporate tax rate than China currently does. The notion that corporations ought to be paying tax at all, in my view, is mistaken given the fact that
listen. I don't have a strong stance on the corporate income tax thing.
Because you haven't researched it enough.
I haven't researched it. I don't really, it's not a thing I've really thought about. I've heard pretty good arguments on both sides. So if people want to be against it or lower it or raise it, whatever, okay, that's fine. But don't compare it to China, Ben. Come on. The country where, like, if you make too much money, the government will just seize your assets. Like, come on.
They don't have stable property rights in China, Ben.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
No, they don't.
Stay away.
income is immediately either reinvested in the company or passed on to people who immediately pay all of that tax. By the time you actually receive your income in this country, the income's been taxed about 7 different ways. Right? You're getting taxed through the corporation, then it's passed on to you as salary, which is taxed. If you invest it in the stock market and then you sell your stock, that is taxed as capital gains tax. When you die, the government taxes that as well. So how many times can you tax the same dollar before people begin to...
How does the government tax you when you die?
So Well,
Does
yeah,
the
but-
government send you a
and a bill in the afterlife?
Yeah. Because I got to tell you, after I'm dead, I'm not opening that bill.
What are they gonna do?
That bill.
What are they
I
gonna
know.
do?
I'm not paying it. Fuck
Well, no,
them.
but see, this is the kind of dumb tax nonsense strawman number 2.
Mhm.
The first one is that the rich don't benefit from society and shouldn't have to pay taxes. And then the second is, all your money is taxed so many times. Money isn't taxed.
Mhm.
People are taxed.
Transactions are taxed.
Yes,
Yeah.
transactions. When money changes hands, people are taxed. Now
That's
listen,
called the velocity of money. Did you know that, Sitch?
I did know that.
Yeah, I'm a
I did
fucking
know that.
economist now.
Listen, if you want to advocate for less people to be taxed in certain situations, that's fine. But don't give me this bullshit argument about, the money is taxed so many times, as if like the dollar itself has some kind of agency and is like paying taxes to the fucking government. People are taxed when money changes fucking hands. It's that simple.
Yeah. Mommy wants to tax us. Daddy does it. Woo!
Let me.
I'd like to respond to that, though.
Okay, go ahead. Okay,
Yeah.
go ahead.
To argue that the corporate tax rates in the United States are too high, or that, I mean, first off, let me just touch on the comparison you gave regarding progressive taxes in European countries versus the United States. I mean, yes, the taxes might be higher in those European countries, but what do people living in those countries get in return? They get incredible childcare. I mean, listen, the average American family, 2-income household, spends a whopping 22% of their household income on childcare alone, right? So when you're talking about European countries that offer quality childcare, that, by the way, that opens up the opportunity for people to go to work, something that we should maybe think about as we're dealing with this labor shortage. 64,000 women left the job force in April alone. Not because they want to, but because they can't afford childcare. Everything in this country is privatized. Everything has a for-profit model. And there's consequences that come along with that, including for the business community that might want, a more robust social safety net program, or social safety net to ensure that people feel comfortable enough to go to work. But we don't have that here. So yes, people might pay more in taxes, including those lower on the income scale, but what they get in return is far greater than what people in this country have been getting.
Anna comes back with a devastating point about childcare. The fact that they offer childcare in these other countries.
Sure.
Amazing. Doesn't seem amazing to me. I'm trying to be sarcastic here.
You don't think so? Okay.
Well,
I think what she was trying to do is she's trying to say like, oh, you should be in favor of childcare so that people can work, which I mean, that would make sense if you paired it with other reforms. I mean, where you got rid of the incentivization for people to have kids, that can't afford it, which we need to do away with. Like if that could be replaced with childcare, I think that would be a positive solution, right?
Well, I think a childcare program would incentivize more people to have kids anyway. So.
I don't think. I think paying people
isn't
directly.
Public schools like childcare? What are we talking about here?
Well, they're talking about young kids, but I think paying people directly for their child incentivizes them obviously to have children that they can't afford. Where just saying, oh, if you have a child and you need to send them to childcare, if you can't afford it, you're not incentivizing to have a child in the first place. You're just saying, oh, if you need to work or something. Or you need to do drugs. Look, you want to do meth and you don't want your kids in the house. Okay, listen.
Anna, there's no CRT in school is saying we really need to get these kids into childcare.
Right.
I don't know. It just seems like, I don't know. It seems like such a minor point that doesn't even really affect.
Sure. It's not a very persuasive argument.
Doesn't affect Anna. I don't think Anna has kids.
Well, I mean, the issue with all this is just that it is entirely perceptual. It is entirely psychological that people in a lot of the Nordic countries, they pay a lot in taxes, but they have the perception, and this could be based on reality, I don't know enough, that their government is giving them back all these wonderful services for the money they're spending. And in America, people's perception is they pay the government money and then that money just disappears into a void and you don't really know what happens to it.
You don't, there's no tangible, like if we had universal
Right.
health care, there'd at least be some tangible thing. But every time I talk to somebody, and maybe it's just our internet bubble, but they always say, like Anna pitches this great childcare that they have in Denmark, and then someone will DM me on Twitter saying, yeah, I live in Denmark and the childcare sucks. You know, they molested my kid like 3 times. Right? I mean,
really?
So
You
it's
got
like,
that idea? It's just dark.
I'm just saying, you know, obviously I'm being hyperbolic, but
Yes, I know.
they do come in with like crazy stories. But maybe they're yanking my chain. I don't know. Who knows? It's so weird. We live in such a fucking never
I know.
can't tell anything.
Mr. Dolphin for $20, our favorite dolphin, says Sitch and Adam chat, quote, cover more conservatives. Also Sitch and Adam chat, quote, you strawmanned a very clear and terrible conservative video. I got y'all's back. That was the worst video I've ever seen y'all cover. Thank you, Mr. Dolphin. We appreciate it.
I read through
True.
Sargon did a stream yesterday. I think you guys mentioned it. And I read through Sargon's comments this morning, and a lot of the comments were on our side. So, I mean, there were a lot of comments that were Sargon nailed this, but
sure.
I mean, it's a contentious discussion.
Well, look, we just have to be super clear here. Okay. Because Sargon said he would be willing to come on today.
Yeah.
And, you know, kind of talk about the issue. And I'm not in favor of this. The reason being that Sargon's position is very different than AA's position.
Hell yeah.
It's very different. And I don't want people conflating AA's very extreme position with Sargon's far more moderate position.
Right. Yeah.
And so, yeah, you can totally think that Sargon's more right than we are on certain issues, but that's literally not AA's position at all. So
Sargon's position appears to be, like, we all agree that demonizing masculinity is fucked up. We're all against that.
We talked about this
dozens of times.
We rehash this.
Well, no, but Sargon isn't. Just to make the point that you're making, Sargon's position is like a cultural persuasion he's in favor of. He's not in favor of legal persuasion.
Yeah, he's in favor of cultural persuasion for quote unquote traditional gender roles.
Yeah.
And we would probably quibble with Sargon exactly what those traditional gender roles are, and quibble about what kind of cultural enforcement mechanism he's referring to.
But we're not dead set against cultural. We're not dead set against cultural.
My problem with
pressure.
The reason that I have this stance, maybe people don't understand this. The reason I have this stance of like, I don't want culture.
You want zero cultural pressure?
I want zero cultural pressure for gender norms and gender roles, because I think that most of these gender roles.
But you apply cultural pressure all the time. What do you think? You're calling AA a pussy, telling him he's a cuck.
No,
that's cultural pressure. You're
not
literally doing it yourself.
Okay, let's not Kathy Newman. Don't Kathy Newman, man.
So you're saying,
right? I didn't say I'm against the existence of cultural pressuring of any topic. That would be an absurd position to have.
Okay, you're right. There's a distinction there.
Yes.
Totally.
Okay.
Got the distinction.
I said I don't want gender roles being pressured by society. Okay, and I have some reasons for this. First is, as I said, I think most of these quote gender role stuff is biological, and the people will naturally fall in these categories. I don't understand why you would further need society to try to force people down these paths, which we've done in the past, and it always ends up bad. I'm drawing from our history. It seems like whenever people pressure people into these gender roles in either direction, it always fucking ends up terrible. So why do we want to go back down that path?
Well, you are somewhat saying that you think social pressure will manifest itself without being institutionalized in any way, shape, or form. I mean, I agree with that.
I know. I think it will. I think when we look at these gender, I don't know. Even if it's not manifested institutionally, that's a very slippery slope to go down. Too.
What do you mean?
My other issue. But that's my other issue with this that I don't think people appreciate. We don't live in a perfect world. Okay. part of the reason that I'm so in favor of liberalism is not necessarily because I have this like high-minded idea about the moral principles of liberalism. It's because to me, that seems to be what works because I don't fucking trust people. I don't trust the quote unquote gatekeepers. I don't trust the institutions. Okay. So who's exactly going to be the one that's mandating these gender roles that are being enforced by either culture or the government?
The institutions, the church.
Right. But the church isn't the only institution. You know, who else? We've been talking nonstop on this stream for months and months and months about how our institutions are literally fucking failing us. Okay.
No, I understand.
They've all been, this is why this argument's fucking insane to me. Okay. And everyone agrees. Whenever we talk about how our institutions are failing us, they've either been completely saturated with fake news, they've been completely saturated with woke nonsense. Okay. Including fucking churches. And then you guys turn around, no, not you guys, but some people turn around and tell me they want like the institutions to be enshrining our fucking gender norms. What the fuck are you talking? What institutions?
Yeah.
Who?
No
What
one
are you
can be
fucking talking
trusted.
about?
No institutions can be trusted at the moment.
Right, but that's why I want to have this position. I don't fucking trust people to make these decisions. If we lived in the perfect utopia where everyone was smart and amazing and rational and moral, then go be my guest. Have society press whatever the fuck cultural gender institutions you want. But I don't fucking trust anyone to do that. And I don't see how anyone who's paying attention right now, who's not living in a left-wing bubble, I don't know how anyone could be advocating for this. Unless they think that they're just going to seize control of all the institutions and tell everyone what to do.
Yeah, which sounds like a fucking horror show to me. I don't like to be told what to do. I hate to be told what to do.
But we do have a much more important topic than that. And that's
Good.
Lucas Henry for another $5 says, "Hey guys, Riggs is upset. Can you not mention that he banged his cousin anymore? I'm sorry I brought it up." You know what? Thank you, Lucas. Everyone, make sure you do not ever bring up that Riggs banged his cousin. Okay, we don't want to upset Riggs here at the Sitch and Adam show. We are an opening, welcoming community. Okay?
I kind of want to know how it was, though. I mean, I'm curious. Was it acceptable? What's going on with this thing? Oh, you hit play?
On a per capita level.
Is it not playing for you?
No. My computer fucking hates me.
You do it. You press the button.
Maybe I should have restarted. I don't think I've restarted my computer for a month. You think that's
Oh
bad?
my God. If it's really that, I'm going to flip the fuck out.
Do you restart your computer?
I turn my computer off every day.
Really?
You leave your computer, like, do you put it, just leave on sleep mode on all the time?
Sure, yeah.
That's so dumb.
Why?
Oh my God. Because this is why. Because you get these dumb problems, Adam.
I'm going to fix it right now.
You can't fix it because you have to restart your computer. And the stream will
Everything in
die.
this country is privatized. Everything has a for-profit model. And there's consequences that come along with that, including for the business community that might want, a more robust social safety net program, or social safety net to ensure that people feel comfortable enough to go to work. But we don't have.
No, just let them work at home. Come on now. They manage the kids and work.
Come on now.
So yes, people might pay more in taxes, including those lower on the income scale, but what they get in return is far greater than what people in this country have been getting.
The United States has spent, since the beginning of the war on poverty, some $22 trillion in the war on poverty. We spend an awful lot on social services in this country on a per capita level. In fact, it is very much on par with what the European countries spend. It's just not spent particularly well. When it comes to things like childcare, a very young Elizabeth Warren, before she became Senator Elizabeth Warren, specifically wrote about universal childcare, and she said that it actually was contributing to what she called the two-income trap in a book that she wrote in the early 2000s. And what she talked about is the fact that there are a lot of women who, for example, may not want to work, and what you're actually doing is incentivizing people to have to go to work because you are now providing childcare, as opposed to providing a competitive advantage to, for example, families where one parent is working. I agree with you, by the way, that child.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
How is that a competitive advantage? Wait a minute, this is fucked. Listen, if you want to talk about trying to create a society where both parents aren't working, you gotta, as you said, that's an economic issue. Okay, people got to be able to support themselves on those types of jobs.
Yeah.
And many people can't. And so to me, that's really fucking crazy to say like it's a competitive advantage for people that can function on a single parent working a job. Like that's weird. Like that's a really fucking weird. Am I misunderstanding what he means by that? That's very crazy to me.
I have no idea what he's saying, to be honest with you.
Okay. That's fine.
You gotta let me press play here.
I'm
Something's going on with the
gotta
thing.
press the play button.
Here it goes.
Issue. I also agree that this is why we used to have, for example, family structures that were conducive to allowing people to help out. There are many businesses that do provide for some form of childcare. We certainly have many businesses that provide for some form of maternity or paternity leave. The European countries, which obviously have been used as a model by a lot of folks on the left, between 1970 and 1993, they experienced exorbitantly low rates of growth. And the reason for that was because they radically overburdened their social safety net systems. It created enormous social problems. It created enormous immigration problems. They had to scale a lot of those back. And
why would it create immigration problems?
It created immigration problems because a lot of people were coming specifically for the benefits.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, yes, that would be to my point, which is it creates more problems very often than it's.
Sure, I guess that's a.
Yes, if I put a free donut sign in my shop, people will come for the.
No, but if you have a robust. If you have a society that actually takes care of its workers, right? If you have a society that makes your life a lot easier, people are going to want to immigrate. It's part of the reason why people wanted to come here. People are going to want to live in countries that have both economic opportunity, but also social safety net programs that, again, just make your. I mean, we talk about freedom. If you look at the World Freedom Index, okay, we like to think of the United States as the freest country. We're not the freest country. You look at that list, we're like pretty low down compared to a lot of these Nordic countries. Denmark is top of that list. So look, Denmark has a mixed economy. When we have these debates about, socialism versus capitalism, I think that those debates are a little ridiculous because every country is not every country, but most countries are mixed economies.
Right, the United States is
right?
a mixed economy. True.
Exactly.
Yep.
Now, the issue with the United States is there used to be a time when public universities were free, right? You didn't have to dig yourself into a massive hole to get an education. There was a time in this country where there was universal child care.
That's the college thing is rent seeking by the banks, basically.
Well, by the colleges, too.
Yeah, well, they're in cahoots with the banks.
Right.
Yeah.
But that's kind of, I mean, if you want to talk about the college issue, you have to say, well, I mean, maybe you could throw this at the feet at the kind of bastardization of the private-public compromise that we generally do. Because the reason that happened was because they said, hey, if the government's going to pick up the tab, we're going to keep raising our prices.
We can charge more, yeah. Let's see how high this can go. Yeah.
And I guess, and the problem there is like that the government needed to have the authority, I guess, basically to tell the colleges to fuck off.
Yeah.
Because there's not really another solution except to just say except to say public colleges are just fucking flatly free, which I don't know if we have the money or infrastructure to go that route, or to just tell everyone to fuck off and you just screw everyone out of going to college.
You should read this paper by Warren Mosler about the price level, where the price level comes from. You ever think about that? Like, why is a hamburger, $2 instead of $5 or $6? Sure. Like, why is the price level that? There's a paper that he quoted on a podcast where he talks about how a gold coin and a suit have had the same value for like all of history. They've looked back in time and whatever the value of
like a suit, like clothing,
a tailored suit and a gold coin. For as long as they've both been into existence, well, obviously the gold coin.
Well,
was
wait a
longer
minute.
than the
How are
suit,
you? I mean, I don't know how you mean like on average, because obviously the price of things fluctuates wildly.
Yeah, totally. If you have, like, if a gold coin is 100 yen and a suit is 100 yen, they're the same value. If a gold coin is $600.
Oh, wait a minute, I misunderstood. I thought you meant the price of gold and the price of suits had remained stable, not that the price of gold and the price of suits had some weird correlation.
One gold coin is correlated to the price of a suit,
Of a
a
suit,
tailored
I
suit.
understand.
Yeah, exactly.
That's
And this has been a stable
interesting.
price. Yeah, it's totally, because you're talking about the price level.
Right.
Why is a hamburger $2? Why isn't it 50 cents? Obviously, it's creeped up through inflation over time, but what establishes that? I mean, it's supply and demand, right? The business owner says there's a certain amount of demand out there. You know, you can play different games with supply and demand. You know, if you're selling $500 hamburgers, you're going to sell a lot less. But if you can sell two $500 hamburgers and 500 $2 hamburgers, I mean, you're basically making the same amount of money. Maybe you want to sell the 2 hamburgers. Maybe it's a better deal. But there's a lot that goes into the system of the price level. And it's fascinating. Warren Mosler wrote this paper on the price level, and he says, and this is going to trigger everyone, but I'll say it anyway, that the price level begins where the money begins, with what the government pays for things. Like the government pays $60,000 a year for a soldier, and that soldier knows how much he had to work to get that amount of money, and, starts the price level thing. He goes out into the world and buys products. No, that's too expensive. That's not. And that's what's creating the demand. That's the information that the business owners are getting.
Interesting.
Yeah. That happens every day. Like, all of us are getting paid. And, things are worth different amounts to different people depending upon what they do and how much they pay. Like, if someone makes a ridiculous amount of money for doing nothing, it's all passive income. They don't care.
Right.
They're like, $500 hamburger sounds great. Let's try it out.
Speaking of money, stacking damage for another $50. Thanks so much, stacking damage. I always stack my damage and my dots. So it seems when you guys talk with Sargon and other conservatives, you have the same take as them. You get caught in Sitch's law arguing definitions. Sargon doesn't want a ministry of gender, just for mainstream to reflect the interest of the many. I mean, I thought in our conversation a few weeks ago with Sargon with gender, we didn't get caught in Sitch's law. I mean, we had a different prescription. He wanted some mechanism of culturally enforced gender norms, and I didn't. I mean, I don't see how that's an argument of definitions.
We have been caught in Sitch's law with Sargon, though, definitely.
Well, we have in the past.
Yeah.
But there's a reason it's Sitch's law. Sitch's law is, people forget the first part, that the majority of arguments are really arguments about definitions. You just don't realize it. That's why it's Sitch's law, because so many times you're getting accidentally sucked into this stuff. But at least my position on the gender stuff, I don't think that was Sitch's law. A-Rog for $20. Thanks so much, A-Rog. Says, it's always rough debating someone who uses a priori assertions in debates. A priori is Latin for I don't want to debate with you.
That's hilarious.
True. That's true. Remember the lady, the CRT lady, who's like, if you don't agree with all my a priori assertions about America being racist, I won't even talk to you.
You must have watched Reed's Nice Wonders video where
I didn't know.
James Lindsay, they went over that video recently. Yeah. The CRT video where she's like, yeah, you got to basically.
The one that we covered with Shivy?
With Will and Shivy, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, interesting.
James Lindsay responded to that too. It's on Cordial Curiosities, the channel. Reed Nice Wonders, nice guy. He's been on the show before.
Wait, Reed covered that with James Lindsay? Or?
Yes, yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay,
yeah.
I'll definitely check that out. Yeah. That's
awesome. Pretty funny.
What's the name of the channel again?
Cordial Curiosity.
Cordial Curiosity. Reed Nice Wonder. Yeah. I definitely should check that out. He's great. JMac for $50. Thank you so much, JMac. I think as long as we take a liberal approach to these lifestyle choices, then whatever works best will show in time. Also, not every lifestyle will work every time. The authoritarian approach is dangerous regardless of political direction. Oh, I agree with that so much. 100% agreed. Yes.
Yeah.
True.
Well,
And
we're
that's the
testing
real
out some of these
liberal
lifestyles. This
lifestyle approach. Letting people make the decision, not the fake authoritarian socialists, feminists. We have to tell you what to do.
Yeah. Like there's all these poly lifestyle choices that are going on right now.
Yeah. I mean, and here's the thing too. Like, people are allowed to fail, right? We have to have a society where people are allowed to fail. A society where people can make choices that don't lead to success. unless you want to live in the Wall-E world where we're all strapped to the chairs and the computers make all our choices for us, I mean, that's what you got to do.
Yeah, it's like a conservative's dream, right? The
I know.
conservatives every generation succeed because they take the safe route, and the
Well, some conservatives,
Right.
Okay, not the tradcons. They're their own breed.
Mhm.
They don't
Well, I
want to go
mean, how
against
are they not
God's
taking?
will. Okay.
How are they not taking? I thought they all got getting nice Christian girls and getting married and having a bunch of kids and stuff like that, succeeding in that way.
Yeah, but they want that choice. They don't want people to have the choice to choose that. They want to dictate it.
I understand, but taking the
Right.
dictation of it aside, like people decide what, in our world where people
Right.
choose, you have the conservatives who are choosing of their own accord to take the conservative route that has always worked relationship wise. And you have the liberals, which are always taking the brand new route that just came off the market and
Right.
50% of the time failing miserably. Like, why are you guys, why are you guys against this system here? What's going on?
Well, yeah. Well, because they perceive, for two reasons. One,
They're
everyone
like, we have to
feels
pay for
better-
their failure.
Well, three reasons. One is we have to pay for their failure. Okay, that's a good point. Two is everyone feels more comfortable psychologically when others are doing the same thing they're doing, because then it kind of like validates that you're making the right decisions.
That's a great point.
And then the third part of that is because the conservatives right now feel like they're losing. And in a lot of aspects, culturally, they are losing.
Yeah.
When they used to be the only game in town or the main game in town for decades in this country. So
There's a lot of super fucked up incentives for both men and women. It's very easy to say it's all depending upon which side of the culture, which side of the war of the sexes you're on. It's very easy to say it's women fucking everything up. Every woman has an OnlyFans account. I can't find a woman that hasn't dated 100 guys. And men, I mean, we the women have an equal. All the guys are doing is playing video games. No one has any ambition. Nobody wants to get a job. It's like
they just want to have quick sex on Tinder. Yeah. I know.
yeah. It's both sides. This is the thing. I felt like religion kind of organized people in a way that they could be successful. Sucks that it isn't true. It sucks.
Obviously, we need to go back to the Greek gods, Adam, to draw inspiration from Zeus. Okay.
This is why I like Jordan Peterson, because Jordan Peterson comes along and says, well, it's kind of true. And here's why. I'm a psychologist. Listen, do you want to?
Yeah.
This is Jordan Peterson many, many times, and this drives the fucking Anna Kasparians of the world insane. But he says, a conservative, you will most likely be happier, especially if you're economically depressed, if you adopt a conservative lifestyle. And I completely agree with that.
That is
I
true.
completely agree with that.
Yep.
Get
I do
happy if you're not gonna be rolling in money, jet setting from fucking San Francisco to New York. You're gonna be better off engaging in a meaningful family life, in a meaningful life, with your friends.
I would argue even among rich people with all this money are going to be happier.
They do. They yes. I don't know if you listen to
having strong family convictions. And
I don't know if you listen to a recent Jordan Peterson talk. They talked about luxury beliefs and how it's the rich, the elites are adopting these beliefs superficially, but really they're just conservatives. They're like, of course I'm going to get married. Like they're out looking for the best husband they can, best wife they can.
That's true.
Yeah.
True.
A lot of agreement.
Down to the point where it's like
Oh, I have to let you press the button.
Oh yeah, let me press it.
no longer in existence unless you're desperate and have like no money and need to take advantage of some programs that are available in some states. But my point is, like, we have an issue here where on one hand, we're experiencing a labor shortage. We want people to go back to work. On the other hand, people literally can't afford the childcare necessary in order to put their kids in a daycare, put their kids in childcare, and be able to go to work. Without their entire paycheck.
The Biden bill removes many work requirements for many of the
Can't afford Can't afford childcare, but of course, private school. I mean, that's so fucking weird.
It's a dumb argument. Yeah.
They can't do it. They can't afford childcare, but they could put their kids in private school.
Payments that are being made to people, and it's incentivizing people not to go back to work, which is why we.
That's where, I mean, that's one of the things I've always disagreed with on the left, is this whole like, we shouldn't tie in work requirements to certain welfare programs. That doesn't make any sense to me at all. I think, of course you should. Of course you should. Why should you not?
Work requirements to
receive certain welfare benefits. Yeah.
Okay.
Don't, I mean, isn't you're trying to incentivize people to have jobs.
Yeah, that's the MMT thing. Is they're in favor of a worker program. Just stop giving out welfare. Just make people pay for what they do.
Well, sure, but that's
price level, origin of the
right.
price level.
Right. But that's closer. Having a worker program is closer to saying, well, you can acquire some welfare benefits, but you have to be working to do that.
Yes.
Wasn't that Bill Clinton's thing? Isn't that why all the leftists hate Bill Clinton?
The welfare is completely just asininely structured because
yes, currently, yeah,
they have it structured so if you get a job, you lose your welfare immediately, and the welfare is more money than any entry-level job. So it's like it completely disincentivizes you to get back to work.
I've known multiple people that were literally in that situation.
Me too. We have, welcome.
They're like, hey, I want to get a job, but I'd actually lose money if I did. And I'm just like, this is fucking crazy.
Yeah.
It's stupid.
And I'm super skeptical of the work programs that MMT lays out, but I did do that talk with Warren Mosler, and he talked about a program that they did in Argentina where they offered work to people, and the people, showed up. They're like, show up here, we'll give you a job. And they had a lot of people show up that had never had a job before, that weren't really, they're just curious about it, and they found out that they like to work. And then they phased out the program, and they had people that continued in the program just for free. They were like, oh, I'll just volunteer. This is fun. Which is, people like to be embedded in a group where they chill and work.
Right.
I don't know.
Most people want to feel productive. Yeah,
yes.
Definitely.
Yeah. Working with cool people's like I would much rather have.
Well, sure, but that's not always viable, right? Like,
right. I was going to say I'd much rather have a dumb job working with cool people than a cool job working with dumb people. That's a fucking
people.
It's a nightmare.
No, true. That's a good point.
I have had worked for really cool places where everyone is just fucking nightmarish, and you're like, this is hell.
Yeah. JMac for $120. Always our surrogate father Jay says, off topic, Adam, if a certain super chatter wanted to purchase one of your original paintings, where would that individual go to partake of said transaction?
You would reach out to me personally, and I would show you the private collection. Obviously, yeah, definitely reach out.
Where should he reach out to you? Email, Twitter?
I DM with JMac on Twitter anyway.
I see.
Twitter's definitely the place.
The figure 13 for another 8 Aussie bucks says, Sitch, the number came from both the audit and the Senate hearing following the audit. That's just one county. I'm sorry, dude. You're wrong. Well, no, you didn't listen to what I said. Okay. I said, I read the report. You're wrong to characterize that amount of votes as being found fraudulent. That amount of votes was not found to be fraudulent. That amount of votes by the Cyber Ninja's definition was votes to be investigated further. Okay? That's the contention here. I'm not contending the number that they gave. JMac for another $200. Oh my God. He's already bought your painting right there. Says it's fine until people start peddling incorrect information, which causes people to make guillotine memes. True. I pay a lot in taxes. That's not bad in and of itself, except when the state dumps billions of said tax dollars into crap. Don't even get me started on military, FWA in the military. Yeah, no, I think that's the biggest problem too, is that it feels like people just it feels like the government just pisses money away.
What is FWA?
I don't know.
On military FWA in the military. I'm not sure. But yes, obviously.
Fraud, waste, and abuse.
Oh, there you go.
Right. Yeah, no,
Look at that.
definitely. Yeah, there's a lot of that out there too. I mean, you see that with, we saw this with like, Halliburton with like, oh, it's, $100 for a single screw. Yeah, there's so much corruption and all this stuff. And people would definitely feel so much better about paying taxes if they felt like we rooted out all this corruption, all this pork, all this pay for play nonsense.
Mm-hmm.
And if people actually felt like they were getting something back for their dollar. Definitely.
How does the MMT stuff affect your thinking on like government spending and stuff like that? I mean, fraud, waste, and abuse is just, as a human being, we hate fraud, waste, and abuse.
But that's the issue, because since people mostly conceptualize taxes as not the MMT way, because the MMT way conceptualizes taxing as like we're
Fighting
just reducing
inflation.
the money supply.
Yeah, to fight inflation.
Yeah, to fight inflation, which I think is descriptively probably more accurate. But the way that we all as human beings tend to psychologically think about taxes is that we're paying for some service.
Yeah.
So we conceptualize it like, oh, if some asshole, through corruption is paying $100 per screw to build some structure that the government's paying for, that's someone ripping us off. That's someone ripping me off personally. That's someone stealing from me.
Yeah.
That's how it feels.
I get that. I totally get that. It's just
that's
the
all that
level of when you're paying taxes and the whole situation in both the way people normally conceptualize it and in the MMT way of conceptualizing it is that the government wants to provision itself, and that's going to take, a certain amount of the economy. And I think Warren said it was close to like 22%, 25% or something like that. So it takes 25% to run police, fire, and military. I guess the military, people argue that the military could be much smaller. Can you imagine a smaller military and our taxes go down to like 15%, 10%?
Sure. I mean, we spend some inordinate amount in military spending. That's probably wasted to a large extent.
But then politics comes in.
Right.
And people want to use politics to get themselves elected. So they want the people who get them in office to pay 10% taxes and the people who didn't vote for them to pay 35% taxes.
Right.
So,
or they make certain issues like, oh, paying for a pork bloated military makes you a patriot, and paying for the pork bloated welfare system makes you a moocher. And then that's what the right says. And then the left will come in and say the opposite. They'll say paying for the pork bloated welfare system makes you a compassionate individual, and paying for the pork bloated military makes you, a racist or imperialist or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a really strange system that we live in. Yeah. It's crazy. But I mean, at least understanding it makes me feel better about it.
Okay.
I'm not
question mark. Better question mark. Yeah, I know.
I know.
Yeah.
We should just be yelling at our screens like everyone else. Why the fuck are we trying to do this?
Did you ever see there's an episode of South Park that was making fun of the Matrix? And they're like,
sacrilege.
Stan wakes up from the Matrix, but it's just waking up from the Matrix. It's just and terrible the world is. And the way to go back in the Matrix was just to get drunk. So,
oh, nice. I haven't
there
seen
you
that
go.
one.
It was pretty funny.
We have 10 million open
That's
jobs
not
in the
true at
United
all.
States and people not coming to work.
That is not what that bill does. In fact, that's not what that
Let
bill.
me
Are you
move
talking
on.
about the $3.5 trillion reconciliation
I am talking about the
bill?
$3.5 trillion
The
bill.
$3.5 trillion reconciliation
Earned Income
bill
Tax Credit
offers
removed.
universal pre-K, which opens up the opportunity for mothers to go to work if they want to go to work. The $3.5 trillion bill, by the way, has all sorts of subsidies for corporations, which I don't really understand why the business community isn't salivating over that, because rather than just going full force with public programs, which I think would be the right way to go, it's offering all sorts of subsidies in these, public-private partnerships. Now, the physical infrastructure bill has a lot more corporate giveaways, which is why the, business community absolutely loves it, offers the chance to privatize public infrastructure, infrastructure, which is why the business community absolutely loves it. But at the end of the day, if we don't create a society where Americans can actually have families and go to work, then we're going to be in a lot of trouble.
So to go back to your immigration point, you made a mention a moment ago of people immigrating to the country for the benefits. That's just abjectly untrue. The fact is that the United States' great immigration growth throughout the beginning of the Republic, all the way up through about 1930, was entirely driven by people who were leaving places that in many cases had broader benefits, places like Germany, to come to the United States where there was no social safety net. The fact is that
well, okay, listen. Okay, hold on a second. If you want to say that historically immigrants came to America for opportunity, for job opportunity, not for welfare benefits, he's right, completely right, 100% right. But it's weird to conceptualize this like, well, in these European countries that were plagued oftentimes with literal plague or anti-Semitism or political instability, and be like, well, they offered more welfare programs. Like, okay, people came to America for like so many reasons, usually because they're running away from something shittier. Like, this is a weird way to conceptualize this. So I thought he had a good point at first, but then he kind of like stumbled.
Well, the vast majority of
we had a bunch of people come up from El Salvador, right?
Right.
There's also a bit of bait and switch going on, because aren't they selling them America as the land of opportunity and getting a bunch of money from them to bring them to America and kind of overselling it,
That's what the coyotes are doing.
Yeah. So, I mean, there's a little business going on, lying to people to get them to immigrate to America. So.
See, now that'd be an interesting thing. Here's a question. Okay. So if you have coyotes that are operating in foreign countries, but they're like lying and ripping people off and convincing people to immigrate to your country, doesn't that give you some authority to like track those people down and arrest them?
You would think, yeah. You would think, definitely.
That'd be an interesting policy. Go after the coyotes. I've never really heard anyone suggest like the federal government doing like a broad scale. Like,
how do you guys feel about that?
Coyotes.
Use the CIA to go after the coyotes.
There you go.
So instead of like destabilizing
just
nations.
Black bag them right out of their own country. Just black bag them and arrest them. There you go. I'm in favor of that.
You want to lie to future Americans?
Yeah.
We'll show you how we treat you for doing that.
People who used to leave and come to the United States were coming specifically to build a life knowing that they really didn't have a lot of social safety net. Now, that's not an argument that there shouldn't be some state and local possibility for social.
They had safe streets. They had police. What the fuck are you talking about, Ben?
Well, obviously compared to wherever they were coming from, it was better. Yeah.
They're coming from places where they disappear families in the middle of the night, Ben.
Yeah, I mean, like
this
my
is
ancestors.
Crazy town.
Yeah, no, I had ancestors I had one ancestor who was fleeing from Russia, where they're inscripting everyone to be in World War I in Russia, which is like, or the Japanese-Russian War, which is like, what was that movie where they're like in Russia they're so low on supplies that they give one person a gun and they give the other person the ammunition, and they'd be like, when that guy dies, you pick up his gun.
That's so awful.
Right, it was just fucking like under Tsarist Russia, it was like a disaster. And I had other like ancestors who like literally walked like all the way from West Europe to Italy or to Spain just to get a boat to come to America. I mean, these are people like they're leaving much worse conditions to come here. This is a strange argument.
A bunch of people moved to Canada during the Vietnam War. What do you think they were doing?
Yeah, exactly.
They were like, Canada's better, more opportunity.
There you go.
They're not in Vietnam.
Yeah, exactly.
Social safety net, but then that the way that you build a successful country that is a world power and is capable of not only making sure that its citizens are taken care of, but essentially making sure that the entire Western world is taken care of, which we did throughout the Cold War. The idea that you do that simply by raising the number of social security payments that you're making to people or benefit payments that you're making to people, that this is the way that you build that sort of economy is just non-borne out by empirical
Okay, we've
fact.
had a real far-ranging conversation.
Yes.
Ben, let me ask you another question.
This is, well, first of all, I'll say in terms of that point, I agree that obviously just throwing money at a problem is stupid. Okay, you have to see what works. This is the problem. In a perfect world, the government would have some program and it would see if it created the desired outcome. Mm-hmm. And if it didn't, they would stop and they would change the program. But it doesn't happen because everything's political and it gets saturated in this. Like, you want to take money away from poor people, you want to give money to poor people, blah, blah, blah. People want to, protect their constituents. So much of the wasteful spending in the military is just, to pay off certain senators in certain states where they get a lot of money from, weapons manufacturers, blah, 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 blah. But this moderator also sucks.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the moderator's job should be, if the conversation is getting dragged down into either something boring or something unnecessarily convoluted that people can't follow, that's when you like broach the change of subject. But the bad moderators are the people that just have like the prescript of like their talking points of questions, and are like, we have to get to all these questions.
Yeah,
it's like, no. You have to, when the conversation starts to get interesting, that's when you allow them to keep debating. Okay. You don't have to get to all your dumb questions. That's not important.
Yeah, I agree. He disagrees, though.
He does. JMac for another $100. Oh my God. JMac is just making it rain on us today. Well, JMac always makes it rain on us. JMac is the rainmaker. Okay. Says, also, if you want more proof of the government's inability to distribute properly, because most of my wealth is in investment assets, my actual income is actually quite low. Because of this, I got effing stimulus check in 2020. Don't worry, I donated to you guys.
Well, thank you.
Yes, we appreciate your redistribution.
You got your stimulus. You got a stimulus check, didn't you?
I got a stimulus check. I thought everyone did. Was it only certain income brackets?
No, we got a stimulus check.
Okay.
Definitely.
But no, I understand, JMac. Yeah, it's true. If a lot of your money is in investment, because you don't pay any tax on that until you liquidate it. So sure.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. That's true.
Is one that on a daily basis supports whatever you want to call it, the free market system of economic choice.
They are. I mean, they're going back and forth on like state programs and on immigration, but they're not detailing their positions in any ways. It's just kind of back and forth nipping at each other.
Yeah.
That's lame. I wish he would ask a question that would dive deeper in. Can you give your philosophy around immigration, Anna? You seemed interested in immigration, Anna. What is your philosophy? What should America's foreign policy be around immigration?
Yeah,
right?
No, I agree completely.
She'd be more Democrats, right?
Basically,
I don't care. More Democrats,
as long as they vote blue. Don't matter who, right?
Yeah. She's like, philosophy. Shut up. What?
It was
I write salacious race-based stuff on the internet, okay? I don't have a philosophy here.
Listen, people are busy looking up my new skirt, okay? We need more blue votes.
To me, and I think to our organization, when the National Education Association looked at a resolution, I believe it passed one of their committees, that called the free market system one of oppression, but didn't call out other totalitarian regimes. So what does it say when our educators don't seem to believe in the free market system?
Okay, we're past.
I take it back.
Yeah,
Great question.
I know. Thank God we're past taxes and immigration. This is I haven't watched this part of you.
Thank God for this moderator. What a wonderful question.
I know. I feel bad. Rewind. I want to take back those last comments.
Yes. Clip it
out.
out.
I mean, obviously, I love this question. So I will say that the National Education Association is a very far left group, and so it's not a particular surprise that they're characterizing freedom of the market in that particular way. It also goes back to the conversation we were having earlier about what sort of control parents should have over the education of their own children. There's a reason I send my kids to private school. The notion that capitalism is a system of unfreedom, while government, large S, is a system of freedom, ignores the fact that somebody actually has to pay the bills. It also ignores the fact that all growth, not some, all growth that has ever happened is a result of capitalism, meaning it is the result of free market transactions in which people consent to services and goods from other people, in which people innovate and make new products. There's a reason that we're not still riding horses and buggies around, and that is because of innovation. It's because of incentive structures. It's because people get to keep the fruit of their own labor and then use those fruits of their own labor in order to invest in things. The true growth in the American economy was never just a question of dollars and cents. It was what you got for those dollars and cents. All of that is driven by entrepreneurs who are willing to take risk. And when you disincentivize risk, you end up disincentivizing people from taking those risks. As we become a much more wage-based society, and that has happened for a large segment of the population, that means that you are incentivizing people to not take those risks. And countries that don't have people taking those risks end up being countries that economically stagnate.
Yeah. So those are the
Sure, like it. Good answer. That's why communism sucks.
Well,
ideas that.
And Anna works for a company where Cenk basically took a risk, right? I mean,
That's true.
He's
That is true.
He's a entrepreneur in a
Yeah.
in a brand new space.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So
True.
it'll be interesting to see how she responds here.
Olivia Stranton for $20. Thanks so much, Olivia. Says my problem with free childcare is that it essentially penalizes homeschoolers and stay-at-home parents. They pay the taxes but don't get the benefits even though they are at a financial disadvantage. So I understand that position, but what I would say is that you're paying to create a better future for everyone. Okay, you're paying to create better streets, less crime, better prosperity. At least this is in theory what you're supposed to be paying for. You're supposed to be paying for all, making our society better at the end of the day. So I understand what you're saying, that it feels like, well, because I'm not taking advantage of this specific thing that's free, I'm sort of at getting screwed over by it. But that's true of everything. You can't really have any universal system that the government provides that everyone's going to always be using. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, if we had universal health care, the people that are the sickest are going to be taking the most advantage of it, right? Like, people that are healthy are going to not get so much. Maybe they won't get any advantage from it whatsoever. But the thing is that, does it have a better net effect on the rest of society? That's the question. And I think if you felt, and I think if we felt that it did have a better effect on all of society, then you would say, okay, I'll bite the bullet. I'm totally fine with that. That's the problem. We don't feel like it has a positive effect. We feel like it's throwing money into a pit and it's not accomplishing anything.
Yeah, I don't. It's tough because I don't have kids, so I don't know. Like, sure, my taxes are paying for all kinds of shit that
That's true.
I don't take advantage of, but I don't know.
I mean, that's a good point.
I'm not super driven by money, so I'm like, I don't really think about it so much. I mean, a lot of people do really, like, I'm sure they think about all the things they could have bought with that money that they paid in taxes.
Right.
I don't play that game, so, but I guess I did play that game more when I was younger, but my taxes weren't that high back then because I didn't make a lot of money. So I don't know. It's tough.
That enough have been repeated over and over again in our education system. That, children or students in this country are taught that capitalism is evil is new to me, because I certainly did not get that type of education. Quite the opposite, in fact. Freedom is an interesting way of framing it, because the fact of the matter is, if you
That's a punt. That's a dodge. That's a dishonest dodge.
I got a big skip, so if you're gonna pause, let's back it up.
You back it up.
I certainly nation system. Those are the ideas that actually, funny enough, have been repeated over and over again in our education system. The idea that, children or students in this country are taught that capitalism is evil is new to me, because I certainly did not get that type of education. Quite the opposite, in fact.
That's what I'm saying is a dodge or dishonest, because they're not saying that I'm assuming Anna's what, in her 30s, right? They're not saying that like 20 years ago when she was in elementary school, they were teaching this.
The
They're
commies
saying
had
this is being
taken
taught,
over. Yeah.
Yeah, they're saying this is being taught now. This is a recent phenomenon, Anna.
Yeah.
So you saying, oh, I didn't learn this. It's like, okay, well, that's fucking irrelevant. What are you
Totally
talking
irrelevant.
about?
Totally irrelevant.
you know, an interesting way of
Did you
framing
listen?
it because
You didn't listen to any of the Facebook whistleblower?
No.
She made
The-
one comment that was super interesting.
Mhm.
She said, one of the biggest problems with the social media environment is the kids are living through an environment that the parents never experienced. So they have absolutely no way to navigate. They have no way. They have no
wisdom to draw.
Yeah,
upon.
no wisdom to draw.
Right.
They have no conception of the pros and cons. They're just flying in the dark here.
Well, I mean, that is true. That's a good point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I feel there's a touch of that in what Anna's talking about here, because she's like, she doesn't live through, she's not a kid in school now. Now it's a completely different scenario. She's drawing on her experience from 30 years ago.
Right.
In
But
public
that's-
school, which was a completely different experience.
That's why so many, with Anna, it's a little different because she should know because she gets the information.
Mhm.
But for the average normie, it's why it's difficult to convince normies on the left like that woke stuff is a problem, because their personal experience is, oh, when I went to school in like, you know, the 80s or the 70s or however old they are, or the 90s, they're gonna say, oh, you know, I didn't see any of this communist shit, and yet I remember hearing Republicans crying about communism. So if they were lying then, they're lying now. And that's why it's so difficult to convince a lot of people that this is actually a big problem. Don't cry wolf. Stacking damage for another $20. Thank you so much, Stacking Damage. Says Sargon's culturally enforced gender norms are not status. They're culture. They're cultural. The same way based lady abs meme is cultural. It's about culture matching the needs of the many. The nonconformist will always have their enclaves.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I understand that Sargon's that's one of the key differences between Sargon and academic agent's position, is that Sargon doesn't believe they should be enforced by the state. Yeah, I understand that.
The thing that's terrifying for the academic agents of the world, though, is that the degenerate enclaves, who are very small in number always, appear to be giant civilization destroying numbers when you believe Twitter is real life.
Sure, right.
So it magnifies something which is probably a tiny percentage of the population to something that is like you think is the norm. So
sure. Well, I mean, and I'll be honest, like there are like the whole tomboy thing. I mean, to me, this just seems like such a fucking non-issue.
Oh,
right?
It's totally a non-issue.
Especially when, you'd think AA would be way more triggered about like trans issues or something than like tomboy. Like this just seems,
Unless
but he's seeing it.
He doesn't want to talk about the trans stuff because it's too.
Maybe.
Yeah.
He's just mad that what he's mad about is seeing a bunch of simps, a bunch of males on Twitter, memeing it up, hyperbolically as like a joke. Because he's like, this should not even be thought of as funny. This should be thought of as like, it should be thought of as embarrassing, whatever. And I was trying to think, what would elicit that feeling in me? Like, what would I have to see on Twitter that I would just be disgusted by a bunch of guys? Like, even if it was somewhat jokingly, I would still be disgusted. And I thought of one.
You did?
It would be if
Dussy?
if like cuck porn or the idea of getting cucked was celebrated in that same fashion.
Wow.
That would be the degeneracy has gone too far for me. But I'm not really concerned about that because the whole cucking thing goes so again. I think that's such a niche fetish, and it goes against way too many biological imperatives.
Yeah.
I can't foresee that as becoming like,
A
something
norm.
people are happy that in 20 years from now, I'm sure the Tradcons will disagree. They're like, Sitch, you don't understand. 10 years from now, everyone on Twitter is going to be like, laughing it up about cucks.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay.
My girlfriend's getting railed by this other guy.
Yeah.
It's like,
don't see that happening.
I don't know.
Don't see that happening. That's yeah. But that would be that's my line. It's the cucks though.
Sitch draws a line at the cucks.
I
He's
draw a
like,
line at the cucks.
some
yeah.
tasty female abs I'm all for, but
Right. And when it comes about like the culture, I understand the argument, the culture matching the needs of the many. I agree with that in theory. My problem is, and I talked about this with Sargon when we had our conversation about a stream, is that if you look back in human history, especially recent human history, we've had, quote, traditional gender roles for, conservative, what we consider conservative traditional gender roles enshrined in culture and law for most of our existence. And the reason women started to fight back against that was because they were being taken advantage of.
Mm-hmm.
They were being treated like second-class citizens. They didn't have the fucking right to vote. They didn't have the right to own property. They were literally not being treated equal as fucking human beings.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's why I'm saying I am hesitant to try to go back to a system like that, because I foresee it going back in that direction. Humans are very bad at kind of existing as moderating influences. It seems like people always want to pull society or pull themselves in one extreme direction or the other. And so that's why I'm basically saying, fuck it, just get rid of it all. Just stop. Let people do it themselves.
The power balance though has shifted now, and I brought this up on stream about that men did have the power, but now women totally have the power, and now the power imbalance is in the favor of women because there's a I've done a video on the different reproductive strategies, and a very good reproductive strategy for women is get the stud, mate with the stud, and have his offspring, and get all of parenting from the cuck. That's like, which is I mean, that's a pretty, you said, if men were sharing memes going, oh yeah, we're all cucks, my wife has the best stud baby of all. Like you said, that's
when you're like, wait a minute,
that's a bridge too far for you, right?
Yes.
But that's the
when
direction.
Sitch becomes the tradcon.
That is the direction culture is going, though, Sitch. How is it not?
No, you're so
How is
wrong.
it not?
Who?
All these women have babies by like three different baby daddies.
Whoa. Calm the fuck down. Okay. Calm the fuck down. Okay. First of all, if you want to say that descriptively, there's some mating strategy like that. Yeah, I agree. Okay.
That is a mating strategy.
Right. But that is not being culturally okayed. That is not being.
What do you think feminism? No.
Fucking wait.
What do you think feminism promotes?
The mainstream. Is
That's
not
what feminism promotes. Feminism promotes this strategy. This is the strategy of feminism.
Okay. That is mainstream culture. I'm not talking about feminism. Fuck feminism. Take feminism, burn it in the fucking trash.
What do you think poly's all about?
Okay. That's not what depends what kind. There's like a million.
You think all four? You think all four of this chicks?
Stop.
Boys can be the.
Wait. This, you're conflating like 100 fucking different things here.
Sitch is triggered. Sitch is triggered. Mark it down. Mark it down.
Okay.
Look, Adam is. Look, I'm calm,
You're
cool, and
totally
collected, guys.
straw manning.
Look, I'm leaning back like
Kathy.
Look, I'm leaning back
issue,
like Jordan Peterson over here. I'm calm, cool, and collected.
Look at this guy. Okay.
The chat is totally. They're like, yeah, that's right, Adam.
No, you're conflating a bunch of nonsense.
That's what Sargon and AA want for you guys. They're like, step up, guys. There's a single mom for all of you. All of you cucks. Get ready.
Mainstream society is not promoting people to be fucking cucks. Guys are not out here on Twitter clamoring saying, I'm so happy that I'm a fucking cuck. That's not a thing. That's not. It doesn't exist.
Well, that's why they're checking out and watching porn and playing video games, though.
What the fuck? It's so weird because you were like on this whole tirade against the tradcon shit, and you're making the same garbage tier arguments with zero fucking evidence.
I'm sorry, man. Let's take a breath. I'm sorry.
What are you talking about?
I feel like I've gone too. I feel like I've gone.
How many women? Wait, no, because you're just making. This is bizarre. You're making the same garbage arguments.
Well, I know a lot of guys out there don't want.
Give me the number.
A lot of guys complain about the dating market being all single moms.
Okay. That's a different issue.
That's because people. How is it different?
Because people in general, you're making an assumption.
What is a guy who marries a woman who already has a kid and she's not going to have a kid with him?
What is that?
What is that reproductive strategy?
Wait a minute. Why was that not an issue 40 years ago? People saying, "Oh, the dating market's always single mothers."
Because they had birth control, or they didn't have birth control. So.
Because people were fucking getting married.
Yeah, because they didn't have birth control.
I understand that, but it wasn't women making this bizarre decision like, I want to have the child of the stud and then get him raised by a cuck. You're conceptualizing this in this completely fucking insane way.
You don't think that's a reproductive strategy, though?
That's not the conscious decision of 99% of women are not making the conscious decision to say, I want to find a hot guy on Twitter to bang me so I have a hot child, and then I want to find some nerdy middle-aged guy with a steady income to raise my child. That's not a thing.
It's the sexy son hypothesis. They've studied it in evolutionary psychology. You should read more, man. This is called the sexy son hypothesis.
I understand that it's a potential reproductive strategy.
I'm sorry.
The claim that this is happening widespread in America is batshit.
I don't know. I'm curious.
This is like a MGTOW argument, because if the majority of women are having this conscious thought, then they can all fucking rot in hell. Okay.
Why does it have to be conscious? I don't understand.
Because that's not what's happening. What's happening is people and you've literally made this fucking argument.
Have you looked up?
So crazy to me.
Have you looked up the videos on paternity fraud? I think we should watch some videos on paternity fraud.
This has nothing to do with what we're talking about. Okay, this is what's actually happening. People are getting into relationships, and they don't feel the social pressure to make those relationships work, or because we're so much more lax with sex, it's a lot easier for people to have children. And also because there's no social pressure to just say, well, our relationship isn't working, let's get a divorce. That's why you have all these single mothers on the dating market. Because a lot of the guys who are on the dating market too, you know what? They all fucking have children. They're just not with their children. It's with their fucking mom too.
Right, because they're out there trying to get another baby mama. That's the incentive structure. Do you I don't, first of all, I'm curious why you're so disgruntled about this.
Because you're literally taking something that's very obvious why this is happening. Okay. And I laid out why it's very obvious that this is happening. And you're adding this bizarre level of conspiracy that all the fucking AAs of the world who want legally enforced gender norms say. And it's so weird to me that you're just making their same piss shit, insane fuck arguments.
Hold on. I'm not making, what is his argument? I'm not saying,
if you said what you just said to me to AA, that, there's all these single mothers in America right now because they just want to fuck the stud to get the baby, and then they want to find some cuck to raise their kid. He's going to say, yeah, Adam, this is completely correct. That's exactly what's happening. That's why we need culturally enforced gender roles and legally enforced gender roles. Like, it's so bizarre that this is the path you want to go down with.
I'm not going down. Hold on. I'm pointing out a descriptive reality about the world.
That's not even that's not a descriptive reality. It's an insane reality.
Hold on. The question really is does this happen? Like, aren't we talking about numbers? You're not claiming that this never happens, right?
I'm sure it happens. Okay.
Right.
I'm talking about what do you think is more likely? For the overwhelming majority of single mothers. And for those of you in the chat who are single mothers or have been raised by single mothers, what do you think is more likely? That your mom had a relationship with a guy who she thought she loved or did love, and the relationship just didn't fucking work. And people got divorced. And the reason people are getting divorced in such high numbers nowadays is because there's no culturally enforced mechanism that says divorce is bad, you shouldn't get divorced. So now people just get divorced way easier. And then what happens when they get divorced? They want to meet someone else and they go into a fucking dating website.
Right.
Okay. What makes more sense? That, or that the woman's like, I want to fuck around and find the hottest stud to give me an attractive masculine baby, but then I'm going to dump him and try to find some, middling white collar worker to provide a family.
Well, we're talking about two different situations here because
we are. And I'm saying mine's fucking real. And yours is like this thing that happens so fucking rarely that I don't even know why we're discussing it.
Well, you don't think women have children out of wedlock now? Like, you're talking about a situation.
Of course, women have children out of wedlock.
Okay.
You're talking about the intentions of the woman who's having that child out of wedlock. Okay. And I'm saying these are relationships that failed. It's not because there was some malicious intention to have their child be raised by a fucking cucked male in the future. And it's really insulting to everyone out there that has stepchildren.
Right. No, I understand that. It is. I guess it is insulting to the stepchild situation. So
Because like the whole thing about a cuck is that well, there's two things. The actual definition is the unwitting and unknowing raising of a child that isn't yours. Okay?
right, yeah,
And when I was talking about being cucked degenerately, I was talking about literally the idea of
the guy who enjoys it. Yeah, exactly.
enjoys the fact that his girlfriend or significant other is
Right.
fucking another man.
Right.
Okay, that's horribly degenerate.
But I was talking about it in the actual sense of cuck, as in from the cuckoo bird, who a man is raising another man's child unaware.
Well, yeah, but you were saying that it wasn't. You were saying it was aware that there's all these single guys complaining that all the women that they're looking for, are single mothers.
Yeah.
And then you created that, which may be it happening. Well, first of all, you have a selection bias about who's on these apps in the first place. But then you're creating an intention for why that situation exists. That to me is a conspiracy theory.
Is there a downside for a single guy to date a woman with a child or children?
Is there a downside to them personally or culturally?
Yeah. I mean, is there?
There definitely can be.
Okay.
Of course.
Yeah, it's obviously. Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
I agree with you that people, when it comes to having a child, okay, and I get it. Maybe this is where I differ from the conservative
I'm not talking
argument.
about a conspiracy by any means. Or
No, but I'm saying this is where I differ from the conservative
I'm
argument.
saying
'cause it seems like the
everybody has their
conservative-
options. Like if a girl goes out and has sex with a super stud, and she gets pregnant, and she's like, "I love this guy. If I keep the baby, he's gonna marry me." But we know in this environment, the super stud, she's number 4 on his list. Okay,
Sure.
But she thinks this is it. I'm gonna have the baby, and we're gonna live happily ever after. This is gonna be fucking hearts and unicorns from here on out. But there's this deception going on, right? He's got this is his 3rd baby mama. He's on to the next baby mama.
If you want to talk about, first of all, if you want to talk about our culture not promoting rampant promiscuity, I would completely agree with that.
Right.
Our culture is way too willy-nilly with people just fucking and dumping. I don't think that's healthy. Okay.
Yeah.
Totally on board with that. But what I was going to say is that where I differ here is that I think what should also be pushed culturally is that if you're going to have a child with someone, it's a serious decision that you should talk to the other person. You shouldn't try to entrap them with a fucking baby.
Yeah,
because
no,
that's asking for trouble. You should take it seriously. You shouldn't have children willy fucking nilly.
I agree. A lot of people agree, but they're
I know.
generally the conservatives. The girls out there on Tinder who are
That's not the conservative argument.
left, and I'm poly. I don't want to be in a serious relationship.
That's the majority of people are not poly.
Marriage is so outdated, Sitch. Why? Marriage is, I can't believe you're talking about marriage is so square. Fucking boomer talk here. I don't know. It's an interesting situation. I think dispassionately, from a dispassionate point of view, let's move on. I don't want to trigger you anymore. I don't want to trigger you anymore.
Are financially stable, if you are, in the top 10% of this country, for instance, you probably feel incredibly free. You have options, endless options available to you. You probably have a nice nest egg. You have a little bit of that economic freedom. But, there are 2 different things at play. Number one, when you look at what is incentivized under capitalism, it's actually led to a lot of our own civil liberties being violated. For instance, data collection that takes place on a regular basis without our own knowledge by these social media companies, by these tech companies who make their money not off of advertising, for instance. They make the majority of their money off of selling our personal information to data brokers. It's part of the reason why there are infinite websites right now, so-called data brokers, that just sell our personal information, including where we live, what our phone number is, where we've worked. I don't really feel very free when I'm terrified about my own safety because there's a company that's literally making money off of selling my personal information. So there are certain incentives under capitalism that actually do infringe upon our civil liberties and our rights. So that's one thing that I want to note. But the other thing I want to note is, how free do you feel if you're on the precipice of financial ruin, if you can't afford paying for a medical emergency that you're experiencing? What do you do when you don't have health insurance, which tens of millions of Americans right now don't have because of the exorbitant prices associated with it? How free do you feel if you're...
Why isn't the Biden administration enforcing Trump's hospital transparency law? I don't know. Wouldn't that be great?
Not?
Yeah, no, they're not. I told you that. They're posting prices on their website that are like, this appendectomy is going to cost you between $50 and $5 million.
Sure. But is that they're not enforcement, or is that just the enforcement mechanism is not good enough the way it's structured legally?
Well, they're not. I don't know exactly how the law is written. And I think it was like an executive order or something. Thank goodness they didn't kill it.
Though. Yeah, that might be part of the problem.
They found a technicality. They're like, our attorneys can argue that we are listing the prices if we give a price range from,
Why wasn't that? See, now that's an interesting question. Okay. Why was that not something that was pushed to be a law?
Because
during
they're
Trump's
all in
administration
bed with the fucking... First of all, Trump didn't have the Congress. He wasn't going to... Nancy Pelosi wasn't going to sign off on anything like that.
Hold on. If there was a clean bill, okay, all it said was the price transparency for hospitals, you think the Democrats would have voted against that? Well, it would be absolutely slaughtered politically if they did that.
This is why. Fuck you, Scott Adams. Fuck you. There's no way Trump is playing 10-dimensional chess.
No, I disagree. I disagree. He was playing 10-dimensional chess.
Well, no, but I mean, why wouldn't you put a law through like that and make him like vote against it?
Because he doesn't want to embarrass his own party.
Because they would vote against it too.
Because the Republicans would vote against it. That's the answer to the question.
Yeah, you're right. Never mind.
That's why it was a smart decision to do it by
these losers couldn't get it.
Yeah.
Couldn't do anything.
It would put them in a very awkward position.
First of all, you don't have capitalism in the healthcare system if you don't have price transparency. So
that's true.
It's ridiculous to think that you have capitalism. What you have in the healthcare, you want to know what you have in the healthcare system, Sitch? You want me to tell you?
You have the guy bending you over the barrel.
You have feudalism. You literally have feudalism in the healthcare system.
Okay.
Where all these feudal lords, you come to my hospital, you pay my...
And you can't pay your doctor's bill. You have to go to his front yard and till the crops for a couple of months.
Exactly. You are my indentures. Actually, in the book, they talk about this. In the book, they talk about people who they've sued in court multiple times for not paying their hospital bills. People showed up to the hospital and had they gave them a Band-Aid or something, and they've sued them like 5 times. They've turned a Band-Aid into 5 lawsuits against the people. That book is crazy.
And what happens?
I should reread it. They garnished their wages. They ended up getting it taken out of their paychecks.
Disgusting. Yeah.
It's totally disgusting. He went to some of these towns where they do this, and he was talking to some of the people, and half the people in the town were like, yeah, we've all been sued by the fucking hospital. Talk about, how is this not feudalism?
I know.
We're joking about it, but how is it not feudalism?
It's terrible.
I'm going to reread that book. So the guy who wrote that book ended up talking to Trump, and Trump was just like, yeah, what do we need? What do we have to do? Price transparency would go a long ways. Let's start there. Okay. That's Trump. Trump is like what? Trump is like a Stinger missile. You have to point him. You don't. It doesn't point itself. Okay. You have to say, here's the problem. and aim. Biden is. What is Biden? A fucking landmine? I don't even know. What is Biden? Like, Biden's useless.
You're a wage worker who has not experienced your real wages increase in literally decades. Wages have not kept up with inflation.
I feel Anna Kasparian is really leading me down the blah, 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 blah route. All these
Well, Ben's way better at like having some, concise point that he's really trying to get at, and everything he's saying kind of hones in on it, and she's kind of just all over the place.
all of these talking points, though. Oh, the picture of NPC here is just, it's just somebody else's talking. Oh, like pull up the selling your data program and let's talk about that.
Well,
right?
that's funny because what she's trying to do is she's trying to find a critique of capitalism that she thinks will appeal to like a more right-wing audience.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's why she decided to go with this like
The
privacy
privacy
angle. Yeah.
Yeah, I think conservatives would not be happy about every single person in the town being sued by the local hospital. But you see, that would require Anna to actually read a goddamn fucking book, right? I mean, Anna really can only regurgitate arguments from the New York Times and the Washington Post because she's not widely read. She doesn't fucking read.
Well, listen, you can buy, when you talk to Anna's mom, okay, you can buy Anna an Audible account and you can preload some books on it and say, Anna,
Anna
educate yourself.
Anna has an Audible account that I would fucking kill to see the
what's on
list
it.
of romance books in Anna Kasparian's
I was gonna say
account.
like, oh, she's gonna have like that Zin history book that all the
Hell
fucking
no.
commies read, and you're like, no, she's got a bunch of trashy romance novels.
Trashy romance novels.
Look at this misogynist over here.
I will bet you $100.
Terrible sexist.
Oh,
I mean, you're probably right, but listen,
I know. What are you talking about?
nothing but werewolves and pirate books. Yes.
Anna's got an ex out there. Reach out to us. Let us know.
Well, there's no
What
all
does
the
she
vampire,
read?
the teen vampire novels.
What
that
does
Anna
she
reads.
read?
Yes.
How many times has Anna read the Twilight series?
Exactly.
Inquiring minds want to know.
So feel when you want to leave your job, but you can't because your healthcare benefits are tied to that work or tied to that job. I mean, freedom, again, is an interesting way of framing it because I would venture to say that there's a significant portion of the population in the United States, significant portion of workers in this country that do not, in fact, feel free, in fact, have experienced the precarious nature of a capitalistic system that forces them to work endlessly, if they're lucky, in a full-time job, if they're unlucky, in several part-time jobs that they cobble together with no benefits just to make ends meet.
Let me give you 30 seconds because I want to move on something with that.
I'll just say I think that there's a bit of a definitional game that's very often played with the word freedom. Freedom obviously has two separate meanings. Isaiah Berlin talked extensively about the difference between positive liberty and negative liberty. What you're talking about are things that people need and things that people want, and that is not the same thing as liberty.
I'm talking about what people need. People need health care.
I don't disagree that people need health care, but to characterize that as a freedom is a very different thing. If the goal of the government is to provide you the opportunity to seek things.
So let me interrupt Ben for a second here. I think you can make arguments about what services should be universally provided by the government. Okay. I mean, I'm in favor of public option. I'm not really in favor of like Medicare for all. I'm not in favor of universal housing. I don't know how that would necessarily work. And I think you can have that argument, but I think having it in this sort of like positive, negative rights argument is fucking stupid.
Totally stupid. I can't. It's a fucking semantics game. I can't get. It's like ridiculous.
It's a primarily libertarian presupposition, which if you don't agree with the presupposition, then the argument's meaningless. That's what I mean. The reason I say it's stupid is not that I understand the logic behind it, but it's entirely the negative positive rights argument entirely hinges on someone just agreeing with your a priority thoughts on the negative positive rights, which most people obviously don't feel that way. So I don't. What's the point of making that argument?
And it's kind of an arbitrary distinction. I don't know how you can't say it's not. It's just like
Sure.
we're gonna.
Well, I mean, I don't. I wouldn't use the word arbitrary because to me, arbitrary means like random, and there is a logic behind it that I understand. It's kind of like making a religious argument to a non-religious person. Like they don't agree with your presuppositions, so why are you wasting your time with this argument?
What is the logic behind it?
The logic is that, well, it's the idea that people the protection should be only focused on others infringing your rights,
Right.
coming at you. No one's saying that you're going to be given anything from freeing. They're just saying they're protecting your ability to move in the world without hassle, without attack, without fear, to some regard, obviously. And I understand that position, but it's not like, you can't just lump that. You can't just throw that down on the table and be like, I'm done with the conversation.
Yeah, I mean, this is why I am still fascinated by the idea of UBI, because it takes money to make money, and it's just you gotta provide some base level of opportunity for people to succeed, and just the idea that we're just going to protect people's property when they don't have any means to get any property. It seems like an arbitrary distinction to me.
Okay, well.
Yeah.
Right, then that is not the same thing as the government providing those things to you directly. Nor is it the same thing as the government seizing that thing from one person and giving it to you here. To characterize it as freedom is a real mischaracterization. Again, I'm happy to discuss whether or not we should change the programming here, but I think that the sleight of hand that's played by equating freedom of speech, for example, or freedom from being murdered on the street, or freedom to dispose of your capital as you see fit, to characterize that in the same language that would use to.
I finally looked into the Georgia's tax stuff, which is pretty interesting, because it does
the Georgia tax stuff.
I think it's Georgian. This Georgian tax only like land value tax thing.
Oh
yeah.
Okay.
People have been trying to get us to look into it forever. I actually watched some videos on it, and it is pretty fascinating because it disincentivizes. It does seem like a much fairer tax system, because you're avoiding. You're taxing things that are like windfall taxes, like in land speculation. If you buy a piece of land dirt cheap and you don't do anything to it, and a city builds up around it, all of a sudden that piece of land is, worth 10 times what you bought it for. But the value comes from all the people doing all the shit all around you. But you just netted all this fucking money, this windfall profit from being a fucking piece of shit. Basically squatting on a piece of land. Yeah. So they, and not only that, so they tax according to how much you develop property, which is another thing, because in property tax you're disincentivized from actually developing your property because you pay more taxes. As you develop the property and make it more valuable, you're taxed higher. It's like, why am I being taxed higher?
Yeah,
so it wants to shift the tax burden from the people who are developing the land to the people who are fucking squatting on the land. And I'm like, yes. Fucking, why aren't these deadbeats, and tax a piece of land, like, if you're not doing anything with it. Like, I know people are going to lose their minds. They're like, that's my savings. Isn't this human nature? Human nature we're all, in our hearts, we're all a fucking dragon. We just want it. All we want to do.
Want to hoard the gold?
All we want to do. We want to get our hoard. We want to get our fucking mountain of gold.
People want to feel safe and stable. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure. I understand.
We want our mountain of gold. We don't want little hobbits running and inflating it away from us. We want our fucking hoard.
Those damn dirty hobbits inflating all our gold away. Yes.
We want our mountain of gold.
That's right. That's right.
I feel like all these arbitrary distinctions. I mean, talk about wouldn't Ben Shapiro talk about the makers and the takers? Wouldn't this land tax thing kind of fall into the makers takers distinction?
Sure. I mean, I'm sure he would be in favor of some of what you're suggesting. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I would like to see, fortunately, since we live in a big country, you can have a city or a county or even a state implement. Yeah, do some iteration of that. Implement that and see how it works.
They've done it.
Oh, really?
They've gone in. Yeah, I listened to this podcast where there's two guys that basically go in and sell it to the city establishment in cities where there's a bunch of blight and stuff, because it's a perfect thing to get rid of blight. So they've gone in and they've done this in certain cities. So I've really just started digging into it, but it is completely fascinating.
Yeah. I mean, part of the problem with all these complicated economic and tax shit is that oftentimes people they tell you these things and you go, that sounds like a great idea.
Yes.
But there's almost always some like horrible unintended consequence that some piece of shit's going to take advantage of. It's going to fuck the whole thing over.
Totally. So. Yeah. You got to try it on a small scale first.
Right.
And they've said in the podcast, they were like, yeah, it's much easier to sell to smaller communities because there's less political resistance. It's tough to go into a town where, everyone in town has made money land speculating. Like, they don't want to bring this in. What are you talking about? I got like 10 empty lots. But they also, this is a problem in some of these cities with blights. The fucking Citibank owns half the city because those empty lots are just a line item entry in Citibank's ledger. They don't give a fuck.
Yeah, no,
they're like,
definitely.
We're based in Switzerland. We don't care about your tiny city in Illinois. Fuck off already.
Right. No, I mean, it sounds like a good idea to do.
Yeah, it is super fascinating.
I would be curious to see like research on, the places that they've convinced to do it, how that turns out.
I've seen so many people have asked me to dig into this, and it is super fascinating. So I'm curious. I'm always waiting for what is this, the poison pill in here that I'm about to encounter.
There's going to be some landmine, some hand grenade waiting for you to trip over somewhere in there.
Some argument that's going to destroy it. But it's pretty interesting for now.
Discuss a house. It's a difference in kind. It's apples and oranges.
Yeah. So let me just quickly
Okay, go ahead. I want to ask you a question.
Point,
go ahead.
Because, this idea of taking something from one person.
I, the moderator, want to stop the interesting part of the conversation before you actually have a good back and forth going.
Yeah, we're back. We're back to hating your guts now.
I
Okay,
know.
you had one good question.
One good question. Okay, don't get too smarmy on us.
Giving it to a redistribution issue, which I think oftentimes is framed inaccurately. When we talk about redistribution of wealth, I mean, look at the amount of money that gets invested by our federal government in the form of research and development, whether we're talking about pharmaceutical companies or even companies like Tesla. The seed money from Tesla did not come from private investors. In fact, the same year that Obama's administration invested in the failed Solyndra project, they also invested the same amount into Tesla. And guess what? Tesla ended up being a massive success. The only downside to it, though, is that now you have Elon Musk who's whining and crying about having to pay his fair share of taxes when, during the pandemic, he became, for a brief period of time, the richest man literally in the world, right? So
I agree with you about subsidies, by the way.
Right. Yeah. So
welcome to libertarianism.
So look, those investments need to be made. That research and development needs to take place because private investors are not willing to take the risks necessary. It's true.
That is fundamentally untrue.
The federal government's research and development is what led to the internet. I mean, it's a huge part of it.
The fact that the government is a grab bag of cash does mean that the government will eventually invest in some things that are worthwhile. It will also invest in an awful lot of enormous piles of crap.
I hate this fucking argument just because.
That's a terrible argument.
The private sector does the same thing. The venture capitalists all the time. They're like, I invest in 20 businesses and 2 of them make enough money to make it all worthwhile. Yeah. Fucking 19 of them are pieces of shit.
Yeah. No one knows. There's no magic machine that's going to tell you what business or what technology is going to be the one that's going to make a difference.
Yeah.
People just spin the wheel. Yeah. It's
government doesn't know what it's doing. Yeah. Private business is guessing too. We're all guessing.
We're all guessing. Yeah.
Okay, the fact is, if you don't bear the risk of the down.
But it's not with other people's money, Sitch.
But,
They're doing it with their own money.
There is a lot of truth to the idea that there are certain things that should be funded that maybe won't be profitable in the short term or even the long term, but you still need to be funded because people don't understand, like the internet. Obviously, the internet was highly profitable, right? If some private company created the internet, okay?
Yeah.
But no one could foresee that that was like a possibility, that this is a thing that necessarily was going to happen. And even if they did, could they convince a bunch of millionaires to give them money on this crazy idea?
I don't know why the government just doesn't publish a list and say, we will pay $1 trillion for a time machine. Like, just put it on the public sector, right? You know, you're
$1 trillion for clean energy. Probably
yeah,
better than time machine,
exactly.
you know?
Exactly.
Right.
You know, why not?
Sure.
Put a little incentive pressure on that. There's plenty of things we want, right?
I'm sure there's lots of incentive pressure on free energy in the private sector too. I'm not sure that that's a requirement.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know.
Because we say free energy, but what we mean is some source of cheap energy that's going to be so amazing it's going to run all other energy out of business, basically. So there are definitely private companies that would love to have their hands on, would love to be the sole source of energy in the planet, you know.
You know, I put this orange thing up on half my screen to deal with the light thing.
Yeah.
And every once in a while, I feel like it gives me hot flashes.
It gives you hot flashes?
Like I'm literally going to pass out or something.
Wow.
I'm just looking at this giant orange field.
Look, Adam, you're getting at that age where you're going through menopause. Okay.
It's like the sun here. Look at this.
You got to get on estrogen. Okay.
I should have never said hot flashes. That was the wrong word.
Listen, can I get you a cranberry juice?
Well, I just went from being 20% soy to like 50% soy. Hot flashes. Oh no. Adam went full boomer.
The stacking damage for $20 says people function by incentives. True. If people are incentivized to have single parent families, they're more likely to do so. It does not need to be nefarious. It's just that people will take the path of least resistance. I mean, I agree with that completely. Yeah, definitely. I am in favor of culturally enforcing monogamy, culturally enforcing that people only have children, you know, when they're sure they're going to stay with this person, and to try to form more long-term relationships. Yeah, I'm in favor of that.
What about enforced monogamy if no, I don't want to say that. Never mind. You guys you picture in your heads.
What were you gonna say?
Nothing. Nah.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Static Wave 09 for $20. Thank you so much. Says, I think you guys are being ultra charitable, assuming most women getting pregnant out of wedlock think they're with their life partner. I don't think, except for, I mean, there are people who have children just for like welfare. Okay. Putting that aside, because I don't think that's the majority of people anyway. I think the majority of people that have children out of wedlock, I do think they think the person they're having a child with is going to stick around and raise the child. Most people do not aspire to be a single mother. Okay. So I disagree with that completely. Unless there's someone trying to scam welfare or something, that's generally people assume the parent of their child is going to stick around.
You just pulling this out of your gut? I mean, what are you basing this
I think
on?
that's a fairly safe assumption to make.
I don't. There are
you don't
no.
Think so?
There are no safe assumptions to make.
Okay.
Like.
Okay.
I am curious as hell. You know, I might volunteer like a Planned Parenthood or something. I'm curious as hell here. Do they ask on the questionnaire when women come in if they're like, certainly there have to be some number of women who, I guess maybe if they want an abortion, they probably are going to Planned Parenthood and they're going to go through with it. I'm curious about the women. How do you get information? Where do you get Aiden? Where do you get information on the women that are single moms that have
Aiden, You get to the Aiden. How many women that are single mothers thought?
Well, no,
when
I'm
they were
thinking of,
having
I
a
don't
child
want
that the husband wasn't
hold
going to
on,
stick
back
around,
up,
or the
back
man.
up. I don't want this to be misinterpreted, and that I'm saying like Aiden has a bunch of friends that are all single moms.
Oh no,
I'm saying
she gets to all the stats.
yeah, I'm saying
Right.
someone studied this somewhere.
Yes, that's
and
true. There's
yeah.
some study somewhere. Yes.
of single
Listen,
mothers and
Adam,
motivation.
The problem here.
Are you not interested in this? Is this not fascinating to you?
It is fascinating, but there's a problem here, Adam. The problem is that you're rooting your basis of this in this disgusting, degenerate materialism.
Mhm.
And I'm drawing upon high-minded metaphysical concepts that have been
You're so
that have
full of
trickled
shit.
down through the heavens into my brain via the divine sources of our culture and of God. Okay.
How's God feel about the fourth reproductive strategy? I'm curious.
God's not in favor of this reproductive
I
strategy.
bet.
He told me yesterday before, during our weekly meeting.
You know how you know that God is a man? Because
How?
he is not in favor of this reproductive strategy. If God was a woman, he'd totally be in favor.
I don't think
of
I
this
disagree with you.
reproductive strategy.
Because here's the thing, that reproductive strategy actually doesn't make sense logically
Really? Why?
in the modern world. Because in the modern world, if you want your child,
Mhm.
and this is kind of like the Brett Weinstein argument, where he says, a mother is not going to, women are not going to engage in reproductive strategies that fuck over males because they have a 50-50 chance of producing a male.
What do you? Oh, I'm confused. What do you mean?
That's Brett Weinstein's argument.
First of all, I think Brett Weinstein is wrong about half of this stuff.
Okay,
but-
well, why would women create a culture or society that fucks over males as a reproductive strategy when they have a 50-50 chance of creating a male who will then be fucked over by that culture?
because
that society?
the society is structured to cater to the most high status males and all of the females. It really only locks about 80% of the males out of the
No, but I understand that.
Right.
But women do not want to create a society that fucks over their son.
But if their son is
Okay.
going to be in the top, if their son is going to be high status, why not?
Sure, but this is the second part of what I was saying. What you're saying doesn't make sense because high status currently is a lot of high status is how successful you are when it comes to making money.
Mhm.
Okay. So if you're thinking about this from this cold, logical, evolutionary strategy, are you going to want to mate with the person who, looks hot, but is dumb as a bag of bricks?
Mhm.
Okay. So they said that if you produce this hot looking male who's brain dead, sure, maybe he'll bang a bunch of chicks, but then he'll die alone, middling, of drugs. Or would you rather mate with someone who's successful and they're more likely to pass those genes that make them successful in society to their children?
The number two, obviously, but
Right. Well, but
we've
that's
established that people are
okay.
not operating on rationality; they're operating on intuition. So,
Yeah, but I don't think the intuition
intuitionally,
doesn't play out this way
intuitionally,
either.
it's number one all the way.
I completely disagree.
The heart
But-
wants what it wants.
Okay.
Remember that picture I sent you earlier today?
Adam sent me a
Those
picture
are
of some-
intuitions.
Adam sent me a picture of this real hot chick who also had some nice abs.
Exactly.
So to be fair, that was cheating because she does not look like she was not a tomboy by any stretch of the
Right.
imagination.
Oh no, not remotely
yeah,
tomboy. No.
yeah.
Yeah.
JMac for $5 says, "Hey, don't knock the romance novels, Adam. They get my wife awfully randy."
Yeah, no, I fucking no. I know exactly what you're talking about, J-Mac.
I bet they
I've
get
got a
certain
wife,
someone's. I bet they get a certain someone's cousin randy too.
Oh no.
I'm
Leave.
just kidding. We're just teasing. We're just teasing here at the Sitch and Ash Show. Love and peace. Peace and love.
Is it Rig? Leave Rig alone.
I didn't say it. I didn't say that. Thorgrim Hammerheart for 20 Aussies. Hey, Thorgrim says, long time no donate. Sorry, guys. Hope you're both well. Keep on crushing it. Thank you so much. Hope you're doing well, too.
The comments are really I'm loving our comment section because a lot of people are really digging the show, and that's the positive feedback is nice. It really is.
That's true.
There was a lot of negativity last week. That was fascinating too. I mean,
That is interesting.
yeah.
Thorgrim Hammerheart for 100 Aussie bucks. Thank you so much. It's very generous. Thank you, Thorgrim.
Mm-hmm.
Just for today, not only do you get 100 free units of free will,
Mm-hmm.
okay, but just for today, because of that donation, I will declare that Australia is a real country.
Really? Oh,
Yes.
coming out
No longer
strong.
is it an imaginary country, a mythical land of leprechauns and kangaroos. Today, Australia is real. Okay.
For real, for real. Look at that.
For real, reals.
I've never been to Australia.
The true.
Hope to go surfing there one day, but
Mm-hmm.
got this pandemic to deal with.
If Australia wants us to visit, it's going to have, all the people are going to have to get off of the continent and push it a little bit closer. Okay. It's a little too far away.
You're going to make a lot of bad investments.
We got a few more questions, and I want to get through, and we've got 4.5 minutes. So, Anna, you had said earlier, comment about education, that people can choose to send their kids elsewhere. We are an organization that firmly believes in education choice, and we've got a lot of kids in this state and others that are sentenced to underperforming schools solely by virtue of their zip code. We tell families in this Commonwealth, that's your school. We would never tell them that's your supermarket.
Yeah.
Things catching up. I don't know.
Oh.
I was
He
gonna,
actually, you know,
I know I was going to run to the bathroom, but I thought finally he's going to stick it to Anna. He's going to say, listen, Anna, remember earlier when you said people could send their kids to private school, and then you talked about how people are too
he's not
poor
going
to
to do
eat.
that. Was it crazy?
Yeah, but this is the question to do that with.
This is a good, but I have to take it back. This is a good question to
Yeah,
say.
it is.
Yeah. Why are
This
people
guy's
locked
fucking
into
with our
their,
emotions, man.
why are people locked into their schools or not locked into their supermarkets or their post office or anything else?
Yeah. My thing
Explain.
fucked up, so I have to back it up a little.
Your
Okay,
doctor,
you back
that's solely by virtue of their zip code. We tell families in this Commonwealth, that's your school. We would never tell them that's your supermarket, that's your doctor, that's your dentist. You get to choose. And a lot of that, to be blunt, is because of the collective bargaining agreements with tenured teachers and how much you pay. Can we really get to educational choice? Because a lot of these parents can't afford to send their kids somewhere else. Can we really get to that real education choice given the current state of collective bargaining in this Commonwealth and in this country?
The last union that we haven't broken, right? Mark Blythe is right.
Well, it's
last
sad
union.
because we do need unions, but like there's this corruption in a lot of these unions too.
I understand a tenured position in universities where people are doing research and stuff like that. I'm not sure I understand tenured positions in public school where
No, I agree with you.
I mean, they're not saying anything that, I mean, they should be just teaching the curriculum. A tenured teacher can teach Marxism. Like the tenured teachers are the ones going, I'll teach whatever I fucking want.
Are there, I didn't even know that there was tenure for high school teachers.
He just
That was
said,
literally only
he said
college.
tenure. Yeah, we can't
Okay.
fire these people because they have tenure.
Because that's crazy to me.
Hell yeah, it's crazy.
Something that
Why is... Let's see here. What the hell?
Families in this Commonwealth, that's your school. We would never tell them that's your supermarket, that's your doctor, that's your dentist. You get to choose. And a lot of that, to be blunt, is because of the collective bargaining agreements with tenured teachers and how much you pay. Can we really get to educational choice? Because a lot of these parents can't afford to send their kids somewhere else. Can we really get to that real education choice given the current state of collective bargaining in this Commonwealth and in this country to a large degree?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to say something that's incredibly unpopular with this group, and that's totally fine. The best education in the world currently takes place in Finland. They have the top education model, and they have completely banned private education. I would do the same.
Okay,
What?
so
Wait. I hate this argument's made by so many people on the left.
It's a complete fucking. Yeah,
What's the
talking
connection?
point. Yeah.
Why would banning private education magically make public education better?
I have no idea. She didn't explain the logic. She's like,
No,
this
I
is what I would do. Ban public education. Well, why, Anna? Finland did it. Well, yeah, you said that, but why did Finland do it? New York Times. It's like,
See, there's no argument. That was a terrible.
I know.
Oh
and
my
over
God.
to you, Ben.
This-
Look,
this is-
I said something. Over
This
to
is so
you.
funny because supposedly, like, all the red troopers were like, Anna Kasparian totally destroyed Ben Shapiro in this debate. Where? When does that hurt? When does that
I
occur?
know.
Like, what the fuck?
He said we have
She-
4 minutes left. Where's the destruction come?
Well, we have longer than that, but Anna hasn't she hasn't said really much of stuff. She said a couple points. And I'm like, oh, okay, I'll give her that. But she hasn't really said much of substance this entire conversation.
Hell no. Empty skirt.
Wow.
What do you
First of-
disagree? I mean,
I disagree with you using such misogynist language.
what empty suit is,
Yes.
you know, she's in a skirt instead of a suit.
I gotcha.
Yeah.
I gotcha. You fucking sexist pig.
I'll be right back.
First of all, Finland, United States, and there's a frequent attempt that it does happen a lot where people will take something that has worked in Sweden or something that's worked in Norway or something that's worked in Finland, and they'll say, what if we just take that, import it here, and it'll work exactly the same way? And it typically does not work. The fact is that Finnish Americans make more money in the United States than they do in Finland, for example. They have longer life expectancies in the United States than they do in Finland. This is true of Swedish Americans. It's true of Nordic Americans.
Life expectancy in Finland is much higher than the United States.
No,
In
you're
the
correct.
United
Hold on,
States,
hold on.
It's only 78 years.
No,
which is, by the way,
Anna,
comparable
hold
to
on.
Cuba.
Anna,
78 years.
hold on a second. You're correct.
Did you come back? What happened? Maybe now that Adam's gone, I'm being plagued by the skips.
Correct. The life expectancy in Finland is longer than the life expectancy in the United States. That's not what I said. I said the life expectancy for Finnish Americans is longer in the
got it.
United States. That is an apples to apples comparison as opposed to
Ooh.
comparing completely different populations. And that's
Good
kind of
point.
my point.
Good point.
Okay, the fact is that the United States has an incredibly diverse population. And that diverse population encompasses an enormous number of people who have very different beliefs about how education ought to be done. To suggest that any national standard of education is going to not only please all of those people, but prove to be successful in such a wide variety of circumstances for some 330 million people, we've tried this with a radically increasing federal education budget over the course of the last 30 years. And what we've got is failing public schools all over the United States, except in specific local areas where there have been attempts to take back control locally. I'd love to see more localization. And frankly, I'm quite pleased that if COVID had one decent effect, it was more people taking their kids out of the public schools.
Okay, I want to.
So that's a really good response, and this comes up a lot. People constantly compare America, education, all these other things to all these European countries, and I mean Ben's completely right. America's way more a diverse, heterogeneous country of many different cultures and a lot more different economic statuses together, and it doesn't make sense to kind of like take this giant group of very different people and then you average out that, and then you compare it to a country where things are a lot more homogenous culturally and financially, and then you average that and say, oh, well, their average is higher, so they must be doing something better in the field of education. It doesn't really logically make any sense.
Yeah. Just dump them all in the military school.
I'm fucking on board with that. Listen, you've heard my I said on stream.
You're on board
Ben,
with that?
I have a policy here.
I was joking.
here's
No,
Sitch's-
Montessori schools for them all.
Here's Sitch's policy prescription. Okay, you ready? You get this is the 3 strikes rule for kids. Okay, if you get expelled from 3 schools, mandatory military school.
Really?
Done.
Wow.
Yeah. You don't agree? What are you supposed to do? What are you supposed to do with these kids that have all these behavioral issues and you can't keep them in line?
Incarcerate them for life.
No, before you incarcerate them, you say you're going to mandatory military school. You gotta instill discipline in in a lot of kids that are fucked up.
I guess you're right. Yeah.
Because the problem is, all that happens with a lot of these problem kids is that they just shift from school to school to school
Yeah.
until they find a school which is corrupt and where they basically say, they literally tell the teacher, just give the kid D's so that they just get out of the system.
Yeah.
Just get away from our school. Okay.
Not our problem anymore.
Not our problem anymore. Right.
Right.
And I'm saying no,
Yeah.
just say 3 strikes and you go to military school.
Who was expelled 3 fucking times?
It happens.
That's crazy.
It happens.
I mean, I was only expelled once. How many times did you get?
Well,
No, I'm joking.
I mean
Joking.
permanently. So when I say expelled, I mean permanently expelled, like not
Yeah.
like you have outdoor suspension or something.
Yeah, I've only been suspended a couple times, but never.
Right.
Yeah. Saturday school a couple times.
Right. Well, I think if we did have a system of this, like you get expelled 3 times and then you go to military school, I think schools also would be a lot laxer. Like, because they have an incentive. Because right now, a lot of schools have an incentive to not expel students. Because also, like, if they expel a student, they're losing funding, and that's another issue too. A lot of these schools are incentivized in a lot of these terrible behaviors,
Right.
as opposed to incentivized to provide the best education for children and to basically ship the problem students off to military school.
Well, that's why people are against school choice, because they're like, our school would be liquidated immediately. This school's a piece of shit. No one would go to this school.
Well, I don't think that's. I think the left that's against school choice, they have this idea that. Well, I think there's 2 things. They have this idea that if there's school choice, that all the middle class and rich parents are going to take their kids out of public school and put them in private schools, and then all the poor people will basically be fucked. And then the second thing is they think all the people are going to stick their kids in like religious private schools. So it's going to indoctrinate them, religiously.
Yeah.
I think those are their 2 arguments, which I don't think either of those arguments are good. I don't agree with those arguments. So
what is it that makes a school good? And is that scalable is the question for me, because if we do school choice, and obviously there are schools that are going to be better than other schools, is what makes that school better scalable? Is it like a type of, it's the instructors. It's like this school has better teachers.
I have kind of like a more black pill opinion on this. That's part of why I hate that movie Waiting for Superman. I don't think there is a scalable solution for schools. I don't think there's some magical way that teachers can behave and teach children that, makes all these failing schools become great. I think it's entirely dependent on the population of children that are going to these schools.
Wow.
I'm serious.
Wow.
You have
That's the
kids,
ultimate black pill.
But I think it's really true. You have kids that are coming from, middle class and upper families where their parents are pressuring them to do well at school. And you have, and to be fair, there's lots of parents in lower income situations that are pressuring their children to do well in school. Don't get me wrong. But you're more likely to have parents in those situations that are not pressuring their kids to do well in school. And so if a kid doesn't feel like, this is why Dina Mama's position was so batshit stupid in the school argument. If a kid doesn't feel some pressure from their parental authority figures to behave and do well in school, of course they're not going to behave and do well in school. Kids don't want to go to school. They want to fuck around. They want to play video games. They want to run around with their friends. They don't want to listen. They don't want to learn. There needs to be some force that they're afraid of. That's like, you have to do well in school. Otherwise, this will happen to you.
Yeah,
because
the parents have to be that force.
That's what I'm saying. The parents have to be that force.
Yeah.
But obviously parents aren't that. But with this situation, with a lot of schools, parents are failing at that role. So that's why I'm saying, well, then you have to have mandatory military school, because I don't know what the other alternative is.
Yeah. It's crazy.
I do think that the majority of the problems with quote problem schools in America is disciplinary problems. I don't think it's that they're just these, there's all these stupid teachers that are just so bad at teaching. Like those are too many crazy, leftists and people that are so high in the anti-teacher union stuff. They like see that movie where like the teacher, enters the impoverished school and they just like inspire everyone to become suddenly, academic superstars. That's not real.
Yeah.
Okay. It's not a thing that happens. I'm sorry. I hate to tell you this. It's not real.
This is bad because of the recent context with the academic agent videos and stuff. But people talk about the meaning crisis, and I always think it's not the meaning crisis. It's the authority crisis. Like there's a crisis of authority. People don't want to step up.
I think there's both of those things.
Yeah, there's a bunch of bullshit going on in schools, and nobody wants to say, "Hey, we need to fucking nut up and do this." No corporations want to nut up and say we need to fucking not cancel people over
Right.
a bunch of fucking Twitter nonsense.
True,
Like so many
true.
people need to take charge, take authority. People are so worried about, damaging their brand or their status or, they're going to be the next on the chopping block.
Right.
That it's just a terrible situation. We're like a house of cards now.
Yeah. No, I agree. I mean, look, I think there's a big meaning crisis for older people.
Mhm.
I think when we're talking about children, I think children are way too focused on the present to have meaning crises for the most part.
Yeah, I totally agree. Yeah.
I think that's something that comes with age, that you have a meaning crisis. I think for kids, it's more like an authority crisis.
Well, I think not being in a positive relationship in your 20s can make you feel meaningless.
Of course.
Yeah.
Oh, I completely agree with that.
Yeah.
We got 2 minutes, and so before I get in trouble, so let's go real quick. And this might not be a quick one, but so we've had this discussion in this country, and a member of Congress has called for, and many others have, universal basic income. And her comment was, we should institute a basic universal income for those unwilling to work. Would that be supported in this country?
Would that be supported?
Yeah.
I think on a broad level, the answer is no. Although I think that as time goes on and people become more dependent on government, then the answer is probably getting closer to yes. Should it be supported in this country? The people who are
He had some good questions. That's a terrible question. What fucking question is that? In America, are Americans going to support paying those that are unwilling to work? Let me think about this. This is
Yeah, of course not. They're not. But
what? And you shouldn't. What the fuck?
the thing about UBI is, who's going to make the stuff? I mean, you have to know, like, we need, people have to work. It's a coercive situation to get them to work, but will they
Right.
work? Is there enough people who want to work without coercion that we can still have the kind of robust economy that we're used to?
No,
That's a
I
huge
don't. I don't
question.
think there is. No.
Yeah.
But I think I would imagine that you could structure UBI to not be so much that you're basically removing coercion from people's lives to work.
Yeah. Low wage labor does disincentivize automation, and that raising the cost of labor
Of course.
puts a pressure on automation that
Definitely.
I think is
yeah.
good.
Sure. I agree.
Restaurants should be run by one person.
That's right. I don't want to have to talk to a person. It should all be robots.
Yeah.
I don't like social situations.
I like the
social
Scarlett
interactions.
Johansson robot. How about
Disgusting. Oh my God. Wait. You know what? I never thought about that. That's going to be a huge problem.
you? Hell yeah, it is. You're going to say, listen, I'd like
if they have once they
Scarlett.
have the,
Hi. I'd
it's funny
like Big Mac, no pickles.
it's funny because we had that argument. I forget it was last week or the week before about like Adam was like watching the Boston Dynamics robots and he's like, they're coming for us, Sitch. And I'm like, no, it doesn't matter. When you give me the generalized AI robot, then I'll say it matters. And then he sent me an article after stream that was like, they had programmed this robot to navigate new situations based on machine learning. I'm like, okay, you put that in the Boston Dynamics robot, and then maybe you have an argument.
There's a Twitter account that I follow that is all robotics and AI stuff, and they're
Yes.
posting this stuff all the
Right.
time. You should follow that account because the kinds of things you're saying you would never say if you saw all the stuff in that Twitter feed.
So here's I was thinking of this interesting scenario. Okay, when we have robots that are good enough that they could be like waiters and waitresses, and if they're cheap enough, because obviously they'll be super expensive at first, but at some point they'll get cheap enough, and every restaurant's gonna want to have like super hot waiters and waitresses that are robots.
They're all going to be famous people. Like,
And they're all gonna be-
Ryan
well, that
Reynolds
might-
is gonna fucking lease out his likeness.
Right. You know what? That's hilarious. And then
Yeah, you're
I
going to
didn't
get
think
to
about
have,
that. Yes.
you guys are going to get to be served by Ryan Reynolds.
By Ryan.
I mean,
Reynolds,
you
yes.
pick the celebrity you want.
And Scarlett Johansson in a bikini.
Yeah. Yes, exactly.
Right.
Bikini.
But-
I mean, that I go to the one across town where she's naked. What are you doing?
Adam goes to the seedy one. Yes. But that's going to open up a whole bizarre moral questions. Cause like if you're at the restaurant.
Is it
with the-
okay to like grab
Exactly. That's what
the
I was gonna say.
waitress's ass.
If you're at the restaurant with the Scarlett Johansson robot in a bikini and you grab her ass,
Mhm.
is that acceptable? What I don't know the answer. That's a weird fucking question.
The question is, are they going to heat the ass so it's actually a good experience for you, or is it going to be? Is it going to be like
They're gonna have
touching
to put,
a
like,
cold refrigerator door?
no, this is what they'll do. They'll have to give the ass material will have an electric shock. So if you touch it, it zaps you. There you go.
Oh God, I'm getting so many ideas for Supervillains Anonymous too. It's
There
like,
you go. There you go.
it shocks me, but I can't help myself.
But it looks so good.
It's worth the shock. It's worth it.
That's right. That's right.
Oh, painful. Painful.
Unwilling to work, not to work? Absolutely not. I don't.
Just remember, this is the future AA doesn't want for you guys.
Are you saying that you don't want the robot that zaps your ass when you grab it? Come on. Come on.
How crazy an experience would that be? I mean, you could have Arnold Schwarzenegger wait on you, the fucking Terminator. How cool would that be?
I mean, I want Tifa waiting on me.
Oh my God, Tifa. I'm going out to this restaurant. If this is a reality though, UBI is a completely different conversation. Like we don't need your labor anymore. They're making the stuff, right?
Right.
Yeah. It's crazy.
Well, I mean, that's why, I think there will be a time where that will occur, but it's gonna it was interesting in our conversation with Sargon. We were kind of talking about what comes first, the cultural enforcement mechanism, or what's more important, the cultural enforcement mechanism or the material reality.
Yes.
And we're both on the side of the material reality.
Big
for the most
time.
part.
Yes. Deeply on the side of the material reality.
Right. Like I think me and Adam both kind of conceptualize this the culture is constantly playing a catch-up game where it's trying to catch up to the material reality and change in regards to the material reality. And very often, especially in modern society, because technology is changing so quickly, our material reality is changing way too fast for culture to keep up.
Yeah.
For healthy culture to keep up. And so I think the same thing with UBI and socialism, all that, nonsense to some extent. I do think the material reality is going to have to manifest for that to make sense first, as opposed to the communists who basically want to culturally create that reality. I don't think it's going to work that way.
When we are having dinner with Scarlett Johansson,
yes,
naked Scarlett Johansson as our waitress,
then we can have UBI.
Is Vosh still going to be advocating for worker co-ops? I want to know.
Yeah, the whole idea might be so incredibly quaint that it's it's a stupid issue.
Yeah.
Someone said Michael Malice actually supports high minimum wages because he doesn't want to talk to humans either.
What?
So,
Michael Malice said that?
Michael Malice, as a man after my own heart.
Did he really?
I hope
so. He's trying to incentivize automation as well, huh?
Yes. There you go. William Kurt for $20. Thanks so much, William. Says, Sitch, you're not taking market failure into account. Women who choose the stud child / beta supporter strategy because it's in their self-interest in the current moment, not in the future. It's near-term marginal interest. No, I don't agree whatsoever. It doesn't. People want. Think of the family that's raising a child for success. Okay, what do they do? What do successful families do to raise their child for success? Do they say, I'm going to take my child to get a manicure? Am I going to take my child to go to the gym? Am I going to take my child to get a tan at the tank salon? Or do they say, I'm going to make sure that my child goes and gets top tier education and goes to a top tier college so that they can make something for themselves? Which of those strategies do families engage in?
Depends upon the economic reality of the
that are successful families.
Depends upon the economic reality of the family. And success, are you talking about monetary success or reproductive success?
Well, in our current environment, those are often linked together.
Not all. No. Monetary success usually ends up in less reproductive success.
I know.
Yeah.
I'm saying in terms of the way that people view success in our society, is intrinsically linked to monetary
if
success.
rather than going back and forth, if the reproductive strategy in economically depressed environments is have a bunch of kids and let the chips fall where they may.
But they're not doing that because of evolution. They're doing that because we have unfortunately incentivized that behavior because of money through financial incentives.
I think this behavior is incentivized in any environment. I think
Then it doesn't make sense.
if you're in an economically depressed environment, the strategy is have a bunch of kids. They can work on the farm. They can help you. One of them might be successful. There's a lot of different
Yes.
reasons to have a lot of kids. But if you're economically well off and in an economically well off situation, you tend to have one kid and put a lot of
Resources
investment
into one or
the
two
one
kids.
child.
Yeah, sure.
This is
Right.
why the population of the Earth is going to level off at about 10 billion, is because
Sure.
as people get wealthier, they have less kids, and there's the population boom will stop.
Right. Right. Sure. Yeah, but the people who are lower income in America in modern times are not having kids to work on the farm.
No, they
Okay.
aren't. But they are having kids to take care of them and work and all kinds of stuff.
I think I think the people that just pop out kids are doing it because they're incentivized through a fucked up system
Mhm. Welfare
of
babies.
receiving money for that. I don't think they're doing it because they're like, well, if I have 12 kids, I'm increasing my odds that one of those 12 kids will be financially successful.
Mhm.
I don't think that's the thought process.
I don't know. I
And
don't
we've
know.
talked about this a lot, where you say people mimic successful people's behavior even if they don't really understand it. And so that's why I was posing this hypothetical where I'm saying, you look at what successful people do with their children, and it's not the stud theory. They're not raising their kid to be the stud.
Yeah. Let
I
us
guess
continue.
they are raising their kid to be a stud, but they're raising their kid to be a stud financially. Okay. They're not necessarily saying, oh, you should go be a fuckboy on Tinder.
I wish that we knew the numbers on this stuff, but do they even collect? We're talking about such crazy stuff. I've read a couple of books. There's the latest book by David M. Buss talks somewhat about this, but he doesn't really have research, and the research he has is really not in this direction. So I'm curious, like, if it seems like it would be in that book if it existed, but
Right.
I mean, there are a couple that, like that Cho, what's her name? Maybe it's, I don't know her name. She's a sex researcher or whatever. Maybe she has
Oh, that old lady?
data on this. No,
Yeah, I don't know.
she's young.
Oh,
Yeah.
there's that famous old lady who was like the sex researcher.
Yeah. I don't know. I thought she was just like a sex psychologist.
Oh, maybe she was. I don't know. Mr. Rich Low Pitch for $20. Thanks so much. Says abolishing private education sounds like the typical everyone should have to eat a crap sandwich since not everyone can afford a turkey sandwich socialist argument. Yeah, it's not. It's not. I
That's
agree.
exactly it.
That's what it does sound like. It's not a good argument. It's a terrible argument.
That was Anna's
don't
argument,
see-
though.
That was Anna's argument. Yeah, it's a terrible argument.
Why the government should be incentivizing people who don't want to work and have no excuse not to work.
True.
Well, the answer is there's no work for them, obviously.
Yeah. Well,
I mean, I
Sure.
don't know what you're going to do if, if once we get rid of low skilled labor, you're going to have a bunch of people that can't work.
well, I know, but that's still far away. I mean, maybe I think
Maybe.
you think that that's closer than I do. I think that's still far off. I think that's very far off.
How long do you think it is? 20 years away?
That's like 50, 60 years away, honestly.
You do?
Yeah.
Man, 15 years ago, we didn't have social media. Think how fucking crazy the world is.
Yeah, but
changed.
we always it seems like people always drastically underestimate technological advancement. I mean, it was in like the 1960s that they thought like in the year 2000 we'd be the fucking Jetsons.
Yeah.
We're not even fucking close to that. We're nowhere near that.
You see those? You see those Elon Musk SpaceX rockets launch and come back and land?
Yeah.
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 All
That's not the
Elon's-
Jetsons.
All
Okay.
Elon said was, "I want to do this. Here, let's do this."
What was it in Terminator? They thought in 1999 or 97 or whatever the year was that we'd have artificial intelligence and fucking robots running
you
around.
always go in this. No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about
I'm saying that the human's
last
ability to
Tesla.
anticipate the speed of technology seems to be way fucking off. That's my only point.
at the last Tesla
Yes.
shareholder meeting.
Right.
Elon Musk said he was going to build a robot, the
Okay.
waitress.
I saw
Yeah.
everyone was talking about it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Good luck.
He's not saying I'm going to build it in 50 years. He's saying he's saying 5 to 10 years we'll have this.
What is the
shit.
robot going to do? Is the robot going to be able to wait tables?
You and I are waiting tables.
That's
is
what we're
so
talking
easy.
about. But that's what we're talking about. You're talking about when is manual labor going to be replaced by robots?
Mhm.
And I'm like, that's far off. I don't know. I think that's still far away from us. I think the car thing will be an issue, and I think we will have driverless cars much sooner than that. And that will be an issue because that's a huge amount of the job market. But when you're talking about people walking around, having to interact with other people
I will go as far
and
as
do these kind of jobs, I think that's far away.
I will go as far as saying
Mm.
there is no way it's not going to be a reality in the next 20 years.
Okay.
But I'd say it's closer to 10 years.
Well,
I'd say
we'll
it's
make a
10 years
bet.
away.
Okay. We'll make a bet.
Dude, my neighbor has a fucking like virtual reality headset he puts on and he goes flies his drone around the fucking
What
neighborhood.
does that have to do with an AI robot?
I'm just
you know,
telling like the
interacting with
level of
people?
technology we have
No, but-
now. It's crazy.
No, but this is the
You're
problem people make.
insane.
This is the problem people make. Okay. Like, I'm going to go back to your favorite Jetsons sci-fi example. Okay. Or Back to the Future is a good example. In Back to the Future, they thought we were going to have these super holograms and flying cars, but no one thought we were going to have the internet or all the world's knowledge in your pocket, right? So technology,
They did on Star Trek.
not even in Star Trek.
We had the
Not even in Star
tricorder.
Trek. The tricorder is not as advanced as your cell phone. Cell phone
I
has
know.
everything in it.
They've
Yeah.
totally flubbed it up. We got
Right.
way better.
Right. No, but so that's what I'm saying is that the problem is people anticipate, like they say, oh, we have virtual reality where you can control a drone. So therefore we're going to have AI robots 10 years from now. And I'm like, those are completely different technologies. Okay. If you're asking me in 10 years, will we have a person can put on VR headsets and can control a humanoid robot and make it do all sorts of complicated things? I'll say 100%. I do think that will be a thing.
Have you not seen the dancing
hardware-
dog robot?
The hardware is a difficult process, but the software, the AI part of it is way more difficult to program than the hardware,
What do you
than
mean?
the body. To have the computer that could make the decisions and like navigate this space of being in like a restaurant,
That's the easy
like by walking
part.
around and like listening to people and taking the orders and then making these decisions is a lot more complicated than you think it is.
You're not watching the Boston Dynamics robots that literally do backflips and stuff
The-
like that.
The Boston Dynamics robots are pre-programmed.
Yeah, they say walk through the door and they try to keep them from
No,
walking
I mean,
through the door.
There's a
Oh, you're saying
they-
their movements are pre-programmed.
their
No, they have
movements
some that are not
pre-programmed on an obstacle
pre-programmed.
course.
They
Okay,
have some
well,
that can move on any like they're Weeble wobbles, man. They don't fall over. They walk everywhere. They say go
yeah, I
over
know
there.
they have the ones where they try to knock them down and they'll just stand back up or they won't fall over. Yeah, I
But
know
in a
that.
restaurant, you could set it up so
Mhm.
you put the plate, whatever plate's going to whatever table in a certain place. So the routine is super easy for the robot.
They already,
It
yeah, they
says,
already have that.
if a
they already
plate
ha-
is sitting
yeah.
here, it goes over to that table. Right?
Right. They already have a fully automated bar.
Mhm.
I forget somewhere where like all the bottles of alcohol are put in
Mhm.
specific places, and there's like a robot arm that just knows where all the bottles are, and it can make any drink very
Yeah.
quickly. They already have that.
Okay.
So if you're talking about some system like that, then yeah, I can easily see that in 10, 20 years. Sure.
You
But I was
just
talking more
you
about
don't
like
believe
the,
that
I'm talking about
a-
the Scarlett Johansson naked robot walking around serving you drinks. That's what I'm talking
Right.
about. That's like 50 years away.
Okay. We'll move on.
Okay.
You're wrong.
I mean, look, this is an opinion.
We'll make a bet.
Look,
20
we're
years from
moving
now.
on now. Why are
20
you
years. No,
stopping?
listen, we're gonna have a stream. Someone chat. You're gonna have to remind us of the year on the date of October 10th, 2041. There will be a Sitch and Adam stream, and we will finally get to the bottom of this.
No,
Okay.
this is not.
And wait a minute.
I'm gonna
whoever-
disappear. I'm gonna be drug running on a Panamanian schooner by then.
Whoever wins that vote will be the official first name of this channel and will be considered the host. And the other
What?
person will be considered the sidekick.
Well, you
okay?
just made it interesting. What are we
There you
betting
go.
here?
If you're right, it will be renamed in 20 years. If you're right, it'll be
20
called-
years, huh?
In 20 years, it will be called the Adam and Sitch Show, and you will be the official host, and I'll be the official sidekick. But
Trump-
if you're wrong, you will forever admit that you will forever relinquish that it will be the Sitch and Adam Show, and you will admit that I am the host and that you are the forever sidekick.
Okay, I like it.
Okay. So there
20
you go,
years from
guys.
Trump will be president then.
in,
So-
10, in 2041,
he'll be 20 years younger because of the reverse aging.
because of the
So
reverse
it'll be
aging
young,
gene
it'll be
editing,
young
yes.
Trump.
Right.
A young
There
Trump
you go.
presidency.
There you go. That's exactly what will happen. Yes. We'll finally get to the bottom of who's the host and who's the sidekick.
Eric Trump will be a baby because of the reverse aging. No, son, shut up. You're reverse aging.
Ivanka will be conspicuously the same age as her father, which will be raising all
Oh
sorts of
my God,
eyebrows.
no. And his best friend will be Rig.
Yes. Stop taking on board.
And I have a different humanity, and I think most people want to live lives with purpose. Most people do, in fact, want to work. I mean, for me, universal be all of dealing with the economic issues that people are having.
Every time you press play,
I know that
I just get a bunch of bullshit here.
Okay, you do it.
Sorry, guys. This is bullshit.
I mean, look, this is an opinion. I have a different view of humanity, and I think most people want to live lives with purpose. So I think most people do, in fact, want to work. I mean, for me, universal basic income is not the end-all, be-all of dealing with the economic issues that people are having. I know that there's been a lot of focus on that because of Andrew Yang and his presidential run and his, demand that people get at least $1,000 a month. I don't think that that's going to solve the issues. I think that we have deeper problems that we need to deal with, and just throwing money at something in the form of a universal basic income is not going to solve that issue. But if we decide, okay, maybe we're going to experiment with this on top of providing a much more robust social safety net, then maybe we're having a conversation. But to me, the issue of UBI is less interesting.
Okay, final question. We're almost out of time. We're going to go. They can't go over too.
It's so baffling to me that they are completely in favor of all of these things that anyone who got UBI could pay for on their own. If you need childcare, if you need health care, whatever you need, you use your UBI to pay for whatever it is. They're in favor of all this stuff, but they're not in favor of UBI. It's just baffling to me.
Mm-hmm. True.
Buy a lot of childcare with that UBI.
People are talking about empregging robots.
Mm-hmm.
If Adam is wrong about technology, he gets empregged. Is that the bet now?
What? Why, you guys?
I like how Kava immediately says, "Empreg, I've been summoned."
That's going to happen. There is going to be
That you're going to get
empreg on
empregged?
No, they're going to have a male robot that gets pregnant and has a baby.
That's a robot. How's a robot having a
some
baby?
weirdo is going to want that.
Okay.
They're going to put a robot baby in it. Come on, haven't you seen AI?
I have. There was no robot baby. There was a robot. What's his name?
Child. Yes.
The I See Dead People kid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Holly Joel Osment.
Haley Joel Osment. Thank you. Robin Walker for $20 says, thank you, Sitch and Adam, for another excellent show. I look forward to it every week, and I enjoy the humor and the topics you discuss. Keep up the great work, fellas. Thank you. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you. We're full-time comedy show now. I got comedy
right.
show in every thumbnail. It's like just it's a thing.
I like how I have just my name and Adam has like the super fucking long title.
I can change that. That was a joke from like several shows ago, but
I think it's funny. It's like a joke sketch where like the guy walks in the guy's office and his like little placard is like way too long and big for the the desk. Yeah, it's funny.
Mr. Dumbass.
I think it's funny. Thorgrim Hammerheart for another 100 Aussie bucks. Oh my god, another 100 free will units. Thank you so much, Thorgrim.
That's a lot of free will.
A lot of free will. Especially, I mean, you need it out in the outback. Okay, it's dangerous. All these animals trying to murder you there. You gotta chill. Just a wee bit more. If I could give more, I would. Just want to say thanks again for all the insight you both bring, as well as the joy you guys can bring, not just to myself, but everyone who listens in. Keep on crushing it, and come on, let's get those likes up, Warriors. That's right, folks. Don't you want to see Adam move out of California? Smash that like button. One like gets us 1 mile closer to moving Adam out of California.
That's so bad.
And thank you so much.
So bad. Bad. Gary from Nerdrotic is always talking about moving out of California, but I don't know if he has or not. And then someone I think did move out of California. And I was like, what? Why? Oh, bah. Traitors.
Yonkers OF for 30 Aussie bucks. Thanks so much, Yonkers. Says we probably overestimate tech because this type of advancement is still super new. That's true. That's a good point. That's my point. Yeah.
It goes exponentially, though. That's what Sitch isn't paying attention to.
I'm saying it can go exponentially, but it generally seems like it goes in directions people are not anticipating.
Oh, yeah.
It seems like people think the same type of technology will go exponentially when it seems like new technologies kind of end up being developed that people were not conceptualizing.
Yeah.
Thorgrim Hammerheart for another 5 Aussie bucks. Thank you so much, Thorgrim. Says, you're both the host. We, the audience, are the sidekick. Oh, there you go.
Yeah, pay attention, Sitch. Be a good co-host. Stop trying to sidekick me.
And I get the hook. We've talked a lot about where we're going and a lot of pessimism and a lot of concerns. What gives you hope right now?
What gives me hope is the younger generation and just how fired up they are about experimenting with different solutions.
About canceling your ass, Anna.
I was going to say, Jesus, that's like I have the exact opposite feeling about that.
Yeah, what are those people fired up about? It seems like it's canceling your ass.
I know. Seems like all those young kids fired up about politics are like fucking the wrong fucking direction.
Yeah.
I don't know, Anna. That's just give me hope.
Finally, we have a generation that's looking at what's being done in other countries, what's working, what isn't working. We're now seeing more worker co-ops being developed. In fact, there are as many as 1,000 worker co-ops.
God,
all those kids.
Painful.
All these kids are looking at what's going on in Venezuela, and they're like, let's bring that again.
It's so painful.
We need more co-ops.
All these excited, passionate kids who are fucking morons. Oh, yes.
No. Jeez.
In this country, about 500 of them are in the startup phase. But that is exciting news because now we're seeing companies being formed with workers actually owning the means of production. We're not talking about, the federal government owning the means of production. We're talking about actual workers making decisions democratically within the workplace. I think that's the right way to go about it. I love that it's being experimented with among younger workers, and I think that's the right way to go.
Ben, what gives you hope?
When did Anna become a full-blown Marxist?
I don't know.
It's so weird.
That's
She's
what Sean
little
said.
Fucking Richard Wolff.
Once Michael passed, she kind of went more to the left.
Really?
So apparently, there you go. She's going for the co-ops. We need more co-ops, everybody.
What did she say? New worker co-ops.
So there's like 500 new worker co-ops in the startup phase or something.
I mean, there's There's probably like at least 50 just in Santa Cruz alone. That little shit. I mean,
It's funny because, like, there's a lot of problems with corruption in private business, and they act like if these were run by co-ops that would go away. And it's like, well, no, you're just incentivizing people to be corrupt for their own self-interest, as opposed to some guy at the top or on the board or something being corrupt.
yeah.
Like, so now all the workers are going to be in on it too. Like, it doesn't seem like it solves a lot of the problems I think it's going to solve.
California's proposed worker co-op model for the gig economy. What is we gotta read up on this co-op shit because it seems like find a worker co-op. USA worker is our worker is it like an Uber now? Or you call a worker co-op like you call an Uber?
Yeah.
You're like, I need a job here. Let me also
Adam, for research for the stream, you should join one of these worker co-ops. Okay?
California's proposed worker co-op model. Look at this.
Join. I want a full
co-op
report.
policy recommendations.
Mm.
Santa Clara says yes to creating a city for worker co-ops. Santa Clara.
An entire city. Okay, that's interesting.
I used to have a friend that lived in Santa Clara. Oh my God. Move. Jeff, get out.
Wait a minute. You want them to move? Are they a traitor? Are they turning their back on their city, Adam? Come on, what's happening here?
I guess so. Did I just fully Anna Kasparian? I think I did.
You pulled an Anna, yes.
More U.S. businesses are becoming worker co-ops. Here's why. This is Google. I'm using Google, so this has got to be nonsense. My only experience with worker co-ops is they're garbage. Like there's a couple worker co-ops in Santa Cruz that it's like garbage service, just super overpriced.
Listen, Adam, it's going to be better. Just you wait. Wait. Yes. Just you wait.
The Young Turks forms a workers co-op, right? And then the next thing you know, they're like, we charge $5 a month or $10, whatever they charge for their thing. The first thing they're going to be like, let's charge $50 a month. All in favor of charging $50 a month, raise your hand. All the hands go up. Oh, great. Now Young Turks is $50 a month.
Why isn't the Young Turks a co-op?
You know, the thing about Young Turks at $50 a month would probably work, though, because there's enough people who are super in the there's enough super fan Young Turks that they'd make the same amount of money, but they'd have far less reach.
Wasn't there something, was it last year? I swear there was something where like a lot of the workers for the Young Turks wanted to unionize, and then Cenk was like vehemently against this. And he was giving all like, capitalist arguments like, I founded this company, I started from nothing, like blah, 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 blah. That happened, right? I'm not hallucinating that. I could swear that happened.
You have all the usual suspects here. Mother Jones, be your own boss. More co-op businesses are returning. Vice News. Don't just start any kind of business. Start a workers co-op. I wonder where Anna's getting all of these crazy ideas from. Here, Bloomberg, more realistic. Worker-owned businesses are having a moment. A moment. Of course. Right? It's a moment. They're gonna get the reality check in the next moment.
Someone chat said it did happen. Yeah, I do remember this happening.
With them trying to unionize at Young Turks,
and then Cenk coming out.
Nowhere,
all these people are fucking. It's like with all the bread chippers, they're all fucking hypocrites. They all want everyone else to be a co-op. They want everyone else to fucking unionize. But then when it's gonna come out of their pocket, and they're gonna have to pay for it, they're like, oh wow, here's all my bullshit excuses as why I don't have to pay for this. It's like, fuck you. You're all frauds. You're all frauds and phonies.
This is interesting. Fortune.com, May 19th, 2021. Worker co-ops can make the U.S. economy more resilient. Are they classifying Uber as a worker co-op now? Is that what's going on?
No,
here?
I mean, it's not, because it's a bunch of private contractors. That's how they kind of do their weird shenanigans, which would be the opposite of a co-op.
I'm gonna make it my assignment for the week to
Okay.
read up on some of these worker it's people are so smitten by worker co-ops, and I don't get it. Totally don't get it. But maybe I'm just.
I mean, it
boomering
triggers
out
all
here.
the right moral foundations. That's why they're smitten. And I mean, I admit it triggers my moral foundations too. It seems more fair. I don't think it's gonna fucking work. I'm very skeptical of it working.
Yeah.
But most people can't separate that in their mind. They say if something seems more moral, or I think if I want something to work emotionally, I'm just going to accept that it probably will work.
Perhaps.
But you can press play since,
Oh
having
yeah,
all
the thing. Because of the problem.
Because this is such a diverse country, and because what we are actually watching in real time is one of the great sorting features that we've seen in American public life in quite a while, right? We're seeing people like me move to Florida. We're seeing people who are in blue states who want to stay in blue states. And what that's going to lead to is more diversity in terms of the attempted policies. And that in turn, I would hope, would lead to a couple of things. One, better empirical evidence as to what works and what doesn't. And two, I would really hope that it would lead people to look at the federal government and say, this is just something that cannot control the entire country at once with one giant rubric of rules. We have to let California be California, and we have to let Texas be Texas, and we have to let Florida be Florida. And if we can't agree to do that, when we are going to be locked in a never-ending battle for supremacy, and things are going to get very, very, very ugly before this is over. And I think that the great threat to the country right now is the widely held belief that the solution is not at the local level and it's not at the state level, that it is all at the federal level. And what we ought to be arguing about each and every day is how much money and what sort of regulations we ought to pursue for 330 million people. The longer that continues, the more we're going to decide we don't actually want to be part of that body politic, that the rewards of being part of that body politic are not worth the risk of people you oppose taking control of that giant gun that is the government and pointing it at you. So I'm really hoping that some form of subsidiarity is going to return, and that there will be some governmental figures who are willing to sort of reestablish the checks and balances and localism that were the hallmark of the Republic at the beginning and should be the hallmark of it again.
Look, I've enjoyed.
That's a great answer.
Is it?
Yeah, like if you don't agree that if you have this idea that the federal government has to solve everything and states and local communities can't make their own choices, that's what breeds this further resentment and wanting to break the country apart, because there's always this fear that, oh, well, your political opponents will get in charge of the federal government and then they'll force you to do whatever. Where if things are much more stratified locally, you don't really have that fear of the federal government like mandating your life to this extent.
Yeah. I got triggered because he said the federal government with the gun pointed at you, and I just was like, God,
that's
why
what
you
triggered
gotta
you.
go in that? Why
Meant
can't you conceptualize it at the federal government with the
Okay.
gun pointed at the guy who wants to steal all your shit? Like, why don't you conceptualize it that
Well,
way?
it's both. It's both. Right. But
Yeah.
I was gonna say I'll give Ben a lot of credit for this conversation, because except for the tax shit, which is fucking stupid that he was saying, I think Ben has done really great in this conversation. I've grown to respect a lot more of his views in this conversation. 'Cause I'm
Really?
usually pretty down on Ben, but he's giving lots of, I think, very good answers. And I don't know if that's just because whenever you're in this environment, you kind of like moderate your opinion. Anna and him are both. He's doing it a lot better.
This is
kind of trying to
standard.
moderate his opinion.
That's bullshit. This is standard rank and file Ben Shapiro. I never knew why you were not just down with Ben Shapiro. He always is completely sane.
Because usually I turn it on and he's giving me the tax shit, and I go, oh, my brain I just go, oh my God, Ben, just give me the fucking fairy tale about taxes. Or he's going on about like social conservative stuff, and I'm like, yeah, come on.
Yeah.
So maybe you're right. Maybe I haven't been giving him a fair shake, but I like a lot of his answers in this conversation.
I mean, I was triggered by the government forcing you to do things is like, I
understood his point.
I do understand his point, but it's just, it's incendiary. He's talking about, I got you.
Well, he's a libertarian. Of course he's going to say, of course he's going to frame it that way, right?
I wish you could talk to him and say, listen, what is the right level of government? Like, what is the right level?
I'm sure he's
Obviously,
talked about that.
I mean, is he? I don't think. I don't think Ben Shapiro wants to privatize the police force. I don't think he's there.
Yeah, but the question wasn't abolish government. The question was give more control to local government versus federal government.
Mm-hmm.
And the police is local government.
Yeah, so he would say just defund the entire federal government.
That's I don't think he'd say that. I'm not hoping he would say that.
I don't know.
Stupid, but
if you're taking the position that if you're conceptualizing the government as a gun to your head, how do you have a conversation about the right level of gun to your head?
Okay, if you don't want him to
seriously,
use the gun imagery, we can use something else.
How do you have that conversation? What's the right level of gun to your head?
Listen, that's a fair point. It's a fair point. We'll throw out the gun imagery and we'll replace it with something nicer, like a knife with a happy face on it or something.
What's the right level of gun at our enemies' heads?
What if
that's the way to conceptualize it, right? What's the right level of gun at our enemies' heads?
What if the gun looks like the gun in that video I made like a million years ago, where it has like the googly eyes and the smile?
The happy gun?
The happy gun, yeah.
The friendly gun?
The friendly gun. What if it's a friendly gun, Adam?
Well, then I want a lot of guns.
Okay, well, there you go. All these friendly guns. What if it's a sexy gun?
Yes.
What if it's a Scarlett Johansson gun? You want that pointed at you?
Hell yeah. Fuck yeah. I'll take that gun.
Enjoyed this conversation. Please thank Anna and Ben for being with us. It certainly was a lot of fun.
Is that it? It says there's like 15 minutes left.
And thanks to all of you for coming out. Appreciate it. Thanks.
It's a Ben Shapiro video. There's going to be like 13 minutes of gold ads at the.
Oh no!
No, I have no idea. I don't know. This is like we're officially in overtime here.
Okay.
Good evening, everyone. This is Alex Halper from the PA Chamber. I'd like to welcome our online attendees to the exclusive virtual speaker Q&A with Ben Shapiro and Anna Kasparian. Just wrapped up an interesting, robust, passionate discussion. We're live here in Hershey, Pennsylvania.
It's fine for me.
Oh, it's like in my headphones, it's like really loud on one side, and then like the tone is just terrible.
Oh, it's only one-sider?
It's not only, it's like mostly on one side. Like it's very unbalanced. But anyway, we can watch it.
Looks balanced for the audience, so that's all I care about.
That's good.
Known as the sweetest place on earth. I will say, when we announced our speakers for the dinner, I think some of our guests questioned whether that name would be put to the test.
Super curious how much they got paid to do this. Probably like a $10,000 gig, huh?
That's a good question.
PA Chamber
Actually,
of Commerce.
Weren't a bunch of bread tubers complaining? They're like, how much did Anna Kasparian get paid to debate Ben Shapiro?
This is how big business deals with. They're like, yeah, this political polarization is getting a little tough for business. So we're just going to buy a bunch of people off. We're going to pick the most incendiary people on both sides and just force them to be nice to one another by, setting them up at the Ritz-Carlton in Pennsylvania and paying for a limousine to pick them up and bring them to the...
True. That's true.
It works.
So,
it totally works.
I will say, so in the question of who won the debate, hands down, Ben won. And it wasn't like he won because he crushed her with facts and logic. He just said things that were far more true and interesting. And she just said things that were far more vague and...
Talky points, yeah. Yeah. Terrible stuff. I wonder if they tipped her limo driver to tell Anna Kasparian, go get them. Remember, you're better than them. That would have been cool. Huh?
You think Anna does like she stands in the mirror every day? She's like, I'm good enough. I'm smart enough. And gosh darn it, I'm better than you.
Oh, my God. That's the one thing Anna Kasparian wishes she never said to the internet.
That's true. That's true.
Wasn't it like a Harambe video too? The Harambe was the gorilla.
Was it a Harambe video?
I think it was.
Oh my God, really? This all started from Harambe?
Yeah.
Is that
they tried?
What was she getting so mad about?
I think they said something like, well, if it was a white
gorilla, racist or something?
Yeah, exactly. If it was a white gorilla, he wouldn't have got shot or something.
No, I don't think so.
I don't. I remember that they did try to turn the Harambe video into some racist thing.
Okay, I have a big problem here. So I Google searched Anna Kasparian Harambe because I was like, okay, I'll see if that was the debate where she said that, that will come up. Okay. So the first option on my Google search is what's behind all the memes. And it's like a YouTube video about the Harambe memes. The second search result is from Reddit. And I haven't clicked the link. I'm not going to click the link. But the description of it says Anna Kasparian and Harambe Rule 34.
What?
Which is porn. Why is this the second fucking result?
That's so wrong.
I don't want to see Anna Kasparian getting fucked by Harambe.
Was Google hacked or something?
Why is this my second? Usually this is weird because usually on Google porn only comes up if you like type something pornographic in the search result. Why is this the second result that showed up?
That's crazy.
Come on,
Google.
Jesus.
You've lost your
Google,
mind.
come on. You're just giving the degenerates. You're losing the argument there.
Google is shifty now. It really is.
Wow.
What do you mean? Is that
shifty?
Bad?
Trying to say something?
Can I not? Is shifty? Is that like anti-Semitic? Or you're not supposed to say shifty?
It
anymore?
is. Oh, you're not allowed to say shifty.
What's the difference between shifty and shady?
Shady doesn't sound anti-Semitic.
Okay, well I'll say shady then. I retract. Google, you are no longer shifty. You are now shady. I search for like a video I have on BitChute, and I search like my name, BitChute, the name of the video. It never comes up in Google. I have to go to BitChute, search my name on BitChute, find my account to find the video. Why is that? What's going on there? What do you think's happening?
I don't know. I was reading the chat. I was listening.
Oh, that's okay. Never mind.
Everyone wants to see the
cares.
picture. I'm not showing the picture. Okay.
Show us Harambe. Show us Anna and Harambe having sex.
No. So I typed in Anna Kasparian, I'm better than you, and you're right. It was. I found the video, and I don't know what the topic was, but the background picture behind her is a bridge too far. There's like Harambe or a gorilla in the background. So I guess it had something to do with someone making some Harambe meme. And they're probably saying that it was people were saying the Harambe memes were racist. I don't remember what the logic there was, but
well, they probably were making racist memes. So it's so
no, but like they were making some argument that like the people caring about Harambe in the first place was some kind of racist thing. And I don't remember what the insane argument was. But why Harambe memes are racist and harmful by Fusion TV. New York Times 2016, the complicated appeal of the Harambe meme. Oh, the New York Times is writing a fucking article about this. Harambe isn't the perfect meme. It's a racist one.
Yeah, people don't like their Harambe memes.
Last week, the Atlantic ran a piece titled How Harambe Became the Perfect Meme. But is it that perfect? Or is it racist?
People are losing. Yeah. This is what spawned. Seriously. Anna can't take it. She's better than you, okay? She can't take this much racism in the world. It's just so funny. A bunch of 10-year-old boys are memeing the shit out of this. 10-year-old boys will be racist as can be. They haven't been fully socialized. And somehow this became a bunch of like white nationalists trying to take over the country.
So apparently the argument here for why it was racist, at least according to this article, was that there were some people on Twitter who would like when people would say like all lives matter or something, they'd be like, well, you don't care about Harambe when Harambe died.
Oh my God.
Or they would send the post, the hashtag all lives matter with pictures of Harambe to like the parents. It's like, okay, give me a break here.
Oh, that's
people
so
are being assholes on fucking Twitter.
That's
like,
so evil.
does it? I know it's like you don't have to like. This is my problem. It's so obnoxious. You have like some people that do something with a meme and they're like, you can't, someone was like offensive with a meme. You shut it down. You can't talk about this meme anymore.
It's
Cancel
so
it forever.
bad.
It's like, come on. Give me a break.
You gotta ruin it for everyone.
I know. Just grow a fucking thicker skin. Jeez. Fucking chill out. People can be assholes on the internet, okay? You just gotta deal with it. Can't be fucking babies running back to our hug boxes. Okay.
I guess
I don't want anyone to say anything offensive. I don't want anyone to have tomboy apps. Look, no hug boxes, all right? Sitch is anti-hug boxes.
Adam is anti-hug box. Come on.
Yes.
Toughen up.
Toughen up.
Man up, as they say.
Man up. There you go. There you go.
Come on. Maybe they ask a good question.
Okay, you press it.
I got to press play now. I forgot. I got the orange square in my face.
Actually, I swear I made a video about this a month or so ago.
Oh, really?
The better than you thing. Yeah. Check it.
I know Devin did a meme of it that's with music that I've watched. I've listened, like how I can just listen to it on a loop. It's so hilarious. That's right. I'm better than you. It's funny.
With this, but I counted at least 10 times when the word agree or in agreement was used, which I think is encouraging. You also talked, however, Anna, about the incentives that are built in that almost encourage polarization. I know Gene asked you at the end what gives you hope, but talk about how you see the trend in terms of polarization in our country and where you think things are going.
Well, I mean, I wish I had a little more hope in regard to the polarization, but I don't see it really getting any better. I can say that among leftist circles, certainly when it comes to the issue of labor, there's a lot of talk about how, listen, if you want to organize in the workplace, you got to understand that you're going to come across people who share certain economic interests with you, but might be different culturally, might be different religiously, might have, some characteristics or behaviors that you might consider unsavory, but at the end of the day, we're all workers and we need to work together, right? Those are the kinds of conversations that give me a little hope in regard to polarization, but those are happening on a very micro level. On a macro level, what we're seeing, on the, throughout the country is just more and more of the divisiveness. And, I really enjoyed the conversation with Ben today. You're actually a lot better in person than I'm going to be honest, than I expected. And I think that more of these conversations really need to happen. I'm happy that the PA Chamber invited me and was so incredibly friendly and polite, considering how different my point of view is.
Well, that was a nice compliment.
That clip right there, just so nice to think how many wokesters are just completely losing their minds over that.
They're pulling the stuffing out of their chairs in frustration.
They are.
And it's funny because, you catch more flies with sugar, right?
Yeah.
Or with honey than vinegar. And it's like, I mean, it's true. If you have people on the left who are used to their own audiences being toxic cesspools of cancellation and eggshell stepping, and then every time they have to interact with some supposedly right-wing organization or right-wing host, and it's like nothing but niceties, like, what do you think's going to happen?
Totally.
You're going to have a lot of Dave Rubins.
This is where the right gets it correct.
Right.
We've got no reason to be mean to you, Anna. We think those petty cancelers are bad too.
Well, do you think that's a left-right difference, or you think it's just whoever is kind of out of the cultural power is more likely to be nice, to try to like appeal to people? To be like kind of better behaved?
That is a good question, because I think it's just the whole headspace that the left is in right now. The people who are tearing the stuffing out of their chairs literally sees Ben Shapiro as like
a fascist.
Himmler. Yeah.
Right.
They're like, Anna
true.
Kasparian is sitting down with, the guy who wants to see all trans people marched off to the gulag. That's the way they're looking at it. So, and if you can look at it that way, I'm sure you can. It's pretty easy. Just imagine like he is that kind of insane person. you would have a much different take on what that interaction that just happened there. Like if she
Sure.
had that interaction with Putin, you'd be like, okay, that's interesting.
Yeah, but I'm sure there are people on the right who would view, maybe not Anna, but other people that Ben would have a conversation with, and I would assume Ben would be civil with. They say, oh, this person, they want to march all of us in the gulag too. They're
Anna
wanting that
Kasparian as a
socialist revolution here.
I guess there's probably more people on the right that are moderates. I guess that's the big question.
Maybe.
I think there's probably more people that are the moderates who are not really offended by Ben being nice, or maybe they realize they're like, oh, he's just sucking her in, lying to her. He's going to be on our side.
I think it's a combination. I think it's a combination of the two things that I said. I think you're right. I think that right-wing values generally tend more towards civility,
that's
at least
true.
Publicly.
Sure, that's true.
So I think that's definitely an aspect of it. And then I also think whoever is perceived as being out of power culturally is more likely to be nicer for a variety of reasons. So I think it's a combination of both those things.
I could buy into that. I mean, you got to admit, like the gay community was a lot nicer when they were out of power and, trying to get gay marriage, right?
And now,
now it's a little bit different story, isn't it?
Yeah, there you go. That's funny.
Do you disagree? Am I wrong?
No,
I mean, you're probably right. I don't know. I don't really hang out in the gay community, so I can't tell you, but I'll take your word for it.
Okay. I'll have to take my word for it too. I'll take Twitter's word. I'll take Dave Chappelle's word for it.
Okay, we'll take Dave Chappelle's word for it. That's true.
No. And then if I surpass the bar by like that much, then that's where it lives. But no, obviously it's an enjoyable conversation when you get a chance to actually address the issues and see where there's clarification and where there's.
I will say, we've noticed that he only has two modes. He has passive mode and he has attack mode. And it's funny because sometimes when he's talking to someone, like Andrew Yang or someone who's trying to be nice with, even if he disagrees with them, like he doesn't really fight back. And I think maybe this is just a product of experience. I felt like he was able to actually balance very well in this conversation where he would push back without being in like attack mode. And but he wouldn't also just be in like puppy dog passive mode either.
He's getting better. He's definitely getting better. Yeah.
Yes.
But it's probably since, I don't know, the attacks and the mischaracterization. I think the cancel culture players, the Twitter elite who have been lying and slandering people for years are I think they've overplayed their hand. I think now Ben Shapiro being a target of that for so long might be waning a bit, and Ben Shapiro is not considered the same way that he was maybe like 5 years ago or 2 years ago. So I think that's part of the equation as well.
No, definitely. I wonder if I type in Young Turks Ben Shapiro, like how many videos they have like totally shitting on Ben Shapiro.
Well, they call him Shabibo. They have a nickname for him.
Actually, I should. I'm kind of pissed I didn't watch this. There's like a highlights the Young Turks put up, and I wonder if Cenk was like a dick in the beginning or not.
Mm-hmm.
Young Turks from 5 months ago. Ben Shapiro could not be a bigger tool.
Mm-hmm.
Or Cenk debated Ben Shapiro in 2017.
I thought he did. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think I've ever seen that.
Much different because of, I'm sure, the dynamic was probably far more contentious between two guys. I don't know. Here's
a video from April of this year that Anna is hosting called Ben Shapiro Cannot Be a Bigger Tool.
Yeah.
Well, look, hopefully going forward, she'll learn from this encounter. Maybe she'll be a little bit nicer to Ben and some of her other political opponents. Maybe she'll be a little bit nicer.
Did you ever read the book 48 Laws of Power? I know after we had that conversation about
I bought it, but I didn't listen to it yet.
After we had that conversation, a bunch of people messaged me. Where is it? Which one is it? Yeah. One of I think it's the second law. It might be as high up as the second law, but it's cultivate enemies, I think it is.
Mm-hmm.
And this is very much in that mindset where Ben Shapiro is basically cultivating Anna Kasparian as someone that could potentially be useful. I don't know. I mean, God.
Let's get through the Q&A.
I'm so curious about Anna because I feel like Anna's just done with politics.
She's gonna milk that cow. She's got more milk. That cow is gonna produce more milk. Okay, she's not done.
Do you think she's happy doing this though? Do you think this is something she enjoys
I don't know.
doing?
Is anyone happy doing these things, Adam? Probably
I fucking love it. I love hanging out with you. I love talking about this shit. I love reading. I love learning new things.
Sure, but we're also not like chasing a crowd, an ideological bubble in this kind of like horrible way.
Yeah, that's what I'm telling you. That's what I said. I'm like, Anna's in a much different situation.
Yeah, but that's almost everyone that does politics.
That's why you asking me, do you like it is, I mean, it's like apples and oranges. It's completely different thing.
I'm not comparing our situation.
Yeah.
But I'm saying most people that cover politics on the internet are not in our situation. They're in Anna's situation.
Mm-hmm. You think so? You think Lance is in Anna's situation? Is that
100%.
Did you see Lance's video on Lauren Southern? Oh my God, it's so fucking bad.
I did see it.
It's so
people
fucking bad.
It is bad. We might cover it because a lot of people want us to cover it. And it's weird because he talks in this like.
Oh, I know.
Lauren Southern is a racist lady, and here she's wrong. I'm like, why are you talking like? What is happening?
He goes full social justice detective. It was hilarious.
I didn't know if it was supposed to be like a joke or not. I'm like, why is he talking like this? It's very strange. I don't know.
I have a video where I've done that, and it's just fun. It's totally fun.
I had a video where I did that, and literally everyone was like, Sitch, what the fuck are you doing? Stop doing that. And I was like, okay.
I think you did yours after I did mine. You were jealous. You were like,
that must be it. I was trying to copy it.
It's so cool. Adam did this video.
That must be it. That's what happened.
50%. You should have just read the comments beforehand, because 50% of the comments in that video was like, what the fuck are you doing with your voice? Could knock it off. And the other 50% were like, do you have like a sex line I can call? This is
that's the difference. Much. Yeah, when you do it, you sound cool, and I just don't. It's very sad. It's just very sad. Adam, when are you gonna have an ASMR channel? I want you to whisper into my ear about Jonathan Haidt and Moral Foundations and UBI and 12-year-olds voting and all that stuff.
Let's do it.
We should have no
12-year-olds voting though.
A-team ASMR.
Yeah,
and it's just you going through like your talking points in a whisper. Oh yeah. Let's do it.
Abolish the voting age.
There you go. Listen. Oh.
Taxation is theft.
You feel those tingles, A-team? You feel those tingles?
Let's watch Anna simp Ben Shapiro some more.
Disagreement just as important as where there's agreement. I'm friendly with Dennis Prager. One of Dennis's favorite phrases is that he would prefer clarity to agreement. And I sort of agree with that.
Yeah.
So I think it's important that there are places where we agree. And I think a lot of that happens on sort of the big issue level, like we should be able to have conversations. There shouldn't be bribery to corporations. There shouldn't be subsidies, right? Like a lot of those things we actually agree on. I think when it comes to the implementation, then obviously there's some pretty wide points of differentiation, and clarifying those I think is really important, because that does help get to solutions. I find that clarity is really a deep prerequisite for coming to any sort of agreement. And right now, politics is this kind of ugly game that's played where you pick big terms and you argue over big terms without defining the terms. And so instead of getting to some sort of solution, you just argue over the terms, and it turns out you're arguing right past each other at least half the time.
We got a great question beforehand about
over here making Sitch's law. Look at that. Mm-hmm. Ben, I've copyrighted the term like a good capitalist. You have to give me props here. You have to say Sitch's law. All right.
Yeah. Otherwise,
I'm gonna take back all my praise of Ben here. He's stealing my Sitch's law.
When he copyright strikes our video, we'll send him that email telling him.
Listen, Ben, you use my trademark Sitch's law. You did not give me proper accreditation for it. Okay.
Release the video.
About historical context. And Ben, you earlier said, the world did not start spinning when you were born. And I think both of you have talked about history, are students of history. We feel right now that the country has never been more polarized. Politics is so dirty. But we have times in our history when things have been bad. We had an election in 1800 when the candidates couldn't say meaner things about each other. We obviously have the Civil War. Are we truly in a uniquely polarized time, or does it just feel that way? Paraphrasing the question from the audience.
Do you want to take this first, or you?
Well, when I think about some of the scarier moments recently in politics, like what happened on January 6th, what kind of grounds me is the fact that we've had some pretty terrible times. Yes, in our nation's capital in the past, there was notoriously a KKK protest that took place in our nation's capital. And so they didn't storm the Capitol, but still.
There's a bombing in the Senate building in the 70s.
Right, that's true, yes. And that's the other thing. I mean, I think about not just the Senate building. I mean, bombings were common occurrences in the 1970s. And so I know that that's a weird way of looking at things, like, wow, things are really bad now, but they were also really bad in the 1970s. My point is that things can get better. Right? You look at some of the awful things that have happened in history, and what I like to do is look at what the solutions were to get past it, but also to help me ground myself when I'm kind of in a moment of panic, right? To not kind of lose it and try to overreact or over-respond to some of the things that I disagree with or some of the things that might be a little terrifying.
So I'll say that on the one hand, I'm optimistic because of that, because obviously we've had some pretty horrific circumstances in American history, ranging from, the actual enslavement of a large segment of the population to the subjection of that same population to the evils of Jim Crow, to the unrest of the 1960s and 1970s, to the Great Depression. I mean, we've been through some pretty rough times. But I will say that a lot of those particular fights were over, I would say, much more significant issues than the issues that we're having right now. I mean, the Civil War was fought over the great universal evil of slavery. A lot of the fights that we're having right now seem to be over issues that, in any sort of sane world, would be, I think, less telling. Like it's kind of amazing what people are willing to go to war over right now, and I think that does speak to a lack of common purpose and common principle. There's a feeling for me historically that since the end of the Soviet Union, one of the sort of areas that at least brought Americans together was, at least we're not the Soviet Union, right? We have our problems, but at least we're not the Soviet Union. We can unite around that. And when the Soviet Union went away, it turned into, okay, so what do we want to be? And there's some pretty wide disagreement over what we want America to be. I think that there's a trope in politics that actually isn't true, which is that all of us sort of want the same endpoint. We just have different ways of getting there. I don't think that's really true. I think many of us have very different endpoints for what we look for. Do we want a redistributive society versus a society that's more oriented toward private rights? Do we want a society that's more oriented toward free speech, or one that's more oriented toward achieving proper public policy at the expense of free speech? These are really serious battles. So maybe the battles are more serious than they seem on the surface.
We got a question here for Anna. Before we get to that, though, just a question I have. Anna, you mentioned being invited by the chamber, even though policy differences, no doubt. Ben, do you get invited to speak to groups with whom you have strong policy disagreements or other similar experiences for you?
No, that's pretty rare. If I get invited to media outlets, even that is somewhat rare. I mean, I will say that, again, I don't think that the incentive structure is quite the same. There is a real career risk for people on the left to have me on, because there's almost a secondary boycott that then occurs for some people, and I don't blame them. I mean, I have friends who are on the left and who will say they can't have me on their show because they're afraid of the blowback that will then occur if they have me on the show. Now, I think that blowback probably won't.
What up, G?
Materialize. I think in many cases it's just people who don't want to.
Wait, I was muted.
What'd you do that for?
Well, I have to mute because I'm like drinking or coughing. I don't want to go into the mic. No, but I think fuck those people. Okay, if he's friends with someone on the left who refuses to have him on his platform because they're afraid their audience are so fucking psychotic that they're like, you can't talk to Ben Shapiro. It's like, no, if you're in these positions, okay, of quote cultural influence or political influence, then it's your responsibility to try to help your audience not be so fucking polarized, so crazy.
Crisis of authority. Exactly what I said.
Right.
Fucking.
So no, I totally disagree. If Ben's friends with people on the left who have big audiences, and they're terrified to have him on their show because Ben Shapiro they're gonna be labeled as fascists from fucking Ben Shapiro of all people. And no, fuck, those people are cowards.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know if I could be friends with a coward like that.
I wonder
I'd
if
have a big
Anna's
problem.
done a video where she's talked about any blowback, or if there has been any blowback. I don't know.
The debate?
Yeah, after this debate.
Yeah, I don't know. Probably. I saw left it. Well, it was weird. It seemed like there were two camps in BreadTube world. There was the camp that said, Anna totally destroyed Ben Shapiro,
Mhm.
which is like, you're literally living in a delusion. If that's what you think happened in that conversation. And then the second was people saying, I can't believe Anna would platform herself with this horrible Ben Shapiro.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
she
no.
got it from both ends.
But I don't know if it demoralized her, if she's at the point where I just don't give a fuck, where she's going to basically say, I don't care, fuck off.
Yeah, if she got enough I don't think she got. I don't know. I don't know if she got a lot of blowback or not.
I think once people do it and they realize, okay, there's going to be some screeching harpies, and just as long as I ignore them, nothing is really going to become of it, then they're more likely to do it again.
Oh wait, I found the Twitter thread.
Yeah, I was going to say, bring in the Twitter thread.
This is from October 7th. Anna Kasparian says, I'm going to be insufferable for a second to make an important point to those who want to accuse me of being some sort of demon for allegedly platforming another demon just by debating Shapiro. I went before a room full of literally 1,000 people who disagree with me. Health industry lobbyists, healthcare companies, oil businessmen, Republican politicians were all there in the audience. No one except one worker at the venue and my husband was on my side, and I went into a debate with a guy who is admittedly known as a good debater. That took fucking balls, and I'm sick of being underestimated and attacked as some sort of bimbo. I went in because I know I can defend my view assertively. Ben has a bigger following than me. I can assure you he's platforming me, and his audience isn't crying about it. I wish the left was more confident. We look weak with the platform scolding. I think we're right on the issue, and I think we can change more minds if we speak to more people. Look, I mean, I don't disagree with that. It does take cojones to go into that situation. Sure.
I do. Yeah.
I guess that means that Anna is more traditionally masculine than academic age. Oh, shit. Oh my God.
It's crazy. She predicted this years ago.
Oh,
remember
my
when she
God.
said, I'm better than you? She saw this coming.
She saw it. No, but seriously, I agree with everything she said. And it does take balls to go into the situation that she went into. And, I think Ben did way better in the conversation than her, but I give her credit for having the conversation. And she's right. It makes her side look pathetic and weak if people are fucking crying to her about this.
NBC talking points is just, it's so weak sauce. I mean, if she did more, it's kind of weird because she went to the best guy right off the bat. I mean, if she had more people who disagreed with her, I guess also she just really doesn't, she has no concept of the other argument, which is, I just think is weak sauce.
Well, yeah, I don't think Anna did good in the conversation.
Yeah.
I'm just saying you have to give her credit for showing up to have the conversation.
100%.
Because it is true.
100%. Yeah.
She went into an environment of people who 99% disagree with her against Ben Shapiro, who's known as a good debater.
And knowing her audience was just not, the safe move was not to do it.
Right. You're right. The safe move would have been not to do it.
So
yes.
props to her for doing the not safe thing. Yes. And we all start somewhere. So yeah,
right.
No, I'm with you. I'm totally with
and
you.
Now, because of what she said in this debate, she'll be held to a higher standard. We'll see if she's a fucking hypocrite or not. If she goes back on everything she said in the conversation. I think she will. But hopefully, maybe there'll be a little bit of growth.
Anna's going to retreat to her hug box. I think she's comfortable in that place. I don't think she really wants to challenge her ideas, and she totally believes a lot of the nonsense that they're spinning. And then she's like, "This is in the New York Times; it has to be true."
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't think she's dig. I want to know the truth. I don't believe any of this nonsense. I want to dig in. I enjoy that.
Nuance Bro replied to this tweet.
Mm-hmm. Oh, he did? To Anna's tweet?
With a we, I don't know. Oh, he was like, can you be honest at least and say you did it for the money? How about some transparency? How much did they pay you?
Oh my God.
Come on,
nuance,
Nuance,
bro.
but listen,
Yeah.
listen. Nuance, bro. You gotta be nice sometimes, okay? Why are you being so? What's going on here? What's going on here? Okay.
He's
You need
trying
to
to
show-
discourage this kind of stuff.
Yeah. You need to show. Yeah, look, we need to encourage more of these conversations, not discourage them. Okay.
Right. And what does it matter?
Yeah. Why does that matter?
Yeah. What if she got paid $100,000? What is that? What does that make a difference? Does
No,
that
it
mean she
doesn't.
shouldn't have done it?
No, it doesn't.
Yeah.
But
What
even
if it
in
was?
the-
What if it was $500,000?
Right. Well, no. Let's. And here's the real deal here. Okay. I know you're kind of joking. I don't think Anna Kasparian was paid $100,000 to have this conversation.
I would
think
go
she's-
$10,000. I would say she
Yeah,
got a 10,
maybe like $10,000 or something.
Payday
Yeah,
out
sure.
of it. Yeah.
Right. And you have to think about this from her perspective. Okay.
Mhm.
$10,000. $10,000 probably is around the price range. I would imagine she got paid for this.
Yeah.
That's not financially enough to merit her audience being mad at her or potentially embarrassing herself in front of Ben Shapiro.
Dude, they're all socialists. Are you kidding me? That's like huge. No, they're totally angry.
For Anna. I'm sure she gets paid a lot by Young Turks. Okay.
Nah.
$10,000 for that.
She gets
is
paid
not enough of
$10,000 a year
financial
by the Young
institution.
Turks.
Okay. I see. You're
No,
leaning it
I have no idea.
Right.
I know that Shapiro probably got paid $20,000.
No, he got paid
He's the-
25% more because
He's the
man, okay?
headliner. Yeah. He's like, listen, Anna Kasparian is a believer in the wage gap, so you have to pay
There you
her
go.
76 cents on every
have to
dollar that you pay.
Pay her,
me.
yes. Exactly.
We have to prove Anna Kasparian right here. Okay?
do it because they just don't feel like it, or they overestimate how much blowback it'll be or how tough it'll be. But for some people, it's very real and it does exist. Look, when I speak on college campuses, I'm typically invited by the in-house conservative group on college campuses. It's typically not the administration who's like, we definitely need this conservative to come in and talk to our students.
Yeah, I mean, first, let me just say you're welcome on our show.
I appreciate that.
Anytime.
That'd be fun.
Yeah, that would be a good conversation.
Oh
yeah,
my
I mean,
God.
I know. Is your brain breaking?
I want to
Anytime.
see that. Ben Shapiro on the
Anytime.
Young Turks. Wow.
I would be taking. She said anytime. I would be taking
Anytime.
them out. I'd be like, "Hey, what's up? I'm here for my first day at work.
He just show up. Just walks in studio.
I'm here for my.
Hey, you
first,
said anytime. I'm here.
I'm here for my first day on the show. I'm thinking, I like to do half hour a day with you guys. What do you think?
That actually would be really fun if they did like a full day show and Ben Shapiro just guest hosts on all the segments. And he just like pushes back on like, all the shit that they say. That'd be an interesting show.
Wouldn't the Young Turks be a million times better if they just had a regular conservative guest on?
If they were good,
regular
yeah, it would be a million
conservative
times
host.
more interesting to watch. Yeah.
Yeah, it would be. I wonder if their audience could really take that. They seem like
No.
featherweights.
No, their audience would freak out.
I got to admit, I was reading that Jonathan Rauch book, and I was like, oh, do I really want to do this? And do I really want to do this? Yeah, it's a muscle. You got to work it.
That's true.
You
That's
got to
true.
practice getting and be like, okay, nah, I don't need. Yes, that's a lie. They don't know that they're lying. They don't know that that's not the truth.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
They believe that's the truth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't think of a left-wing equivalent of the U.S. Chamber of Commerce or the PA Chamber of Commerce, but I do think that opening up these types of conversations is important. So yeah, there you have it.
I appreciate that.
Isn't it? What would it be? The left wing equivalent. It's like
The teachers union.
teachers union is one.
Yeah.
What's
They're
the
out
one?
there.
What's the one that always has like the Nazi list? The
Media Matters, SPLC.
yeah, SPLC. That's the one I'm
Right.
thinking of. Yeah.
Here from Chris McGowan, appears to be a captain in the U.S. Army. So, Captain McGowan, we appreciate your service. A question directly for Anna, and I'll just read it out. I was an economist. This is Chris. I was an economist before joining the Army, and my understanding is that progressives don't want to socialize the economy, but just the public goods sector of the economy, things like prisons, police, healthcare, military, fire departments, that belong in the public sector, according to economists. Am I correct, Chris is asking, or do you actually want to socialize the entire economy?
Oh, well, I don't want to socialize the entire economy. Now, let me just note that I don't speak for all socialists. In fact, there's a lot of disagreement among socialists about how they would like society to appear. So let me just be clear about what I support and what I would want. I think there are certain sectors of our economy that should be decommodified, including healthcare, education. I'm pretty open about that on the programming that I do. But in terms of markets, I don't have a problem with private companies. I do have a problem, though, with the power dynamic among the way that I would classify it is, you have two classes. You have the capitalist class, you have the working class, right? And so the power dynamic is just completely off right now, where the working class has no power. I'd like to change that. So that's why I'm so excited to see the emergence of worker co-ops within the United States. I think that's the right way to go. The other way, historically, that labor has found solutions in this country is by organizing and forming labor unions and ensuring that, they had the power structure necessary to do general strikes, which applied pressure to FDR and led to the New Deal. I think that, that's what I was talking about regarding not having to reinvent the wheel. But yeah, I think that there are opportunities for private companies that I'm totally fine with, but certain things I do consider to be human rights, including healthcare, including education, and there shouldn't be a profit motive. And by the way, including our justice system, we shouldn't have private prisons. I don't consider private prisons prisons a human right, but I do think that you should take the profit motive out of the prison system, because private prisons have not worked out so well for society so far.
I mean, so obviously I don't consider profit.
So that was an interesting answer, because she basically outed herself as a socialist.
I know.
She said, I don't speak
oh
for
my
all
God.
socialists. But it's like, wait a minute. Does that mean that you're a socialist?
Yeah.
That's interesting. But then it's also funny because, this is so popular nowadays for the socialists to take this Richard Wolff socialism 3.0 beta version.
Yeah.
Where they're like, well, look, I just want all, businesses to be co-ops. That's really what I want. And I think the reason they take that position is entirely because of internet debate and rhetoric.
Mm-hmm.
It's like when listening to the, Communism, the Lie That Never Dies book,
Mm-hmm.
or Socialism, the Lie That Never Dies book. Because it's like, it's much easier when you talk about the government taking over industry or controlling the markets. You have a million examples to point to say, look at how this led to disaster. But there's not really that example to point to say, oh, well, look, here's basically a Western democracy that just has co-ops mostly. Mm-hmm. So to me, it feels like that this argument. Now, I don't think this is intentional. I think this is all unintentional or all subconscious. But I think that the reason that they're relying so heavily on this make everything a co-ops argument is just because they think it's better rhetoric for these internet conversations.
Yeah, maybe so.
I think intuitively they would all be in favor of government controlling markets and all this other stuff.
Socialism.
They just know that that's not as tenable as a position to argue on its face. At least that's how I'm doing some mind reading, but this is how I'm kind of interpreting these conversations.
It's so weird because, and I'm so glad I'm reading more economics and I'm digging into economics.
Mm-hmm.
There is a situation here with demand. The profit motive, what makes something functional that you take the profit motive out of it? I think the profit motive can be taken too far. Obviously, in that book, they have a bunch of examples of just fucking healthcare gone wrong. These doctors had a procedure that Medicare would cover. So they would go to these low-income churches and they would do tests for this thing that, people, they could say needed this procedure, but the procedure was super dodgy and it wasn't really a super necessary procedure.
Sure.
But I mean, they're literally drumming up business off of doing these surgeries on people who, you know, if a doctor tells you you need to get this surgery, you've got bad circulation in your legs or whatever.
The people were trusting, yeah.
Yeah, they're trusting. They're totally going to do it. Yeah. And so that is the fucking, how's that not the profit motive gone?
Sure.
Completely off the rails, right?
Yeah, exactly. Or, you know, all these fucking drug ads you see on TV.
Right.
Ask your doctor about.
But at the same time, I mean, I want people to think, you know, there's a problem here to be solved, and I'm going to get rich if I solve that problem. I mean, the thing that I mentioned about, like, I have an idea for something that could be super profitable. I mean, I'm thinking about that only because it could be super profitable. So,
Right.
It's a problem to be fixed. So I don't necessarily know when Anna goes, like, what incentive is there to come up with new treatments that extend life or, you know, extend the quality of life if you don't have the profit motive? That doesn't compute for me at all.
Well, it depends. I mean, it depends how it would work. If someone created the magic reverse editing, you know, reverse gene editing aging thing that we were kind of joking about earlier, like, and if we did have some system of universal healthcare, I mean, you still imagine that it's not like they just give it away to free. Like, it's the government just pays for whatever the cost is. And they're going to finagle with it, but, you know, it's still going to be very profitable. So it would depend specifically on how the system's set up.
Even if you dug in on the procedure that they're doing at these churches that these doctors are doing, I mean, if the doctor who brought this up in the book challenged them, they would probably say, you know, well, the science is unclear. You know, some people have a better quality of life. Some people don't, you know, but it's really up to them. You know, we're telling them it's their decision. Like, there's all these kinds of things that they would bring out to kind of justify what they're doing. He's presented in the book as like categorically wrong. There's another procedure that they do that's like a nasal procedure that a bunch of rich people get that don't necessarily, like, they're just being sold something by their doctor. I think it's all sleep apnea or something. There was a few of them in there, and I thought, oh, this is, I mean, she would love it because it's like rich people fucking getting hosed by their doctor for shit that poor people can't afford, right?
Right.
She'd be like,
that's funny.
But that's a super complicated problem. I don't think Anna is a super complicated thinker that's gonna bring us to the.
Wow, I'm offended.
Do you disagree?
I mean, I agree, but wow.
I don't know that Ben Shapiro is a super complicated thinker. Like, he's just gonna say, these people should know. These people should get a second opinion on their fucking. The people are getting hosed at the church parking lot.
It's interesting because, you know, and he did in this conversation, Ben has said things that are very intelligent and very complicated. But then he has certain areas where it just seems like it's just all that goes out the window.
Well, we're in this is.
I mean, I think that's just the human experience.
Well, this is also. I mean, this is our niche. I mean, this is the complicated gray area between fucking get government out of private business and private business run amok. I mean, this is not a clean binary here, which, I mean, I guess Anna did say all of these economies are kind of mixed economies, and this is like a mixed, well-regulated capitalism. That's what we're into. People shouldn't. Doctors should not be able to operate on people. And I mean, I know libertarians and conservatives are probably disagreeing with me what I'm saying here, but I mean, they probably would agree if we're talking about this in the context of the trans stuff, because I think there's a lot of doctors getting rich off this, all the complicated trans procedures too, that are not necessarily.
Sure, that's definitely a possibility. I mean,
I'm not sure that people are getting something that they call informed consent. Well, usually
No.
before you get a medical procedure, the doctor is by law supposed to give you something called informed consent, where they're telling you all of the pros and cons. I don't think that always happens.
No. But
Yeah.
even when it does happen, I mean, you know, doctor rattles off a bunch of stuff to you quickly, and you're like, okay, you sign the form. I mean, like, you know, I've been in those situations. I've seen other people in those situations. You know, it's kind of difficult that for anyone to ever really have informed consent unless they really make their own individual effort to go like research the procedure on their own.
And it's completely ridiculous because they set these things up where, you know, it's a 60-40. How do you have informed consent on a fucking 60-40? You don't. Like,
Right.
you're hoping for one outcome, okay? And obviously, if you got the other outcome, you wouldn't consent.
Right.
Yeah, you don't have the
That's
information.
true. That's a good point. Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of a ridiculous standard, but I'm pretty sure categorically though, getting the profit motive out of medicine is a bad course of action.
Mm-hmm.
You
Maybe.
obviously you agree because you're talking about the public.
I think there needs to
option.
be some mixture. I think I don't think getting out of entirely would make sense.
Yeah.
But I don't like the situation we're in right now. I think it also is completely untenable. Doesn't make sense either.
Well, these two that we are looking at the binary here on screen right here.
Right.
There's
right.
like government only healthcare, and there's like
no government
industry
whatsoever.
only.
Yeah, industry only. Yeah.
Yeah, healthcare.
Right.
Dirty word. In fact, I think the profit motive is one of the single greatest things that has ever happened to humanity, is when people began to realize that innovation was going to create greater wealth for them and for the people who actually got their products. This is one of the things that has progressed humanity just enormously since the beginning.
Oh, look, now Anna's crying. Jeez, what a
Greed is good.
What a baby.
Of the 1800s. The profit motive is a wonderful, wonderful thing. It is not a negative thing. Now,
it depends on what you're talking about, though.
well,
wasn't a positive thing in Texas with their privatized, deregulated power grid,
Well, no,
which
it's
led to
partially-
210 Texans dying because they didn't want to spend the money necessary to weatherize their equipment. So there are certain areas where profit motive is, in fact, a dirty word. So I want to just clarify that.
No, I mean, when the state is involved with profit motive, then you have a real problem. The state paying for power, for example.
Oh, I'm so glad we watched this. It's like, no, Anna, it's the state that fucked it up.
That's funny. That's funny.
You don't understand, Anna. Like
yeah.
none of that. It wasn't their greed. It was the state that came. How did the state come in and fuck? What did the state do?
Well, the state probably went to the lowest bidder.
Oh, is that what
Why-
happened? Is
I'm
that what he's
assuming.
saying? Oh,
But why did
Or
the
when
state
you-
go to the lowest the bidder? Because
I'm just
people
saying,
don't want to
like-
pay fucking taxes.
Come
like,
on.
I don't know. This is a weird. It's
All
a weird
these-
argument to make.
all these safety regulations come into play because of the state. Like,
Yes.
if
Yes.
for Ben Shapiro to say it's the state's fault when, you know,
Mm-hmm.
if private business had their way, there'd be no safety regulations.
They'd be selling you half the time. You'd be buying, you know, horseshoe string and duct tape.
Yeah.
You have the state driving regulations toward, for example, green energy and subsidizing particularly less effective forms of energy because they have an incentive in order to do so that is not paid off for by the risk they take. That also drives some really bad incentive structures. But profit motive is a general rule. Listen, I agree that there are certain places where I'm not particularly interested in profit being the main driver of human activity. However, the notion that using
I will agree. In fairness, I will say I think Ben's overall point is true. I think overall profit motive is generally. I mean, it seems to be generally the best thing that we've come up with so far.
I
you know,
agree.
in human
Yeah.
history. So I mean, I do give him credit for that. I agree with
Profit
that.
motive is sacrosanct, man. I'm a capitalist through and through. I don't understand. That's what's completely ridiculous about socialism to me.
Right.
No gain, no pain.
True.
Nobody's going to
True.
take outsized risk unless they're going to get outsized rewards. It's ridiculous to think any other way.
The true.
Oh yeah, I'm supposed to click. Never
You
mind.
got to actually click the
Profit
button.
motive is all-purpose. It's a dirty word. It's a bad thing. And if there's a profit motive involved, this is what makes it bad, as opposed to bad administration or bad running of a company. There are good companies, there are bad companies. It ain't the profit motive that makes them so. Profit motive is universal to human behavior because people prefer to see the receipts of their labor. When it comes to unionization, obviously we have wide differences on unionization. I think that the law is extraordinarily biased since the NLRA against the so-called capitalist class. I don't think the capitalist class exists in opposition to the worker class. I don't think that my workers, the people who work for my company exist in opposition to me. I think that I really don't know many people who run businesses who are out to, quote unquote, exploit their labor and treat them like garbage. I don't think that that is something that they wake up seeking to do. I think that, in fact, what private business has done is drive competition for labor in ways that non-private industry has never done. Public companies are publicly owned companies, particularly nationalized industries, are not famous for treating their workers extraordinarily well. The notion that private companies treat their workers horrifically and that all labor is exploitative, except if you work for the government, which doesn't have any incentive to treat you well at all because you obviously can't do anything, it's the government, is I think wrong. I'm not opposed to unions so long as they're not kneecapping people or so long as they're not forcing anybody into a labor arrangement they don't.
It's just so dumb because what do you mean? You have the same exact incentive. They have the same exact incentive as private industry to keep employees. If it's a terrible place to work, you go work someplace else. How is that? Like, he's saying that the government has no incentive to make your job reasonable. Yeah, they do. They want to keep you fucking walking your mail route or whatever it is that they have to get done. How is he so dumb when it comes to the government?
It's just, this is his blind spot. Yeah.
Hugely blind spot.
Yeah.
The government has no incentive whatsoever to
make
your job reasonable.
That would only be true if we lived in an environment where like your only option was a government job or something.
Yeah.
But obviously we don't live in that scenario.
If that was the situation, wouldn't guys still be getting off the truck and like dumping the garbage can by hand into the truck? It's like instead of tooling around in garbage trucks that are air conditioned where basically the truck does everything.
Well, but that's not done for the convenience of the workers. That's done because it's probably way faster.
Are you sure? I mean, it's probably a lot easier to keep garbage men.
Well, what's easier? Okay. You buy a truck that's got the little arm that picks up the garbage can and dumps it in. Okay.
Yeah.
And you only have to pay one guy or two guys to drive in that truck versus like the old crew of like 5 or 6 guys.
I know.
The truck would stop and all those people would run out into the various corners and then run back with your. Yeah, that's it's probably way more expensive to do that.
Garbage collectors. Oh, the amount of work in those jobs.
Sure, but that's what I'm saying. I don't think they modernized garbage collecting for the sake of the worker. They did it because it just made more sense economically.
Okay. That government.
Well, where you live, is it? Because I think where I live,
ours is all automated. We don't even have a driver in our truck. Ours is just like driverless truck.
No, but I'm trying to think.
No, I'm just kidding. It's not. That's not true.
I'm trying to think. Like, is the garbage collection where I live? Is it contracted by the government or is it actually government workers?
I think ours is probably contracted by the government. The government, a private company. I think it's
because I think where I live, it's contracted too. Yeah. I don't think they are government workers.
Yeah, that's another thing that Ben's not really thinking about is that a lot of this stuff is contracted out to private industry.
Right. Well, it's weird because you think he'd be in favor of that, but then that was kind of his critique against the power grid in Texas. So, I don't know.
What?
But the notion that the labor arrangements ought to be general on behalf of people arrangement seems to me skewed.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying, in my opinion, let me just note that as an employer, right, it's not that you have to be awful to your employees, but you have a fiduciary responsibility to your shareholders to return to provide a return on their investment. That's literally like it's baked into the system.
That's true.
And so as a result, I mean, what's the most expensive cost within a business?
It's always labor. Of
It's
course.
always labor.
We're
So
also in
when we
competition
talk
with other
about
people who pay.
exploitation, right? Exploitation always makes it seem like you're actively brutal and awful to your employees, which in some cases that does happen. But it doesn't even have to get that far. The whole point is to extract as much labor for the lowest possible price.
That can only happen in
order to
monopolistic situations.
increase profits and provide a return of investment to your
just-
shareholders. That's
it's-
just
So, well, first of all, it's funny
Ben's
that
totally getting triggered here.
Yeah,
You can
well,
tell his
yeah.
autism is kicking in. He's like,
Well,
fuck.
to be fair, this is Anna's. I'm assuming this is Anna's fault because she interrupted him first.
Mm.
So now it's kind of like
Free for
interrupt-a-thon
all.
here.
Look
Yeah.
at the big smile on this guy's face.
Yeah,
here.
see,
He's
this moderator isn't like the other guy. He knows. that this
he
is
knows. He's
yeah.
like, this is exactly what I
But-
wanted.
Ben's answer is completely wrong.
Mhm.
About, I mean, Anna's right that management's job basically is to extract as much labor from the workers at the lowest cost possible. That's the company's goal here.
Mhm.
And I don't necessarily have a problem with that goal. The only problem is that then the workers, whether it be through unions or some other force, they need to have a counterbalance to that that's advocating for the workers, right? Because what do the workers want? The workers want to extract the most amount of profit for the least amount of labor, right?
Yeah.
They want the exact inverse as the company.
Yeah.
That's just kind of the way the situation works.
Yeah.
But this, for Ben to say that only happens in markets that are controlled by monopolies is completely untrue. That's just the way business exists fundamentally. Like I'm not sure how he could say that.
Monopoly sets the price for labor, but yeah, that makes absolutely no sense because the labor market is not. I mean, you're competing for workers. How the labor price is based on supply and demand, and the working conditions and wages are a product of that. Like if you have a surplus of workers, obviously you can charge.
No, but like he would like what you could say, and I think that's what he's trying to say, is that if you have a situation where there's a monopoly on something, like say every hospital in the city is owned by the same, group or whatever, then they get to completely dictate however much they pay the people that work there, because there's no other option for people in the city to go to seek employment to, which is true. That if there's a monopoly, it makes things more exploitative. But Anna's technically correct. She's only saying it from the workers' perspective. Obviously, there's another flip side to this, but she is correct that that's just this is the way labor and admin kind of look at each other in these work situations, and that's the way I guess it should be technically. I don't know how else you could structure it unless you have this weird co-op model, which I don't think works.
Yeah. You could work elsewhere though. Even if the business was a monopoly, you could go work for a different company doing something completely different.
Yeah, but that's not always. I mean, it depends what we're talking. That's not always tenable, right? Like,
Sure.
if you're a doctor in every hospital, if you're a doctor that wants to work in a hospital, I mean, because obviously it's private practice, but then obviously you don't want to just have to move. But I don't think that's something that happens terribly often. I don't know what fields he would be talking about
Yeah, I don't know what he's talking
specifically, but.
It's an economic fallacy that there is an impoverishment of workers that goes on under a laissez-faire capitalist system in which companies are actually competing for a commodity. Labor is a commodity. When you have companies that are competing for the same labor.
I literally don't know how he could say that when
Labor is a commodity. What he's
no,
totally
but
right.
I know that. But I'm saying he's saying that it's a fallacy that companies are going to exploit workers. The company wants to exploit workers, and the workers want to exploit the company. That's
Yeah.
a fact. That is a literal fact. You have two sides of the equation that both want to exploit each other.
Yeah.
And then we're hoping that somehow they fight each other enough that they reach some tenable middle ground that they agree upon. Okay.
Yeah.
But if you look at historically, if we look back in America, you can see that we had from this time period from the mid 40s to the mid 70s, where the workers had way more power than the corporate class. And that actually ended up causing ruin because it made inflation go crazy towards the 70s. But
Yeah.
workers had way more power, and you saw that there was way less income inequality.
Yeah.
And now we have the exact inverse of that situation. So I don't know how Ben could say like that this is a fallacy.
Because he's mean.
Labor, the price of labor goes up. And this is one of the great fallacies of Marxist theory, is that the general impoverishment of workers that would lead to the workers of the world rising. The fact is the living standards in industrial countries have been rising steadily, and that living standards in non-industrialized countries, non-capitalist countries have been crap for nearly all of human history.
Wages have been stagnant since the 1970s. So the argument that, you know, these companies are competing for...
Notice she said the 1970s.
Yeah, she went back to the 1970s.
Mark Blythe.
Well, he doesn't say, first of all, it's not fair to say wages have been stagnant for 50 years because that's not accurate. But it's just that the growth has been so much slower than what it used to be for the, you know, the boomer generation or even the greatest generation before the boomers.
Right, because of the labor unions lost their power, though, in the 1970s.
Right. Exactly. Labor unions lost all their powers.
I'm just saying she got the date right, definitely.
Right.
But now she's saying we have to go back to the glorious 1970s.
But the reason I like Mark Blythe is because that's why I guess I trust him because his analysis of the problem criticizes both sides. And that's what makes me more inclined to believe that he's just being descriptively accurate.
Yeah.
Because he says the inflation of the 70s was because workers had too much power. And that's not something that you hear people on the left ever willing to admit.
Hell no.
Generally. So they usually, you know, all the left-wing economist people, they always blame like gas shortages or, you know, foreign policy
commodities.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah. Racism.
Right.
Racism causes inflation.
There you go. I didn't know that, but now I do.
Yeah.
Cute argument until you take a look at the actual data.
What happened to labor? What happened to labor between 1800 and 1970? And has the government?
This is so sad. All the goodwill they had from
Just
the previous
pissing away
conversation
right now.
just
Yeah,
went away.
exactly.
It's all just got thrown in the trash can.
Yeah,
oh,
it's
so
like
sad.
smugly laughing.
Oh, this is so sad. That's a cute argument. Oh, this is so sad.
Until you look at the data, Ben.
Sad.
What data?
Grown smaller or larger?
Competing for labor, it's a cute argument until you take a look at the actual data.
What happened to labor? What happened
to
labor between 1800 and 1970? And has the government grown smaller or larger since 1970?
Well, I mean, it's
Wait. What kind of fucking question is that?
I know, I hate it. This is the question of, you have to pin them down when they're talking about size of government. That's why I'm like, listen, when we're talking about size of government, what do you want the government to accomplish? You got to tell me, you know, fire, police, fucking military, size of the military. Are we talking 26%? Are we talking, you know, 30%? What are we talking? Because the government needs to be big enough to accomplish those goals for the population that we have. So the idea that is the government bigger or smaller? Of course it's bigger. The population is fucking giant now.
Sure. The government, we don't live in a world, I don't even think we live in a world where the government could be smaller. Because as life becomes increasingly complicated, the government's going to become bigger. Like,
do you want a government that's so small they're not focused on cyber crime?
Yeah. I don't exactly.
Protecting our assets, fucking cyber warfare. I would kind of be terrified if Joe Biden came out tomorrow and said, we don't even care about, we cut the cyber the cyber espionage division.
Right.
We don't need this shit. Come and get us. We're sitting ducks.
Well, it's funny because that wasn't even what I was had a problem with what he said. I mean, your point is completely accurate, but
yeah, the government needs. They cover this in the narrow corridor towards liberty. They talk about, you know, Leviathan needs to be big enough to do what you want Leviathan to do. If you want a feckless Leviathan that just lets other nations push you around
all over it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I think that's where we get in the problem with like the Grover and Norquists of the world, who are like, I don't want government to not exist. I just want it small enough that I can strangle it in the bathtub.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, yeah, that's fine if we live in like the vacuum world, but we don't. We live in a world where we have to compete with China and like
exactly
all these other foreign countries that are often screwing us over, including it was interesting. I was listening to one of the more recent Mark Blythe podcasts, and they were talking about how like Germany is completely fucking the West over, and no one really talks about it economically by just basically placating Russia constantly and fucking over the EU, and no one fights back against it for it. So yeah, there's lots of countries.
And the EU, basically, Germany has all of them fucking by the balls now.
By the balls, right?
Yeah, because of they control the currency. It's
Right.
like, what the fuck?
Yeah, so I mean, it's like, I would love to have, some small, libertarian dream utopia government, but it's just, you have to compete with everyone else.
Totally. It's not
not gonna
Grover Norquist that's going to strangle the government in the bathtub. It's fucking Putin. Putin's the one that's going to come over here and strangle it in the bathtub.
Or it's more likely China's the one that's going to
Or
strangle
Xi
it.
Jinping, either one. I mean,
Winnie the Pooh is going to reach into that bathtub and strangle it.
yeah, no shit.
Look how happy the moderator is.
Oh, he's
so happy.
First of all, the
He's
other
so
guy
happy.
was like, he was pissed. He was like kicking his chair the whole time. That other guy, they almost got in a fight. What are you doing? Yeah,
This other guy's like, yeah, it was good.
He's got the look of glee on his face.
Right.
He's like, yeah, this is what I want to see. Make them fight.
Look at the actual
question.
data.
What
that's
happened
been
to
around
labor?
for
What happened to
decades
what
now.
happened to labor between 1800 and 1970? And has the government grown smaller or larger since 1970?
The reason I thought this question was what kind of question is that? Can you explain to me what happened with all of labor between the 1800s and 1970? So please explain to me all the complicated labor markets that have occurred over a 170-year period, please. Like, how do you answer that question?
Let's be careful. This is Anna Kasparian you're asking.
Well, but even if he's asking like Mark Blythe or some economist expert, like, you want him to talk for 20 minutes? Like, what does this mean? It's not like there was one type of, labor has gone through all sorts of crazy shit from the last 170 years. Like, It's a weird fucking question.
Yeah. He's looking for a specific answer.
Yeah, I know he is. He's fishing
I don't know
for
what it
something.
is.
I don't know what he's fishing for, but
It's interesting that you bring up that time period because the largest expansion of the middle class happened following the New Deal. And the New
Bingo.
Deal redistributed wealth and,
By the way,
certainly gave a lot more power to the worker in the workplace.
Since the
That's been rolled back since.
Since the 1970s, the notion that the middle class has been destroyed is a fallacy. The middle class has largely become the upper middle class.
Nearly 50% of Americans can't afford a $400 emergency. I
It
think
pains
that's
me to interrupt this discussion because it is fascinating. I know we started off by saying I heard the word agree 10 times, but we brought you here specifically for these discussions because you don't always agree, but so fascinating. And I just want to thank...
I think that's where Ben is going to lose probably a lot of his audience too. When you start, because people are out there in the world, and it's not an economic reality that, like, at least they don't feel like it. People in middle class or lower middle class situations, they don't feel like things have gotten better economically for them. Better than their fathers or their grandfathers.
This is what I always want to know. I mean, fuck. I'm a West Coast elitist here. I mean, it's a different situation. I don't know.
Right. I mean, there's a reason people are yearning for the yesterday, the old yesterdays of yore. They thought it was better. And the economics of that situation was part of the reason they thought it was better.
Yeah. I don't know. Until you have elections, you don't really know what the economic situation is. I mean, I bought into the hollowing out of the middle class and stuff when Bernie Sanders was running, when Elizabeth Warren was running. I felt like they had compelling arguments. I feel like people are voting for change because economic conditions fucking suck.
I agree.
Yeah.
That is, material conditions. Yeah.
Right. So, but Ben Shapiro's saying, like, all those middle class people who are slipping out of the middle class or upper class or upper middle
I don't
class
know what
now.
he's saying. Yeah.
They've
Right.
all become doctors and attorneys, maybe? I don't know. I mean,
See, but this is my problem is that, like, he had that first conversation with Anna. I'm like, oh, he's giving really good answers. And then it's like, now he slips back into the old, like, nonsense talking points of, that he's comfortable with. Like this. Come on, Ben. What are you doing?
Yeah.
What are you doing?
That one thing that she quoted about the 400, I think I looked it up and it was like 30. Didn't we look it up? It was like 38% of people
What?
can't afford a $400 bill.
Well,
40% of people.
There's some large number. Yeah, definitely.
The insane thing is it's close to 40%, and 20% of those people are voting Democrat, and 20% of those people are voting Republican.
Sure, yeah, exactly. It doesn't.
But they're both voting because the economic conditions are
Right.
fucking awful for them, but they
Right.
just think the other party is going to fix it when
right, exactly. That's
Isn't
the
that
problem we're
crazy?
in. There's no consensus or understanding of what's going to happen here economically.
if those people could win elections though if they just voted all together on economic
True.
issues. That's
But
what's
see-
the irony of it.
This is where I say I don't think people vote for their economic interests.
No,
And what
they
I
vote
mean by
their
that,
moral interests.
yeah, because I think people are. I think people are aware of the material conditions. They know that there's some problem there. Okay,
Mhm.
so maybe it's too simplistic for me to say people don't vote for their economic interests. I think they do. It's just that when they try to figure out how to fix their economic interests, then they rely on their moral intuitions to guide them. They don't go, oh, let me go research economics, understand, and look, I understand that because there's so many economists out there right now that you can cherry pick that are going to just lean whatever direction you want with your moral intuitions anyway. So it's like, how do you find the one that's telling you what's true?
You got to go with your gut. You got to just
Right.
trust the one that
It's difficult. I don't know. That's why I said the only reason I like Mark Blythe and I trust him more than I do other economists is because he's the only one I've heard that's making these sort of, he's shitting on both sides.
bipartisan. Yeah.
Yeah, he's bipartisanly shitting on people,
He
which makes
pulls the-
me think
Yeah.
he's more inclined to look at the data as opposed to just some moral, suppose being dragged around by his elephant, basically.
People tell me all the time though, Mark Blythe is a left winger, way too far left.
I mean, it's weird. He's definitely on the left, but
Yeah.
he doesn't. I don't know where people say that he's like the super far lefty guy. When I listen to the economic policies he's prescribing, it doesn't sound like it. He's always rooted his solutions firmly in private capital and private capitalism.
Yeah.
And he's had a very down to earth, realistic approach to problems. I never heard him talk about like, oh, we need to like completely, revolutionize the economy. We got to completely overthrow things. I mean, he's always like, look, you're not going to get these things passed because Congress is gridlocked and you have all these political factors weighing in. Usually when you hear these economists talk, and this is part of the problem with MMT to some degree, they have these very high-minded ideas about like the government is going to follow proper economic philosophy.
Mhm.
And Mark Blythe's like, fuck that. They're not going to do any of that shit. Are you
Totally.
crazy? Like, they're
Yeah.
going to follow their voters. And, he's giving what I think are very down-to-earth solutions to the problems. So
Yes. Yeah.
that's why I like him. But
Very Milton Friedman. He's like, yeah, those politicians have to cobble together a coalition that's going to keep them in
Right.
office.
yeah, exactly. And it's obviously you have to take that factor and calculate it into your economic solutions that you're going to propose.
Yeah. Steve Keen is another economist I've been looking into that is pretty cool. He has some very, very interesting ideas.
Mhm.
Yeah.
JMac for another $20. Thank you so much, JMac. Says Ben also finds himself in the crosshairs of the right quite a bit, so he has more centrist cred. He's still a conservative, but he's aight by my book.
That's
Yeah, I mean,
true. He
as long as
was
he
not
doesn't-
a Trump simp.
Right, that's true. Well, maybe that's the trick. You have to be getting attacked from both sides in order to keep your perspective in check.
Yeah.
Because I think once you start getting attacked by one side and loved by the other side, I think your incentives shift so much that it's easy to fall down that it's way too easy to fall down that rabbit hole to just kind of convince yourself to keep getting the crowd's adulation and the crowd's money too. I think that's the issue. Yeah.
I am curious if I read a bunch of these articles on worker co-ops. What do you think the chances are that they're all just, fake news, Vice news, fucking garbage,
Pretty high, probably.
hype articles?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, probably bullshit.
Okay.
Probably bullshit. Fish Flakes for $20 says the power grid in Texas had a profit motive to sell weatherization to the people of Texas. Texas is a hot state. People of Texas, through the legislature, chose not to pay for weatherization because ice storms of that type are rare. Oh, well, see, there you go.
Mhm.
There you go. And people died and paid for it, I guess.
That was a bad profit motive, I guess.
Right. But that's a good argument in favor of that. That even if, especially when it comes to tax, people are oftentimes they're gonna think in the immediate future and say, well, we don't have these types of ice storms. Why should I pay extra for this? And then whoopsie daisy.
That's what taxation is. I mean, this is where Ben Shapiro is right. It's coercion, but oftentimes it's coercion for your own good. I mean, all the building codes, they say this, the contractors say this, the building codes were written in blood because people fucking died doing shit. And they're like, oh, maybe we should not do that anymore.
Sure.
Yeah.
Oh, and there is an issue too. I mean, this is like, who wants to spend however millions of dollars, if not billions, cost billions of dollars to shore up infrastructure in America to prevent, a solar flare from EMPing everything to destruction, right? I mean, that's a possibility, supposedly. It's a very rare possibility, but if you have something that's catastrophic but has a low chance of happening, is it worth the cost to try to prevent that?
It is if it happens, definitely.
That's the problem. It is when it happens, but then it's too late. So I don't know. That's always the weird difficulty you kind of have to balance in your mind. I would say it's generally worth the cost.
Well, if it's a job creator,
Well, that's part of the issue too, because I'm saying it is a job creator. So when we talk about cost, that's kind of a misnomer too, because it's like, well, it's costing something, but we're also accruing a giant benefit from it by, making jobs, et cetera, et cetera. It's funny because, I mean, that's kind of the way we have money right now is kind of a scam, but it's kind of a scam that helps us. So it's kind of weird. Like we're paying ourselves to do all this stuff and then complaining about that. We're paying ourselves too much money. It's kind of interesting.
Yeah, totally interesting.
Your pal Ashley for $50. Thank you so much. Says, I'm learning to fly. Oh, impressive. And I'm worried about my job. Airbus planes can fly itself for the most part. Takeoff, cruise, and landing can all be controlled by the FMC. I guarantee airlines would love to only need one pilot instead of two. That's interesting.
Yeah. If the pilot is the backup system, then.
Right. We very well could live in a future in 10 or 15 years from now where, and I guess if you're learning to fly, that is something to worry about. If the job market gets cut in half, that's going to be a big fucking problem. But I wouldn't be surprised if in 10 to 15 years, if the AI becomes sufficient enough that pilots become the backup. That's definitely a possibility.
I think I've read that truck drivers are getting paid insane amounts right now because there's a truck driver shortage because a lot of people don't want to become truck drivers because the automated trucks are right around the corner and they don't want to invest in a job that's not going to be there in 5-10 years.
Sure. Well, I know we have some truckers that listen to us, so you can let us know if that's true. Are you guys getting paid more for this or not?
Hopefully
I'd be curious about that. Yeah. I would hope so. But
so it's time for super chats and for me to look up as many dancing robots, and
it is.
Oh,
unless we're doing it on Tuesday. I don't know. You tell me.
Do you want to do a Tuesday stream?
Maybe. You sound tired.
I'm exhausted.
I sound tired. Yeah.
I'm totally exhausted. And the people in the comments are saying they like the secondary streams because
we're energized.
We're answering questions better. Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, maybe we should.
Okay. Maybe this will be official test part 2 of a Tuesday super chat reader.
We've only done 8 hours, so people are going to complain. People are going to be like, you little fucking bitches. How am I supposed to get through my work week with only 8 hours of sitting out of
8 hours? Well, no, but wait a minute. There have more because it's just 8 hours that gets you through till Monday. And then Tuesday we do the rest of it.
Tuesday this time? Is that the deal? Is that the dealio?
Yeah.
Is that what we did last time?
That is. It was Tuesday at 4. That's what we did. Oh, you're right. We're at 30K. 30K celebration, everybody. 30K subscribers.
Thanks. Doing the clips has really helped get more videos into the algorithm and start blowing up the channel a little more. So
Yeah.
All right. Wow. This is, I don't know. I'm a little flabbergasted. Have we read all the $20 $50?
Yeah, I did.
I just saw a $50 one go through. Did you read that?
That was your pal Ashley's flying.
Oh, okay.
one.
We're all caught up, huh?
It feels weird to finish a stream that not at the point of like death, doesn't it?
Well, I know. I'm thinking like if we're really,
Exhaustion.
I could definitely draw for another 3 hours. The comic book is coming along a great. I'm coloring pages and oh man, it's fucking awesome. So, and
oh my god,
what's up?
CT sent us this link. Japan is the cutting edge of everything. Okay, of both progress and degeneracy. So there's apparently a hotel in Japan that's staffed by robot dinosaurs.
Believe it. That's awesome.
There you go. You when you walk up to the front desk to like talk to someone, apparently it's some kind of robot dinosaur. And it's a little velociraptor with like a bellhop hat on, which is pretty amazing.
I think I saw that in but I follow all this stuff. So you're way.
That's kind of amazing. Look, the future, if they have like, oh my God, there's an unlimited variety of insane, crazy shit we could have in the future with robots. I would totally stay in a hotel manned entirely by dinosaurs. That would be amazing.
Hell yeah. So it doesn't look like, I don't see our podcast on Kurt Metzger's channel.
So
I
don't think he uploaded yet. He said he was going to tell us. So
I'm not sure. Oh yeah, you're right.
They haven't done it yet.
So maybe it'll be next week.
Yeah.
So we did that, and let's check in with the plushies really quick. Does anyone? I think the plushies. Sammy did an update on our.
Yeah, isn't it over? He's going to be sending them out now.
It is. It is. Well, no. So you still can get plushies. Here, let me just read the update. Get everyone up
read
to
the
speed.
update for us.
You're not super See, look, I miss you already. I can't quit you, Sitch. I just can't do it.
Why can't I quit you?
Can I bring
There is one. I mean, we're going to show the artwork on Tuesday too, but maybe there's one that you should show right now. That's kind of amazing.
The artwork?
I mean, actually, we got like a bunch of amazing ones, but this one's kind of related to what you just brought up.
You sent it to me.
It's the one CT drew. That's what we talked about last week.
Well, which one?
The bed one.
I never saw this. Holy shit. Who did this?
CT did this.
Oh my God, you're evil.
Isn't that amazing? You have to show this. We have some amazing artwork to show on Tuesday. And we'll show this one again too, but this is just it's relevant to what you just said.
Let me bring it up here.
Okay.
Here we go. Boom.
Mott Fish Flakes for another $20. Thanks so much. It says power companies in Texas are heavily regulated. Weatherization costs money. The money would have to come from increased utility rates. Yeah, sure. And in Texas, rates can't go up without regulator approval. No bureaucrat wants to be the guy to make that call. Yeah, that's true. That's a very good point. I don't know what you do in that situation.
Yeah, that's a problem. That's where politics. This is the problem of regulation, which doesn't mean we don't need regulation because obviously you do. But the problem is the two masters problem.
Right.
Politicians, they have to serve the customers. Well, I'm so out of it. What are the two masters that they're serving? Staying in office and whatever else it is on the issue.
Oh, I'm just reading the comic.
Read the comic.
You're saying. Okay. So we talked about last week how me and CT are going to sleep at Adam's house in his bed. And we were kind of trying to figure out like the sleeping arrangement order. So I said I was going to be the big spoon and Adam would be, the middle spoon. And then CT said she would be in my bigger spoon, but only if Wormy was between us. So there we all are in Adam's bed. And there I am. Look at the duck pajamas. That's a nice little detail. Sitch in the duck
look at
pajamas.
your leg over my leg. What's going on here?
And I say, move over, Adam. You're on our side of the bed. And then you look at you with your robot pajamas looking just so upset.
Of course I am.
And it's funny because if this was like real, if I was in your bed, I would literally do this thing just a minute, just to piss you off. That's literally exactly what I would do. I would make that exact pose. I'd do that exact thing. It's like CT somehow reached deep into the recesses of my mind and pulled this picture out.
That's so,
And there's Adam.
This is so evil.
And CT and Wormy are just playing video games, enjoying it. I'm trolling the fuck out of Adam. And then Adam says, whatever. And then he raged out saying, wait, the whole bed is my side of the bed.
Look at your little sleepy face.
I love the little Sitch faces, the little anime smile, and then oh, that's amazing. And I love your angry face.
You're so wrong.
The whole bed is my side of the bed. Adam, your bed's a co-op now. I don't know if you know this. Okay.
Yeah.
You have to learn. Okay. Don't you know about private property and personal property?
Sammy has sold 119 Adams and 124 Sitches. I'm always amazed when the numbers are close like
Does that
this.
mean I won? S-Class is the best class.
There are 5 S-Class only. I call them Sitch bitches. There are 5 S-Class only Sitch bitches out there that are like, nah, S-Class
There you
only. Fucking.
Those 5 people. Look, it's like an election. That tiny minority of swing voters is
I
all
know.
that it takes.
I
Yep.
know.
Yep. Well, look, I'm sure like 95% of the people bought, both. So
Yeah, totally. That's it. 99 right there.
right.
So she's only ordering 200 of each plushie. So there's 81 Adams and 76 Sitches left.
Oh, that's right. Yeah,
So-
she said for the sake of cost, she's ordering. So there will be extra. So there will be actually a limited supply of extra. Sitch and
Right.
plushies.
But I talked to her about, like, we don't want to fuck over the people who have bought, like, she might put them on eBay, but we're going to charge more for if they're on eBay. So if you
I
want them
see.
cheaper, you
Right.
definitely buy them now through the Indiegogo campaign.
Is it? Can people still buy them now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. She will. She's keeping an eye on it, and she's going to close the campaign. Like if it goes up to once it hits like that 200 mark, she's going to close the campaign.
I see.
Or
Mm-hmm.
if we don't sell, if she doesn't sell up into like 2 to 3 estimated time, it seems it will take 2 to 3 weeks to be made and another 1 to 2 weeks to ship.
Okay.
So you guys have like 5 weeks. And
Okay, so yeah, so you guys have a little bit of time to buy them at the price that they are now,
Right.
And if after, so the campaign's still open up to some limited quantity amount, and if it goes beyond that, you can still get them, but they'll just probably be more expensive.
Yeah, we're gonna charge like $5-10 more on eBay.
Right.
So
there you go.
all right.
So there you go, guys. You actually didn't miss out. If you still want your Sitch and plushie, they're still available.
You can do it.
Get them while they're hot. Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. Thank you for buying a plushie. Thank you for coming with us on the journey through the Anna Kasparian Ben Shapiro debate. And hope you guys like the Tuesday streams. It seemed like reading the chat, most people were in favor of the Tuesday streams. Get a little bit of spice, a little bit of Sitch and Adam in your life during the week. So, see you all on Tuesday.
Bye-bye. That was terrible. I can do much better.
I was